times, and it's almost over.
He's slowed down.
Yeah, he has slowed down, but like even Romo's calling it at the end of the game when they need to win. He's like, now's the time you put Gronk out there, run him down the field, and let him moss somebody. And Gronk's like, yep, here I go.
He's not done. He's not. Yeah. I mean, he's not Dirk. He just is.
He ain't running away from anybody.
Dirk from 3 years ago. I mean, Dirk wasn't the same.
Yeah.
We knew it. He was still a productive player in the league, but not anywhere close to an all-star. Yeah. And Gronk isn't.
He's gone from 6 plays a game where you go, oh my God, to 1.
Yeah.
It's like 1 a game. You go, oh, there he is.
There's a consistency issue, and all the older athletes will say, I can't do it like I used to, but sometimes I get a rhythm and I feel like it's the same again. And I think that happens for Gronk sometimes for a series or two late in the game if he really needs to gear up, but he can't do that consistently. The thing is, he's only 29 years old. He's just partied himself into being old 5 years earlier than usual. Or maybe the injuries.
His injuries have killed him. I'll agree. If you're going to be an alcoholic for most of your life, that will probably slow you down too.
Yeah.
But, and then the injuries. And are the injuries because he's an alcoholic? And,
possibly.
And, he deals with just having too much of the poison in his body all the time? Possibly so.
Yeah, it could be the case.
I resemble that insult out there. I want you to know I feel great.
Okay, the best thing I saw regarding the Rams being at the Super Bowl and Los Angeles not caring last night. The Rams are about to play in the Super Bowl. We're 5 days away. The top 6 most read LA Times sports stories are about the Lakers, Dodgers, and USC. 3 on the Lakers, 2 on the Dodgers, 1 on SC, hiring that Graham Harrell from UNT.
Did you see Roy went to the media deal last night?
Yeah.
And he's like, this is the least I've ever heard in my lifetime of covering the Super Bowl of a team getting announced to the stage. Hey, and your NFC champion Los Angeles Rams. And he's like, it was pretty much dead quiet.
Yeah,
in the room, nobody was there to be like, "Yeah, Rams, go Rams!"
And Rams been doing. Roy's been doing that specific gig for 8 years.
Yeah,
he's been our media night guy essentially.
One of the LA media outlets, I don't remember if it was TV or newspaper, but they were talking. It's an LA paper or TV channel, and they were talking about what Jason Goff would do in the Super Bowl.
No way.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
How is Jason Goff going to go win the Super Bowl for us?
Wow, they're in a different world out there, aren't they?
It's so crazy.
I mean, those are people that are paid to be professionals and know what they're saying. It's one thing if Babe Loffenberg's sister was unaware that the Rams had left and went back to St. Louis for 10 years. It's a person in Los Angeles. But for people on television, you got to be up on the news.
What's amazing to me is if the Stars got good, which seems like they never will, honestly. But if they got good and they started becoming the 1 seed like they were 3 years ago, and they want to
Ben and Tyson Sagan.
But we started learning about the Stars, they're actually going to compete in hockey this year. Let's start paying attention before the playoffs start so we have a better idea about this team. You would think, okay, fine, you don't care about the Rams. Nobody wants to listen to you talk about the Rams. You're going to talk about the Lakers. You'll talk about what's going on around the NBA. You'll get to a little bit of MLB baseball and a little bit to football if you have time. And that's kind of how we are with hockey. It's look, if the Stars ever get good, it seems like the community will start paying attention. So we'll start talking a little bit here and there about them, especially if they get to the playoffs. But they've decided, we got the number 1 team in the NFC, and they're like, we still don't care to really learn about this sport or this team.
Oh, they're in the Super Bowl. They'll probably leave again. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those deals where they're just bitter about all the teams leaving and the Raiders and Rams. And
what's Lonzo going to think about being a Pelican? Is that?
I thought for sure, that's another good topic to get into.
That's where they're at. Where it's guys, we got the Super Bowl. And it's right. But Lonzo might be in the package to the Pelicans.
I'm surprised. I thought a Super Bowl trip would lock in. And I bet there are lots of people in LA that care. You just can't tell by looking at a general group of LA people because it may or may not be representative.
How many people live in LA, that area?
A lot.
20 million.
Yeah, there's probably at least 50,000 that care.
No doubt.
Give or take.
Yeah. So, NBA stuff, and Lonzo Ball is making it known now he wants out of Los Angeles. We have Dennis Smith Jr. wanting out of the Mavs. Is there a swap to be had, Mike? What do you think?
I think there could be in making it a 3-way deal. Obviously, there's a lot to go with Anthony Davis, as Wojnarowski reported yesterday. Probably won't get traded in the next 2 weeks because
it's just the agent that wants him traded.
Well,
it seems like right. So.
New Orleans is going to trade him pretty much is what Woj is saying. But the problem is Boston can't trade for him in the next 2 weeks.
Right.
They know LA's deal, the best deal LA can give. They're still going to keep giving that deal. But they're like, we can't negotiate with Boston right now. So why would we just quick play this thing and just send them to LA in the next 2 weeks if they're not going to give us everything?
Yeah, if I'm the Pelicans, I'm like, okay, I'm taking everybody not named LeBron that fits under the salary cap, and then we'll give you Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I mean,
But
if you're them,
you can't try to parse it out. Otherwise, I'm going to wait until a contender that doesn't have aspirations of winning it all for a decade. They're just trying to get one, you know? So I'm going to wait as the Pelicans for at least a year looking for that team.
Yeah.
Hey, does a team want to give me a young, great asset, a draft pick, and an expiring contract? You know, and it's got to be a great asset, right?
Yeah.
But I think there might be teams willing to take that shot,
especially
if that team also thinks that player is going to leave in free agency.
Yeah.
So that if the Lakers are trying to lowball me, I'm waiting, man, and I think they're playing it right.
It's amazing how much power agents have in the NBA. They don't have that same power in NFL or MLB baseball. Like literally now Rich Paul is about to come out, according to Woj, and pretty much say, okay, fine. We're not going to sign anywhere unless it's the LA Lakers.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's now going to press even harder of like, fine, you want to find Anthony Davis? I don't care. I'll give him extra money out of my pocket because I'm going to dictate where he plays, and it's going to be the Los Angeles Lakers. So, but
won't that become more common? In like
absolutely
NFL, it's going to be harder because the NFL, they're like, no, you're not. We're going to tag you, and then we'll tag you again. You'll leave when we say you can leave. Yeah. But in baseball or basketball, if you're really willing to say, listen, it's a year and a half away, but a year and a half from now, I'm signing with the Lakers.
Yeah.
Trade me somewhere else if you want to, but that's where I'm going.
You don't think there's another team that could be close that'd be willing to do a trade with them to take advantage of like 2 windows to try to win big with Anthony Davis?
That's what Woj said is that you gotta watch out for the team that says screw it. Let's go after it this year. Let's go after it next year, and we'll deal with the repercussions. And if it's not working out for us, if we can tell it's not working out, we'll can trade them and get close to maybe the value you traded all those players or picks and get most of the stuff back in return. But
somebody could always have a really big pair. Yeah. Like that's what happened with the Raptors, right? They're like, well, we'll trade for Kawhi. And we'll see if he loves Toronto. And we'll see if we can keep him.
But if Thunder took Paul George under similar circumstances.
And it works. But if you're LA, to get him now, it sounds like you're going to have to do Lonzo, Ingram, Kuzma, your first-round pick this year, and then you have to get the salaries to match. I mean, you pretty much have to give your top 4 young assets away, which
and the Lakers are going, wait. Yeah. The Lakers like, wait, but he's already coming.
Yes.
So,
but how old's LeBron?
LeBron's window,
Yeah, how old's LeBron going to be when he gets there? So that whole
favorite
deal is
side story is that Lonzo, while the speculation is like that he would be in the trade and he would end up on the Pelicans, he's already ahead of time requested, listen, I don't want to go somewhere that has a point guard.
And he doesn't want to go to New Orleans
because he doesn't want to back up.
He's already said, I don't want to go to New Orleans.
He doesn't want to back up Drew Holiday. He's like, no, I need to. If you're going to trade me and bring back Anthony Davis, we need a third team where I can go be the point guard.
So do you think the Balls look at it like the Mavs have a point guard of the future in Luka, or do you think they're like, man, this would be perfect. You can play point guard, but you don't have all of the, setting up responsibilities.
I think they look at it pretty solid because from what I understand, and honestly, it's through skin, is that Donnie feels confident that he can take on the Ball family and everything can run smooth here. Cool. I think that
Donnie and LeVar, they would be best friends. They'd be at the owner's box 2 nights a week, just turning them up.
Having a great time.
I wonder, does that come into play? Because Lonzo's dad.
It absolutely should. Every team has to answer that question for themselves.
It was very tough last year dealing with LeVar Ball wanting the coach fired all the time. And then LeBron came in, and I'll give credit to LeVar. LeVar's like, I'm going to be quiet because I've been told to be quiet. And I just wonder when he gets to that next team, because I do think Ball will be traded here in the next 12 months to another team. How will LeVar react to the new organization and coach and everything? Because I'm pretty sure LeVar will want Rick Carlisle fired at some point.
That could go. Although I think Lonzo Ball plays a style that Rick Carlisle could hit it off really well with.
Yeah, and I think honestly, because Lonzo Ball is not a scoring point guard like Dennis Smith. I think it could work out well with Luka. I think they could be a much better match than what possibly Dennis and Luka will be, because Dennis wants to score 20-plus points a game, and I don't think Lonzo's goal is to score 20-plus points.
But it's a super long shot right now to make this deal happen, right?
True.
We talk about the 3 teams getting involved, but it'll most likely be something straight up when it comes to the Anthony Davis thing. But is there any way Lonzo and his agent bringing this up could spark more one-for-one type of conversations directly between the Mavs and Lakers? Or would the Lakers look at it like, we need Lonzo to try to make the Anthony Davis deal happen? I don't know. Once you make this trade, You get Dennis Smith Jr., you take a look how that goes. Lonzo Ball's in Dallas now. And if you still want to go after Anthony Davis, you could flip Dennis Smith Jr.
Yeah.
So I don't – Lonzo Ball's a better asset, but it's not like he's running away with it. Like, I'm the future of the league and you're a bum.
He's been a disappointing player in the NBA so far, but there's still a lot of ability there.
Okay. What else do we have going on, GBAG Nation? Mike Fisher did report last night that he's been told there's no conversations that have happened between the Mavs and Pistons regarding Blake Griffin. And I think that makes sense right now if you're Donnie or Mark or whoever that would be hashing that out. Who was it that we talked about this with yesterday? Skin. You had a great question. How old would you want to bring in a star player? And to me, it's 25 or under. Because right now, at this point in the team building, I'm trying to get the perfect guys around Luka. If that doesn't work out, then I'm willing to bring in guys that are more win now. But I'm trying to get guys that are going to play alongside Luka for 8 to 12 years, 8 to 15 years if I can help it. And I'm not trying to make any short-term deals for awesome players right now, especially if you're injury prone like Blake Griffin's been.
To your point, it'd be tough if you bring in somebody who is 30 years old like Blake Griffin, and now you're immediately a playoff team the next season. But then when Luka's ready to win a championship, because look, I love Luka. I think he has the ability to win a championship in the NBA as the best player on your team, a top 5 player possibly in the NBA. But he's probably not going to be ready to do that till about age 23. I mean, look at all the great players, whether it's Kobe, LeBron, Jordan, whoever you want to look at that you can recall in your brain. It took them some time to become the best to be able to beat the best that are the best right now.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to get past Harden and Curry and Durant and LeBron. And sometimes the best way to do that, if you're Isaiah Thomas, is like, all right, Larry Bird got a little bit older. For Michael Jordan, yes, he became the greatest, but also the Pistons got a little bit older. Yeah. And, sometimes you just have to kind of wait for these guys to kind of start regressing a little bit for then you to become near your peak to then take over.
And we're not desperate enough yet to just need to get in the playoffs and win a series.
I hope not.
No, that we don't, it's a long,
we're selling out.
Way.
I mean, Dallas is putting 20,000 in the building every night, Jeff.
Yeah.
Of course they are. I mean,
out of the
that
park.
won't stop. Well, hold on. They might be now. We'll have to check. Are they selling them out now? Luka might be enough.
Not real sellouts, but they're getting a lot closer.
Okay.
Now, the vortex is hitting in DFW from what I can tell. I've been on Twitter this morning.
I thought we were going to get it out here too, and then I walked to Chick-fil-A and it was fine.
Yeah, I think it was 45 degrees when I woke up this morning.
How awesome would it have been in Dallas? Because my kids were jealous. I told them they canceled everything. No schools, no college. Nothing.
A lot of businesses have closed.
Yeah, everything closed yesterday at 6 p.m. Like, do not show up tomorrow. We've closed school. We've closed everything.
What if it doesn't hit?
And it's just, it didn't hit. It's 38 degrees and just like a misty rain outside.
See, that's why the world, back in my day, the world was a better place. I saw somebody talking about this on the tweeter this morning. If you're a young person today, like the night before, you're at www.ismyschoolclosed.com and they're like, yep, you're closed. We got up and it was like a freaking Powerball drawing.
Oh, yeah.
You turn on the TV and they start scrolling schools and you're like, come on, MFer. Let me see that bad boy. And
I had to listen.
Yes.
We would have to listen to the radio.
Yeah.
Because they go
alphabetical and you're sitting there waiting. Like,
we live so far away from the TV stations that they didn't cover our school districts.
Oh, wow.
So we'd be tuned into the radio. Yeah.
Your parents have the car running. They're like, let's see, boy. Let's see.
And now as a parent, you're like, oh, crap. What am I going to do with the kids today? Because they didn't cancel my work.
Yeah. So, thoughts and prayers to everybody back in DFW that might be struggling with the cold a little bit. I guess 5 years here in Atlanta ago, they had a major event and people had to abandon their vehicles and people died out trying to get home.
Yeah.
So they have a reason to be extra sensitive about it.
I'll try to remember that story. Do you remember Chipper Jones having to pick up people on his four-wheeler or something?
Yeah, that was great.
So that's where it got really bad, So that's where residents were having to go out on four-wheelers or ATVs and stuff and try to help people that were abandoned on the highway.
Yeah, so they're a little snow shy these days. Shut everything down. It's winning time. Text the word Army to 72881. It's Army to 72881. Chance to win a grand every hour, 16 past the hour here on DFW Sports Station. So come back at 11:16, Tolos, for a chance to win a grand. Or better yet, just turn it on and leave it on. You get plenty of chances to win a grand all the way through the Ben and Skin show this afternoon. We'll come back and guess what day it is. And then we have some things you can gamble on, Super Bowl edition, right here on The Fan.
The only way you can take The Fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
DFW Airport makes parking for air travel easy as a click with new prepaid parking online. Just click, park, and save up to 50%. Plus, use your toll tag to make parking even easier. Visit dfwairport.com/park.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
Research has shown that people will drive up to 50 miles to get their car from a dealer that has great online customer ratings. But you won't have to go any further than your phone to reach one of the highest rated dealers in the country, Autoflex Leasing. The website Compare Top 10 has ranked Autoflex Leasing as the top rated leasing company in America for 5 years running. But you don't have to take their word for it. You can also go to dealerrater.com and see what real customers say about their Autoflex experience. Easy, quick, and painless. Everything leasing a car should be, with none of the traditional hassles. Returning customers say that Autoflex will be there for you when you need them, not just when they're selling you a car. What are you waiting for? Call Autoflex right now at either 817 or 972-234-1234 or reach them at autoflex.com. Get any make, any model, and Autoflex quality service.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
Nothing says I love you like a diamond. For centuries and across cultures, it's remained the universal symbol of love, romance, and commitment. And at Diamonds Direct this Valentine's, we're making it easier than ever to celebrate your love with diamond jewelry she'll cherish for a lifetime. Join us February 4th through the 14th for our best offer ever. 5 years, 0 interest financing with nothing down on any purchase. Choose from a special expanded selection of the most romantic gifts: rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and bands. Get the guaranteed best price and spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest. And yes, all engagement rings are included. So come on, make it an unforgettable day for her with a special gift that symbolizes your love and commitment like nothing else. It's Diamonds Direct Spectacular Valentine's Celebration with in-store appearances from top jewelry designers, an expanded selection including gifts as low as $200 and 5 years 0 interest financing on approved credit. February 4th through the 14th only, and only at Diamonds Direct.
Preston Road and Cherry Lane.
Monster Energy AMA Supercross and FIM World Championship. Before the gate drops, start your race day at the Monster Energy Supercross Fan Fest. Meet the world's best dirt bike racers. Get autographs and experience the excitement. Buy a can of Monster Energy to recycle at the entrance for your free admission to the Fan Fest. Stop by your local Circle K, where Monster Energy drinks are 2 for $4.29 every day. Catch all the action at AT&T Stadium February 16th. Get your tickets today.
Specs would like to remind you that February 3rd is coming up fast. Are you ready for America's favorite day to scream at the TV? It's the holy grail of football, friends, and fun. So hurry into Specs and stock up for your big game party with lower prices on a stadium-sized selection of craft beers, fancy dips, and Specs excessive celebration-inducing gourmet snacks. Come get down-set delicious at Specs. Cheers to savings.
The KNC Masterpiece, that's us again, is heading back to the owner's box inside the Omni Dallas Hotel tonight from 7 to 11 p.m.
where you can once again hang out with us, the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, that's still us. And enjoy some great food and wash it down with an ice-cold beverage. Details at 1053thefan.com.
And all of the hustle and bustle of the new year and the stock market tanking, people haven't noticed, but mortgage rates have dropped. And they have dropped a lot. How and why? We'll leave it up to the experts. Where and when? It's here and now. Call TexasLending.com to refinance a loan. Even if you bought a home last summer, you might be able to save hundreds of dollars each month with a refinance with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600. Go online and apply with TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Sean and RJ here with the #1 on-demand car insurance app, exclusively available on the iPhone. It is the Go Car Insurance app. You download the app, you scan your license, and within 60 seconds, you've got a quote.
Everything is managed through the app. No more paperwork or waiting on hold. No long hassles. You're totally in control. Update your policy, add drivers, and file a claim all in the app. Download Go Car Insurance. Open the app, get a quote, and see if you can start saving today.
Make your morning brighter at McDonald's.
We're the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. We're brought to you by Brown Foundation Repair. Let's guess what day it is.
Brown Foundation Repair is so confident in their work, they'll give you one of the best warranties in the industry. Search Brown Foundation Repair reviews and see what their many satisfied customers have to say about their quality work. Brown Foundation Repair, 972-271-2621. BrownFoundationRepair.com.
I'm Lucius Alexander. Back to more GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up here in about 20 minutes, Brandon Lang, one of the most successful sports handicappers. He's going to join us 10:40. Talk about his life, handicapping games, talk about this game, all the trends, everything you need to know about it. Of course, his life was the inspiration for the movie Two for the Money. Had quite a roller coaster ride early in his handicapping days, had people wanting to kill him. So if you've ever wanted to know more about that world, Brandon Lang joins us coming up in 20 minutes.
So what's it like to want to be killed by people?
Yeah. What's it like to lose somebody a couple $100,000 on a 4-star lock that you thought was gold? Coming up in 5 minutes, though, we'll have some gambling questions for you, things you can gamble on during the Super Bowl. Total passing yards for Tom or total dollars on the Bryce Harper contract. You can make that prop bet right now. We'll talk about it here in just a couple of minutes. It's time to answer a question from Dirk, though. Segment on the Fan brought to you by 1-800-LAWYERS. If you've been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the office of Frankel and Frankel right now, 1-800-LAWYERS. Official lawyers of the Tolo Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. And here he is, 41.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is, huh? Anybody?
Good morning, Lucius. What you got?
It's a day closer, man. Every day is a day closer.
That's accurate.
Yep.
It's accurate.
It's a day closer.
I'm dying, actually.
Almost Wednesday. Dying?
Yep. One day at a time.
Oh, yeah. Man, that's that really dark but true thing that KT goes with a lot.
Really?
Somebody will be complaining about something. And he goes, dude, it doesn't matter. We're all going to die. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I guess. That's
KT's
accurate.
got some phenomenal bits working right now.
I don't know if that was a bit. That's the problem. It's like, KT, you lost your apartment burned down, and for some reason they're not going to replace anything. He's like, yeah, it's cool, though, because I'll die. So whatever.
How about the ED thing that KT keeps? Like, he keeps confiding in people.
I told him
it's hilarious to watch.
That he has ED?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's really bad. I'm never going to do it again.
I told him he needs to go to men's team, and he's just like, no, dude. Like, who cares? Whatever, man.
He just talks to
overrated.
random people and says that he can't do it anymore.
Yeah, just be kind of off the cuff. Like, it's cool, though. I used to think it was a big thing that you had to do in your life, but I'm kind of over it now anyway, so
That's
it's
awesome.
okay. Yeah.
Last night his
We need to record
karaoke.
this.
It's
Last
awesome.
night
It
his
is.
karaoke dismount was, from now on it's the KTL, and my stuff doesn't work, and walked off. It's like, all right, KT. Yeah. So there's that.
Classic comedy.
Mike, what day is it?
Today is Ladies in Leather Day.
Oh.
I've noticed around here quite a few of the ladies are wearing leather pants, and I don't know about leather pants, and maybe they're not real leather.
Yeah.
They just seem uncomfortable looking to me.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a Gavin Dawson special where you have to treat this with kid gloves, but it's
Okay.
like we as males certainly would not want to objectify women and judge them based on the way they look, but
They sure do enjoy dressing up for us to look at
But
it.
most of the ladies that are out here to get
Interview?
somebody booked
Yeah.
for interviews just happen to be incredibly attractive and wear very tight-fitting things in
Yeah.
order to get their person onto radio stations.
Those
So
pants are good for
I don't want to
business.
objectify those beautiful women who are
I was just wondering this.
objectifying themselves.
There's a lady walking around yesterday in like a really short skirt, and she is walking. You could tell it started rising up on her as she was walking because it was so tight, and she like had to yank it down real quick. And I'm like, what did you think of that? That you're gonna have to do a lot of walking, and there's a possibility that this thing is so short that I might accidentally show my crotch or bottom part of my butt that I might not want to.
Some gals just leave the bottom part hanging out
Yeah, which is
intentionally.
great.
Not here, of course. But
Yeah.
Would they let them in? There's security? If you're just like, no, this is my skirt.
If you're stunning, if you're
Okay.
if 9.5 or better, you can get away with it.
Yesterday, we were at the College Football Hall of Fame, and I want to ask people this real quick because I don't know the right answer. But a long, long time ago, like the jersey, it was a jersey, but it was kind of like a sweater, but it looked like it was a onesie. Like it would go down, wrap under your crotch,
And you had
then
buttons.
snap buttons.
You had yeah.
Did they not wear pants, or was that the full uniform?
No,
Or
they
did
had to
also
wear
have
pants. And they also had a big thing that you just put your cup in.
Yeah, I was wondering if I missed the decades where we were playing
And you don't wear a
football
cup
with our
now.
butts out.
Did that keep the shirt tucked down
Yes.
in?
Yeah, that the thing wouldn't come untucked. Like
So they
maybe when
must have
they
made-
grabbed it, it wouldn't. I don't know.
I don't know. It was awesome. It was great. It was a wonderful looking uniform.
They have had all kinds of amazing innovations over the years to the jersey to try to get it perfect.
Yeah, not making it a onesie was a great step.
Remember the tearaway jerseys?
Yes.
Were you watching football for that?
Yeah.
Like Earl Campbell.
Yeah. I think mostly we see them on highlights these days, but you'd have players running away from defenders and they're like, gotcha. It's like, no, you don't. Bam. But I need another jersey, coach.
We wanted good offense.
Yeah.
Listen, if they don't get a good hold of him, let that jersey come off.
I want to say it's National Skype It Up Day. You want to get onto Skype, and you want to eliminate FaceTime. Did you hear about the hack?
Easy,
Jeffrey time.
easy.
El Tiempo.
No, I also have stock. So, man, you know, it started hot this morning.
Is that what's wrong with the Apple stock this morning?
It started hot this morning.
If you hadn't heard, if you have the FaceTime app and somebody tries to call you, they are spying on you. They can see through your camera and listen to you until you hit end. So they're recommending that everybody, if you have FaceTime on your phone and people are calling you, they're trying to spy on you. Maybe see you naked while you're putting your makeup on, something like that.
I hope that didn't happen this morning, because when Mike left the room before I did, if people can spy on me, the things they saw. I got to tell you.
Well, your phone would have been ringing.
Because I'm not like KT. My situation
it's working okay.
It's functional. And, I enjoy my alone time.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Glad I wasn't in the room.
Today is Seeing Eye Dog Day. So there's that, Seeing Eye Dog. Today is...
You ever watch these dogs that are they're bomb sniffers or drug sniffing dogs?
Keep
and they're so well behaved. And it's like, gosh.
They sit down and look at the boss like, just let me know, dude. Let me know. I mean, they're locked in on eye contact. It's like whatever I want. You want me to sit here for the next 20 minutes? Got you, boss.
Yeah, they're trained. Yours aren't. You didn't train yours.
I paid $300 for my dogs to go to a dog training place.
Like an hour and a half?
And they came back worse. No, we left them there for 5 or 6 days, and one of them almost died. Oh. He came back with like that horrible croup sounding cough, and we're like, is our dog going to die? Yeah, kennel cough.
Well, they knew what you really wanted from them. They were like, yeah, we'll help you out.
No, this was early on. This was before I hated them.
Oh,
and I don't hate them. It's just that there's sometimes that I don't really love them that much.
I've always wanted a dog super behaved like that, though.
Yeah,
I was looking into that.
I will pay for it. I don't know how to train. Look, I know that I can't train a dog. I can kind of train it to go outside, but that's about it that I have in my bag.
I think to do it right, like it takes months. Like you go visit your dog while he's learning how to be the most badass pet ever.
Yeah.
Today is Thomas Paine Day. It is the birthday of Thomas Paine, so it's Thomas.
What did
Paine
Thomas
Day.
Paine do? I'm sorry.
He was like he was one of the founding fathers. He wrote some pamphlets at the start of the Revolution that inspired the Patriots to declare independence. Then after that, he went ahead and got mixed up in the French Revolution. Like he was that was the great quote by the wonderful Saul Padover. He said he was a corset maker by trade, journalist by profession, propagandist by inclination. That's Thomas Paine.
Had a lot going on, huh?
Yep. Today is National Plan for Vacation Day. Where's your next vacation to, Mike?
After the Super Bowl, is it February 8th through the 10th? I'm going down to Austin with some of my friends to just have like a little weekend getaway with wife and friends.
You guys gonna February? You won't be on the lake, will you?
No. But we'll just kind of hang out for a couple days, and then in June I'm going to Montana.
Oh, nice!
For
Up
a
top
week.
on the Montana. You going to Glacier?
I'm along for the ride. I don't really plan our vacations unless it's like my wife, like, hey, we want to go on a vacation by ourselves, and I have to plan it all and what we're going to do and everything. Like,
I have no say so.
But
no matter how many people are going.
But when it is something like a family vacation, then Sue does all the planning, and I just know to get on the plane, and then we're going to do whatever is planned to do, and just put a smile on your face and be happy, and then we come home on June 29th. That's what I know.
Today is National Puzzle Day.
Do you like that, Mike? Or do you wish you were more in charge?
Sometimes you wish you were more in charge, and then sometimes when they want you to be in charge, you're like, I just want to relax. Is it okay if we just sit on this couch right now?
Yeah, when I start getting woke up for like sunrise hikes and stuff, like I didn't sign up for this crap. It's vacation.
Yeah.
My favorite is that my lady Amanda loves to do the planning. She loves planning things. She loves hosting things. And then the stress of doing those things drives her bat-s.
Oh.
And like she loses it. And then as soon as it's over, she's like, what should we do next? What should I plan? I'm like, you think you like planning. You hate this. Today is National Puzzle Day. I'm into the Ken-Kens now. I thought I saw you doing Sudoku on the plane.
Well, I do like Sudoku. I also am enjoying doing 1,000-piece puzzles.
Okay. We'll get you on the fan cam doing one during a break here.
Yeah, you can go to 105.3 The Fan and check out me doing a puzzle.
Fan cam.
Eating applesauce.
Today is National Carnation Day, the flower. Okay. Today is Free Thinkers Day and Curmudgeon's Day.
A lot going on.
Deal.
Thank you very much. And that's what day it is. Okay, Mike, I'll ask this question to you first. What will be higher? Tom Brady passing yards at the Super Bowl or Bryce Harper's next contract amount in millions.
Ooh,
this is a cross-sport prop bet that you can make.
Is Bryce going to get over 250?
I think so. I'm just going to go off of Jim Bowden's report that the Nationals do have an offer out there a little over $300 million. This was a month ago.
Okay.
Right before Christmas or right around Christmas time. So I will go with Bryce Harper's number.
I think Tom's going to throw for 300.
But can you imagine if Bryce Harper signs a 2-year deal for like $75 million?
And then Tom gets hurt, and it's both 75.
Bryce is the favorite, a slight favorite.
I'll lean towards Bryce Harper because I do think he'll get a little over 300. But then, I don't know, the Rams seemed very, you can pass against them.
Yeah.
Sure.
These are courtesy of Bet Online, by the way, if you want to jump on, if you're feeling strong or maybe you have some inside info. What'll be higher? Jared Goff passing yards or Manny Machado's next contract in millions?
I got Goff at 281. He's going to have 281.
Then I'll go with Goff because, what was that? Machado was way under. He's like at 175 was his best offer right now from the White Sox as far as we know. So if you think he's going to throw for over 250 yards, I think you got yourself an easy one. Is Goff the favorite?
Yes. Slight favorite.
Okay, because I think that one's easier. I think Goff throwing over is easier than picking the Brady Harper thing.
I'd love to make some bets, but I'm pretty sure that 1 week where all the favorites won in the playoffs, I bet all my money on all the road teams. So I don't think I have anything available. We'll have to see.
What will be higher? Tiger Woods' first-round score at the Masters.
58.
No, 70.
Gurley rushing yards at the Super Bowl.
Just put the number at 70 is what you have to figure out.
Tigers is the favorite at minus 140. If you bet Gurley, you get even cash, 1-1.
Oh, how much will Gurley be used? And what's going on with Gurley?
I don't know.
Is he a little hurt?
He's got to be a little hurt, but I also saw, and this is going to go back to my theory, get a bad running back, he'll be able to run the ball well.
The Alfred Morris deal.
I was looking.
Hey, we took Zeke out. We just got 8 yards of carry.
So I was looking at something, and there was a bunch of plays in the last couple games for the Rams. And the sort of runs, the play actions that they do with the two guys are different. And the way that teams respond to it is different. When they fake it to C.J. Anderson or hand it to C.J. Anderson, the linebackers are backing up. They're like, whatever, it ain't Gurley. And when Gurley's in and you play action to him, both linebackers are screaming every time. And so Goff's like, thank you. And so
both our linebackers were looking to the sideline. Where the ball
one
wasn't.
would run out of bounds this way and one the other way, and then the run was up the middle. So it's very confusing. But so I don't know. They just paid Todd Gurley all the money, and I do think he's banged up.
I'll go with, you said Woods is a favorite, but I can see that. I think Woods will shoot in the high 60s to low 70s, and the way they've used Gurley might have more receiving yards than rushing yards in the game.
All right, I'm going to the props here. I got some money in here.
One of it's on Bet Online now. They changed it. I think it's betonline.ag. Our guy Jimmy hooks us up with those.
Yeah. I found.
You got that?
I got a place.
You got it?
I got a different place, but I got a place.
I don't know if that place will have the prop bets though.
Well,
you're gonna do different prop bets?
I found props.
Okay.
You're
looking for fun.
We'll do another prop segment later on what I'm betting on.
Awesome. Well, that sounds good. Okay, Brandon Lake's set to join us. One of the most successful sports handicappers in football history. He was the inspiration behind the movie Two for the Money. He is at Real Brandon Lang on Twitter, and he joins us next right here in the Nation.
Before that, let's talk about my buddies at mycomputercareer.edu. Love that place. Been out there. I got certifications from My Computer Career. So if you don't love what you're doing, if you're working too many hours for not enough money, or maybe you've just hit the ceiling at your current job, let's talk about a career path, one that can turn things around for you. It's at mycomputercareer.edu. And all you got to do is take the free career evaluation today. That's the first step. And in a matter of months, not years, months, they can get you going in that IT industry. It is what they do. So check them out at mycomputercareer.edu. Doesn't matter your background. Don't have to be a math whiz. Don't have to have a background with computers. None of that stuff. Getting you trained up. That's all they do. And they are great at it. You'll go to class just a few times a week on campus or live online, whatever works for you. So let's check them out. Take that free career evaluation today at mycomputercareer.edu. That's mycomputercareer.edu.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we're live from Super Bowl 53 on Radio Row. And I couldn't be more excited that legendary musician James Brown is going to join us.
I feel good.
Oh, not that one, Ben. He's dead.
A different James Brown will join us. The NFL James Brown. That's on the Ben Skin Show. Right home with us, live from Atlanta on Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
Ben and Skin here, and the Low T Center now treats more than low T, including low thyroid and cholesterol. Get your levels checked. Schedule your quick and easy health assessment at lowtcenter.com. It's covered by most health insurance. The Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
I'm a real person, real voice, and a real face, even though you can't see it because, radio invisibility. You know what else is super duper real? Geico Local Offices. A Geico local agent could tailor fit a policy to you, which could save you hundreds on your car insurance. All because Geico local agents keep it real, with real savings and real service. Really.
And there's more. A Geico local agent could help you with more than just auto policies, like motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance. Stop by or give them a call today.
Washing my nose, oh yeah.
I'm a shower curtain, and I do one thing, keep water from leaking everywhere. So you see why I feel useless compared to Geico, who does so much more. Like, not only could Geico save you money, but they've been around for over 75 years. And they give you 24/7 access online, over the phone, or on the Geico app. And they've got a 97% customer satisfaction rating. They do all this while I have to listen to this chucklehead. Oh, good, he stopped.
Washing my toes.
Oh, great, an encore.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
What's going on, fan fans and Tolos? It is Troy Houston. Of course, I want to talk to you about Platinum Ford in Terrell. It's a short drive east of the Metroplex in Terrell off of Highway 80. They've been doing remarkable things, and now they're going to do more remarkable things in 2019. Isn't that right, General Manager Adam Vinci?
Without question, Troy. Here at Platinum Ford, we want to do anything and everything we can for the fans and Tolos. And don't forget about our website, platinumford.com. Come see us and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
34 million Americans smoke. That's about 1 in 7 people. Not every smoker wants to continue using cigarettes. Juul was designed by smokers for smokers to be a satisfying alternative to cigarettes. Juul is a vapor product that contains nicotine for a satisfying transition. If you're one of the 34 million adults who smoke, know that there is an alternative to cigarettes. Make the switch at Juul.com. That's JUUL.com. Warning. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
Register at 1053thefan.com for your chance to win tickets to the Dallas Winter Boat Expo at Dallas Market Hall. The show will be in town February 1st through 3rd and February 7th through 10th. Tickets, details, and more info at dallasboatexpo.com.
So I'm having a football watching party. Butcher board. And I really need some great food to make sure my buddies show up. If you serve it, they will come. I got it. I'm ordering Butcher Board, where they hack it and stack it.
Butcher Board. Ranch to table, farm to table, dine in, take out, order online, and catering. 2 cool locations, Frisco and McKinney. Butcherboard.com. Check them out. Butcherboard.com.
Gavin Dawson here for the Texans Can Academy. If your New Year's resolution is to help more people in need, Texans Can Academies can help you get that done right now. You can help change the lives of thousands of local kids with the donation of your vehicle. Cars, trucks, SUVs, running or not. It's the Texans Can Academies, carsforkids.org. 100% of the net proceeds go to the kids. You'll receive the highest possible tax deduction for your donations. 972-274-5437, supporting Texans Can Academies in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Garland. Remember to write off the car, not the kid.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us in our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
Dallas Truck Run has over 1,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're all priced below market value. Check out DallasTruckRun.com, y'all.
Okay, thank you, Lucius. We're live on Radio Row in Atlanta, brought to you by our friends at Twin Peaks, and also proudly presented by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. You can check us out on the fan cam, the Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com. And joining us now is one of the top sports handicappers in the game. We've had a blast already talking to him at the break about some of these prop bets. We will be passing those along to you, get thoughts on the game.
I'm not here for other people to get rich. We're here for us.
He is the inspiration behind the movie 2 for the Money. And he is at Real Brandon Lang on Twitter. It is Brandon Lang here with us on the Fan, and it's great to have you on, sir. Good morning to you.
Thanks, guys. And that's wrong, by the way. It's just BrandonLang.com.
Okay, BrandonLang.com is the website.
That's it. Just simple. But yeah, Dallas. I've traveled a lot of cities, and I'm not just saying this because I'm on your show.
Oh, here he goes.
But the hottest women I've ever seen in my life are in Dallas.
I think those are facts.
You must have seen my wife.
And Matt. Well, my wife. If it's true, because I'll kick my I'll kick my covers too.
Yeah. I think our girlfriends were hanging out with your wife.
I outkick my coverage from here to Alaska, just so we're clear.
Nice job.
And people ask me all the time, what was it like having Matthew McConaughey play you in a movie? And my answer for 15 years has remained the same. I'm 55. My wife is 45. She looks 25. She's Filipino. She's Asian. Google Brandon Lang's wife right now. She's ungodly. and it doesn't matter. I don't know if it's the white rice or the miso soup, but Filipino women don't age. My wife still looks 20.
Oh, yeah, she sure does.
Thank you.
Yes, well done.
Thank you.
Well done, yeah.
Completely outkick my coverage.
Yeah, you
But
did.
I got a little bald spot going right now. I'm 55. I got the spray going when we go out, so guys aren't walking behind me going, look at this dude with this little girl right here. A little insecure about that.
Oh, really? Because I would think that would be kind of a point of pride.
But it doesn't matter, because no matter what happens in life, I can always walk in that bedroom and say, honey, close your eyes, baby girl. Here comes Matthew McConaughey. All right. That's all Matt did for me, baby. That's all Matty did for me. So
that is a great start here as we're off and running with Brandon Lang. Now, what kind of prop bets? We just did a segment on prop bets, these cross-sport prop bets where you can bet who's going to make is it Bryce Harper money or Tom Brady passing yards that's going to be higher here? So how about you for prop bets? How much should we be paying attention to this with the Super Bowl coming up? Are these golden opportunities or just a waste of money on a coin flip plus juice?
Well, let me educate your listeners, especially with prop bets in Vegas. You can't go in and bet 2 dimes on a prop bet. Vegas caps it. Most of your casinos, like I don't know on your website what it is, but you normally cap it at 100 to 500. You can't. Think about this. A friend of Gladys Knight, she says she's going over. You can place 10,000. No, you can't. They cap it. There's certain.
Otherwise, Gladys Knight would bet $1 million.
Tony Romo saying this word. Hey, I'm going to say this so they cap it.
Okay.
Most casinos are 100. Some are 500, but I've never heard it higher than 500. Wow. I say always have fun with it. I actually enjoy picking 10 every year that I have fun with. The game itself, I'm 23-3 in the 2 pushes. So in the 28 I've picked, I'm 23-3. The 2 pushes, of course, the 2 ties that fell right on the number. That's enough stress. I actually get a little relief of the stress just picking some prop bets. So we'll start with Gladys Knight. The over-under is 147. Last year's national anthem was 203, and it went under. You have an Atlanta resident singing in Atlanta, doing the national anthem. At 1 minute and 47 seconds. I just did an Atlanta radio station earlier this morning. One of the guys knows her and says, if we know anything about Aretha, she will bring it home for the ATL. I think 147 is too low. The actual guy that knows her is saying, is there any way I can prop it and take it up to 230 and go over? He says, Aretha's going. So I tend to let other people handicap certain things. He handicapped Gladys. I'm going to go over the 147 with Gladys. We were talking about Ted Wraith. I say Ted Wraith. You say any relation to Dan Rather, Wraith, Rather? I don't even know who the guy is. I Google him. He's the guy that walks behind Sean McVay. The get back guy. Because Sean McVay has no idea where he's going, what he's doing. So this guy had the official come running by. If he hits McVay, it's a flag. He'll pull McVay just by as the official goes by. Ted Wrath. His name gets mentioned. It's 3.5.
Wow, that's a lot.
That happened to 1.
Listen, the under 3.5 for the game is plus 135. You may mention him at the top. You may get one more out of him. Like last year, there's a prop bet how many times they're going to show Giselle, and it was 3.5. I'm like, this is Tom Brady's wife. They definitely show her more than once. 0.
Wow.
Until the end of the game.
And then how many?
And then they showed her one time.
Okay.
Wrath. He's not even a supermodel Giselle from Brazil.
No.
Under 3.5.
I love
plus
what you're doing.
135. Great value.
How much of this is common sense and how much of it is working, angles or getting insight? Because the way you broke it down right there, it's like, well, no, duh, he's not even that good looking. They're not going to talk about him if they didn't talk about Giselle.
It fun, but then there's some that, any time TD score. So any player to score. Edelman minus 110.
It's a good one.
Gronk plus 100. This just score touchdown. The value you're getting a plus 100. James White minus 120. For the Rams, C.J. Anderson minus 130. They expect him to score. Brandon Cooks, minus 120, just to score a touchdown in the game. So I think you got great value with Edelman and Gronk at minus 110 and plus 100. First TD scored jersey number. This is a fun one.
Ooh, like the 20s or the 80s?
Yes. So I went first TD scored jersey number 14 through 20 plus 350. Like it. So now I'm pulling for a jersey
who
number.
all do you get in there?
So that's a fun one. They had 1 through 13. They had 14 through 20.
Hogan's
they
15.
Had Hogan's 15. There you go.
What are the Rams receiver numbers? They wear teens, don't they?
Yep.
One of them 17.
Cooks
yeah,
is
Woods,
yep.
I think is
there
a
you
teen.
go. Woods is a teen. So
Yeah.
there you go. So, but you're plus 350. So now you're watching a jersey number you need for the first score. So I mean, there's 425 of them. Just have fun with them because they're there.
Are you one of those guys that's kind of always betting on something wherever you are? We work with the guy Skin. He does afternoon drive. It doesn't matter where we're at. He's like, okay, how about I got $10 on this happening? The next guy through the door's got a hat on. Give me 2-to-1 odds. You doing that kind of stuff?
No, I've been doing this 28 years, and I'm burned out.
Really?
I'm sweating games every night. You know, if I hit the Super Bowl on Sunday to go to 24-3, it'll be number 5 in a row. I'll enjoy it till I wake up Monday morning. Then it's who we using in college basketball Monday night. There's no time to, and in my business, you're only as good as your last play. So they don't care they hit the Super Bowl. It's like who we using in college basketball Monday. You get no time to enjoy it.
Can I ask you, this is just very random, and I'm sure that these numbers I could probably just look up, but I'd rather ask the professional. When we're watching either NFL or college football games, my buddy KT and I, who works the afternoon drive show, every time a touchdown is scored, we just look at each other and go 50-1. And the 50-1 is that the kicker will hit one of the posts with the ball. Just a $1 bet. And if it happens, you get 50. Which side do I want to be on there?
Well, see, there's no value because the chances of it happening are so remote that 50-1 win or lose. If it hits the upright, it should be more than that. And if it doesn't, it should. So if it doesn't, it should be minus 250. The risk to win the $1 should be a lot more that he doesn't hit the upright, because if there's a chance that he does hit the upright, it should be more than 50-1. It should be like 200-1 if he hits the upright. But if you're going to take the other side, you should have to lay 250 to win one.
Okay.
It's like taking the Golden State Warriors on the money line. Instead of laying 15, the money line is going to be minus 1,500.
Right.
The chances of hitting the goalpost on an extra point are slim and none. There's no value in the play. So getting 50-1 that he does or doesn't is a steal.
It's Brandon Lang here with us, one of the most successful sports handicappers ever. What do you think about the sports betting cliche that you never bet against Belichick and Brady? Is that accurate?
Well, I'm glad you led into that, because in their 8 Super Bowls, they're 5-3 straight up, but they're 3-5 against the spread. So if you have bet with Belichick and Brady in the Super Bowl, you have lost money because they've only covered 3 Super Bowls.
What do you think is the difference between them in the playoffs where they've
think
just
about
dominated?
This. Every Patriots Super Bowl is close. Now, the value of the number. The first Super Bowl they played, they were plus 14. They won the game outright. Okay. Next Super Bowl, they played Carolina minus 7. They won by 3. Next Super Bowl, they played the Eagles. They were minus 4. They were up 10. McNabb went on the drive and got the back door. Next Super Bowl was the Giants, minus 12.5. Lost the game outright. Next Super Bowl, they played the Giants again, minus 2.5. Didn't cover. But Brady, remember that game? Brady threw to Welker and twisted his body around. He catches that. They score, game over. That drop gave the Giants the ball back. He hits Manningham up the sideline. Giants beat him again. Next Super Bowl is they covered minus 1 against Seattle. Malcolm Butler, they're down 10 in the fourth quarter. Brady puts up 2 touchdowns. Malcolm Butler interception. They cover the 1. Next Super Bowl, minus 3 against the Falcons, down 28-3. Came back, covered that number. And then last year, minus 4 against Philadelphia. And in that game, if you remember it, they're up 1. As much as Philly dominated the game, they came back and took the lead. Doug Peterson, 4th and 3 on his own 42. Philly down by 1. If Peterson doesn't pick that up, you remember the play?
Yeah.
Foles went back, stepped to his left, and actually threw a dart that could have easily been dropped. They don't pick that up. Brady goes down and scores. You're down 8. Now you need another backdoor. Yep, and it was a pick play.
Yeah.
So you look at every one of their Super Bowls, everyone is close. So whether you bet the Patriots or whether you take the other side, you're sweating bullets either way. That's how tough it is picking with or against them, because every game is tight.
So when it comes to that cliche, is it don't bet against them until the Super Bowl?
I think you have to look at the value of the number. This is their 4th Super Bowl where they're laying 3 or less. They've covered 2 of the 3. the Giants minus 2.5. And think about that. It took a man. It took an absolute. I see the catch in my brain right now. Manning threw a dart up the left sideline over the corner in front of the safety to Manningham, who got both feet down on a 3rd and 7. That's what it took for the Giants to go on that drive and score and cover the game. So 3 times they laid 3 or less. Covered against Seattle, covered against Atlanta, didn't cover against the Giants. It's almost the value number. But this is where it starts. If you handicap the Super Bowl involving the Patriots, you ask yourself one question and one question only, and how you answer that question is who you bet. If you think the team that's playing Brady can get pressure on him without blitzing, you play that team. If you don't think they can, you play the Patriots, because it doesn't matter how good your defense is. If Tom Brady has time to throw, he's going to shred you.
Oh, sounds like we're betting on the Rams then.
It's as simple
sounds
as
like
that.
We're betting on Aaron Donald.
So if you think Aaron Donald can get there, if you think the Rams defense can do something that the Chargers couldn't do, and if you think the Rams defense can do something the Chiefs couldn't do, who led the NFL in sacks and had home field advantage with that crowd, and they didn't just not sack Brady, they didn't touch Brady. If you think the Rams can get to him, take the Rams plus the 2.5.
So I want to go to your movie that was years ago. Brandon Lang here with us. Did you, for part of your life to become a movie, did you present that to Hollywood, or did people from Hollywood come find you and want to make a movie about what had happened in your life?
People said this should have been the movie and not the movie, is how I got the movie made. See, once I left the business in 1995, I was just burned out. People bet hundreds of thousands of dollars on your pen every single day. I didn't like the Pacino character who I was working for. I just didn't like living in New York anymore, and I walked away. I went to Australia for 3 months just to decompress, skydive, scuba dive the Great Barrier Reef, found the happy-go-lucky kid from Michigan again, and I'm down there sleeping on a couch playing in an Australian pickup basketball league and scoring 35 a game and having the time of my life. And these are like, what are you doing down here? Tell us your story. And I told him my story, and one of the guys said, that'd make a great movie. I went back to L.A., and took a job at a golf course as a caddy where directors, writers, and producers played golf.
Oh, yeah.
Riviera Country Club, which is where they play the tournament here in 2 weeks.
Brilliant.
And sure enough, first loop out of the box on a Sunday afternoon was Robbie Krieger, guitarist of The Doors. Now, I'm not a big weed guy. I've never been a weed guy. Never going to be a weed guy.
You smoked
but walking down that first fairway with Robbie Krieger, and Robbie Krieger breaks out a doobie, you're going to get high with Robbie Krieger. Yeah. So now we're talking about Jim Morrison and whatever. And I remember calling my mom on the way home that day, and I said, I'm going to make this movie thing happen. She said, how could you be so sure? I said, listen, if Robbie Krieger is my first loop out of the box, I'm in the right place. 3 months later, caddied for Rene Russo's husband, Dan Gilroy, who's a screenwriter, pitched my idea. Dan's a bit of a gambler, loved it. I went and met him and Rene. They optioned my story. He wrote the script. 5 years later, 2 for the money.
Wow.
The execution of the goal was once I got into Riviera. And listen, we could do a whole nother segment sometime of the caddy stories and the celebrities I caddied for. I caddied for President Clinton when he was president. I tell this story that when I got down to read his putt on the first green, it was the first time I was right next to him. And now I got down under his shoulder to read that putt. I looked down, there was a sniper rifle on my heart.
Oh,
every time I got next to him, it was on me. Every time I backed up, it was gone. Wherever he was, anytime I got close, back up. Anytime I got close, back up. It was the Secret Service detail that was out there. Everybody was out there. Clinton was crazy. He's never going to be William Jefferson Clinton. He's 3-ball Billy, hits 3 balls every hole, and you got to go hunt down his balls and get him and meet him in the fairway because he'll play the one he hits in the fairway. Cheats his butt off, but he's a good dude. Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky, Jack Nicholson, Dennis Hopper, Tom Cruise, Sylvester Stallone, yada, yada. Just the real Johnny Drama from Entourage and Mark Wahlberg. The Jack Nicholson, Dennis Hopper story. Whenever I tell that story, I still get high because they had me smoking so much weed that day. I get high telling the story 10 years later.
Brandon, you're right. We could go on for segments, I feel. Like, listening to your stories is amazing content. We thank you so much for the segment. Wish you nothing but continued success.
Got it, guys.
And
that's awesome.
Hope to see you next year.
Well, let's hope we run that Super Bowl record 24-3 and BrandonLang.com. And by the way, if you go to BrandonLang.com, I got a 1-day free all access pass. So you don't have to pay for the Super Bowl pick. You can go there and get it today. It's absolutely free. I'm not one of these guys that charges.
I need this. I lost like $500 to these guys this year.
Yep. So just BrandonLang.com at the top of the page. It's a 1-day free all access pass. You can get the Super Bowl pick and the prop bets and everything free on me.
Mike had the same problem. Mike played big league baseball. Not a weed guy. Never a weed guy. Till Ricky Henderson broke out a blunt. He's like, well, what am I going to do?
It's Ricky. He's the greatest leadoff hitter of all time. I guess I'll try.
And talks in third person.
Yeah.
Which is the greatest thing ever.
Thanks, Brandon. Have a great week here.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Tracy Wolfson is the lead sideline reporter for all CBS football and basketball games. And if there's a big game, she is there, works with Tony. We'll talk to her about that, the game, and more next in the Nation.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by CDW. Make IT solutions work for you. It's IT orchestration by CDW. CDW, people who get it. The NFL still hasn't publicly admitted that the officials flat out blew it when they failed to call a penalty on the Saints' critical third down play in the NFC title game. But it has been forced to respond to a lawsuit filed against it demanding refunds for everyone in the stadium and that the game be replayed. There is, of course, no chance the game will be replayed, even though, remarkably, the NFL rulebook technically gives the commissioner the power to do that. One could see a judge who's a Saints fan or just finds the NFL's lack of transparency annoying, ordering some kind of refund. Of course, the NFL would appeal and probably win the appeal. There's nothing on a ticket that says the league is required to provide a competently officiated game, which is really too bad. I'm John Feinstein.
From a hot air balloon landing on a car to a load of concrete falling on one, we've covered it. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Now streaming exclusively on CBS All Access, Star Trek Discovery returns for a whole new mission with a whole new Spock. That's right, one of the most iconic Star Trek characters of all time is back. That's not all. Remember Captain Pike, captain of the Enterprise before Kirk? You'll learn his whole story for the very first time. It's the can't-miss return of the hit series critics say has a stellar cast, is fresh and fun, and boldly goes where no Star Trek series has gone before. Star Trek Discovery, Season 2, now streaming on CBS All Access.
From a car landing on a roof to a car landing in a pool, we've covered it. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Since we've had USAA, we've had two claims. We had an auto insurance claim and a homeowner's claim. The auto insurance claim, we were rear-ended, and my daughter was actually in the car when it happened. I called USAA. I downloaded the app, and from there on out, it was a very seamless process. They really understood, and they were actually concerned about my daughter's well-being and her safety.
From the moment he uploaded the photos to taking the damaged vehicle to the auto body and having a rental car there, USA understands the day-to-day life. This is our home. These are our cars. This is where we pick up our kids from school. This is how we get to work.
I feel USAA is very committed to getting you back on your feet. We're the Bakers, and we're USAA members for life.
See how much you could save with USAA by bundling your auto and home insurance. Get a quote today.
Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Product membership eligibility and bundling savings restrictions apply and are subject to change. Members paid for their participation. United Services Automobile Association and its affiliate, San Antonio, Texas.
Get ready for the water. The Dallas Boat Expo is your chance to get all new 2019 watercraft models on display. Come get exclusive deals on all boat accessories, marinas, and lake properties. Compare vendors and receive on-the-spot financing all in one place. You can't get a better deal anywhere else. February 1st through the 3rd, and then February 7th through the 10th. That's 2 weekends to get you into the watercraft of your dreams while saving big. Admission is free Thursday and Friday. For more information, go to DallasBoatExpo.com.
Can I talk to you about Mark Rubin and 1-800-Lawyers? Because this guy is great. He is a miracle worker. It is why he is amongst the official lawyers of the Tolo. Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. And what it comes down to is getting you to enjoy life again. Financial stress, it may have become overwhelming in 2018. Go pick up a phone and call Mark Rubin right here. 1-800-Lawyers. Mark's a Tolo. He's been with us since the very beginning of the Fan. 10 years running. Maybe you overspend over the holidays. Maybe 2019 is the year you want to get your credit back in order. Call Mark Rubin. Yeah, if you left 2018, you feel that weight of crushing debt.
Make sure you don't carry that with you into 2019. It's bad for your health. So life is already too short to be stressed out about money. You call Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. He's going to allow you to relax and focus on the good things. And 2019 is going to be a life-changing year for you. 1-800-Lawyers, the official lawyers of the Tolo. Mark's helped thousands of us over the years get on their feet financially. He can help you too at 1-800-Lawyers, DallasTexasLegal.com.
Sean Treef here. I'm sure you set some New Year's resolutions. I want to lose weight. I want to feel better. Well, Men's T Clinic can help. With 3 locations conveniently located across the Metroplex, there's no excuse not to make an appointment at Men's T Clinic. If you want to hit your goals for 2019, give them a call today. You'll sit with a medical professional who will help come up with a custom plan for you. So call 1-800-246-LOW-T.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-LOW-T.
mensteclinic.com. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It's hour number 2 right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And our next guest is the lead sideline reporter for all CBS sports football and basketball games. She works the SEC. She works the big games here and the big games there. If there is a big game happening with the A-team, she's on it. Tracy Wolfson joining us now on 105.3 The Fan. And good morning to you, Tracy. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So we're obviously very interested in getting your thoughts of the game and your career and all that, learning more about you. But we recently found out about Tony Romo and a possible nervous or like routine of doing singing before the game.
Yeah.
Like, so he's up there in the booth.
Just found this out?
Belting out tunes. I did. Maybe this is old news, but for me, it's new. So tell us about it. What's going on with Tony singing in the pregame?
It's not new for him. The first time we worked together, first game of the season last year, he was belting it out. And he thinks that that's going to help his voice. It just loosens him up. And it works his voice, which we all know that's not going to help his voice. But
I was wondering.
He loves it. And he has a great playlist. And, you know, I guess we've gone to, Nick and Sam's?
Yeah.
Right? And he controls all the music there. Well, it's basically the same type of music. You never know what he's going to play. And he's up there belting as loud as you can. And apparently, I think Jim joined in.
Really?
Last week. So that's new. Maybe
so
we have a duet going.
Is it with headphones or does he actually put it on in a speaker?
Oh, no, it's
there
as
in the press
loud
box?
as it's in the press box. I hear it through my earpiece down on the field, and he is screaming at the top of his lungs, belting out whatever song he chooses.
He got some bad advice that helps his pipes, huh?
Yeah,
Like a little Ron
I
Burgundy?
think that loosens him up,
okay.
and I'm sure he did that before games. I don't know where.
Oh, to
probably
loosen
not.
up his audible voice.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
get snapped.
Who have you worked with that has more energy than Tony Romo during a game? Because he definitely is very passionate during the game.
No one. But that's what makes him so great, right? It's like you're watching a game. It's the same exact way you're feeling as a fan while you're watching the game. That's how he's watching it. The best, we were talking about it last night, is when he goes, "Here we go," and he just gets so into it and so excited. Well, aren't we all feeling that when we're watching our team out there? Like, yes, let's do this, and that just translates so well onto TV.
You know, the other things he's doing, it really feels like he's updating the job description on analysts. How do you guys feel inside the business of what he's bringing to the table, doing things differently?
I think you're right. I think he's changed the position a little bit in terms of, first of all, he's educating the viewer out there. And I love when he talks about a rat player and then he explains what it is, because the average fan doesn't know what that is. And so I have to be honest, this year, more than any other year, I've learned so much more about football. And I know a lot about football, but I'm learning the ins and outs from watching him. Watch the safety, watch this. And he's teaching the viewers out there. And I think that's kind of the next wave of what these analysts will start to do. Not the predicting of plays, because that's kind of unique to him. Not everyone can do that. But, you know, teaching the viewers and bringing that energy and just acting like a fan as much as you can, with also, you know, being serious at times. He's really hit the nail on the head.
How impossible would it be for almost any other human? Because I'm thinking, your career, when did you start being on camera? 2002, something like that?
I've been at CBS for 15 years.
Okay. and you work, you did
Yeah.
arena football. And
I
you
did
kinda-
do arena
Yeah,
football.
so
You're
you
right.
kinda-
That was my first live event.
And so you kind of climb the ladder and you
Yeah.
earn, and then Tony
Done
Romo.
rodeos.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Tony Romo stops playing football, and they're like, "Hey, how about you be number one?"
It's pretty amazing,
and he steps
right?
in and does it. And I think there could be resentment, except he's incredible.
There is resentment. We've all seen it, but he's a unique talent in that way. And first of all, what he did on the football field and the way he saw the field as a player is how he's seeing the game in the booth. And when you just step out like that, everything's so fresh in your mind too, because you've seen it all and you're able to translate it. But I can tell you that he was at a Final Four with us, and I think it was in Houston, and he stood up and broke down the Final Four. This is basketball. And we all were like, he's got a future in this, and not just football. You have him talk about basketball or golf, and he could do that too. And that's just a unique talent. Not everyone can step in and do that.
So, Tracy, when I'm watching an NFL football game, if I go to one live or a college football game, I'll notice somebody like you near where the offense is meeting as they're coming off the field or defense. I want to know, how tough is it for you to hear something and feel like, okay, I can say something on the air, or I probably shouldn't report what is being said here because the team might get upset that I've given something away. So how tough is it for you to take what you're hearing from players or coaches on the sideline and say, I can give this to the audience, but I probably need to not say that?
It's a good question. It's a little different in the SEC. You feel like you could say more. They're okay with it. They understand it. And that was great in the SEC, the access that you had. And in the NFL, you really have to pick and choose your spots, because you're right. Certain things you can't report, and certain things that are strategy related, I will actually maybe tell my producer or tell Tony in the booth so that they know what they're talking about down there, but I won't bring it to the viewer.
So you're calling the plays.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all me. I should be taking credit for that. And then, then there are some teams that you should not report what you hear. And then there's others that you can form it into kind of not a rah-rah situation, but we had last week with the offensive line of the Chiefs, and, they struggled that first half and they were getting exposed, and their offensive line coach was on them. And I used it as my halftime report because we didn't get a chance to talk to Andy Reid. And so if you can formulate it where it doesn't look like you're giving anything away, that's the best way to do it.
It's Tracy Wolfson here with us from CBS. How many Super Bowls have you done?
So I've done 3, but I've been on the field for the game. This will be my second one. I did do New Orleans, and I was doing pregame and postgame. And I went to go get hooked up. And I remember them saying to me, you don't need to be hooked up. You're only on the air if the lights go out.
Wow.
Well, the lights
Wow.
Oh, wow. And so we're in the green room and watching, and I'm like, did the lights just go out? We weren't even allowed on the field. And I turned to my producer. I'm like, let's go. And I got on the air. I wasn't supposed to be on the air, but I got the information. And actually was an SEC guy, because it was an LSU guy in New Orleans, who kind of said, well, this is why, they're holding off a little bit. The lights on half the field is up. Whatever it was, I reported it. I showed up, and then I disappeared. I did one report on that Super Bowl, even though I wasn't supposed to.
So do you love that? Like the stage, is there a stage that is big enough to make you nervous anymore? Or is it just like, whatever, bring it on?
You get nervous. I get nervous before every game, because you always have kind of that pregame report right before kick that, you know what you're going to say. That's really the only thing you're scripting. I might have some story ideas going into the game, but other than that, it's just read and react. So I always say, especially in a big game like this, I kind of treat it the same way, just like another game. Of course, you're going to sit there in the, right before the game, look around and be like, okay, this is the biggest stage I'll ever be on. But once they kick off, it's just another game until whatever post-game interview you're doing.
What's Tony really think about the Cowboys?
I'm going to pass on that one.
Okay. What other Tony stuff do we have here for? How many other analysts could do what he does that you've worked with, that you feel like maybe they could have predicted some plays, not like Tony necessarily, but could do that, but they just never thought to, or they were told not to? What do you think about that topic? Because that's one we kick around a lot.
I would say, I don't think they were told not to. I don't think they thought about it, about saying it in advance. Maybe they were just reading and reacting more so than anticipating. And that's what Tony does so well, is he anticipates what's going to happen, and he's usually right.
Mm-hmm. It's incredible. The numbers of correct, the percentages are off the charts.
Yeah.
Of course, sports fans are insane. So if he can call plays correctly, everybody in Dallas is like, why didn't he win 5 Super Bowls?
Is he too big of a star to come down to Radio Row, though? Do you think that?
I think he's probably doing Radio Row.
Could he meander around?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. You want me to put in a good word for you guys?
Or just local? Yeah,
Yes,
could you?
yes, please.
That would be terrific. Okay, how do you feel about the current state of sideline reporters? This is something that was a huge topic. Probably when you first broke in, they talked about y'all like you were just bimbos and you're just there to be pretty. And y'all are and all that. I don't want to, get too far down that road, but it seems like that's evolved now, and you guys are getting more credit as journalists, and you're being more respected as somebody bringing something to the broadcast.
Well, I think there's a very big respected group out there. I think the group of sideline reporters that are out there now, male and female, are tremendous at what they do. They know the game, because if you don't, you're going to get exposed. So they've kind of weeded those out. And I think those hiring understand that now too, because you make a mistake and you put someone out there that just because they're pretty or they look the part, it's going to ruin the broadcast also.
Shows up pretty quick.
Yeah. And it makes the company look bad. Why are you putting her out there? So there's so many more qualified, men and women out there that want to do this job, that do a tremendous job doing it. I was very lucky. I kind of got in right at the beginning where everyone kind of wanted a woman. It was right at that point. Leslie Visser was someone I always looked up to. Bonnie Bernstein was right before me. And then I felt like that was kind of the beginning of the female sideline reporter boom that actually happened.
Great role models. Man, those are two legends.
I had tremendous role models, and I was very lucky. And still to this day, someone like Andrea Kramer and I talk all the time, and I get advice from her. So you're always learning.
Uh-huh.
Now, Jane Slater used to work for our station. She used to do a show on here. Now, do you get to take her under your wing and say?
I talk to her all the time. She did a game for us, maybe even more than one. But I remember before the season, she tweeted out that she was doing a game for CBS on one of our crews. And immediately I reached out to her via Twitter, wishing her luck and saying anything you need, let me know. And sure enough, we did. We had phone calls before it, and I gave her some little tips and advice, because it's different from what she does to the sideline. And if you ask her about that, she jokes. She goes, "Oh my, I have such an appreciation for what you do." She's like, I just get up, I do a few reports, I'm good until post game. She's like, but you guys. And so, you know what? I always feel like pay it forward, do whatever you can. I want the best male and female reporters out there to be working for our company. So I'm always trying to help, do whatever I can to help them get to that level.
Do you have to have a get back coach like Sean McVay does to try to keep you from getting into trouble
I have
when you're
so many
around?
get back. I do. I've got security with me. I've got, 3 runners with me. Not that I need, 3 runners. I have an entourage. Basically, you've seen, if you watch, any of those reporters down there, right? I have like an entourage that runs back and forth on the sidelines with me.
Now, do you have any tough barriers? Like you're trying to get to the medical tent and figure out what's going on. Will they be like, "Hey, Tracy"?
Oh yeah. No medical tent. But I can find like that little hole inside and peek in. I'm pretty good. I'm small. Yeah. I find my way.
I wonder if anybody does, just because I'm in the media, sometimes I'll then find who's the sideline and I'm like, what are they doing right now? I'll concentrate on the game but when there's like these 15 seconds, I'm looking like, what are you doing to try to get the information up to
first of all, except for Super Bowl and championship weekend, it's just one of us. It's not 2 of us. This week, it'll be Evan Washburn and myself. But, first of all, you're covering 2 teams, 2 sidelines, and you want to be in the right place at the right time. You don't want to miss out on, obviously, something. Now, your connections with the other sideline, maybe I throw a runner over there just to kind of have another set of eyes and ears, or I know the PR guy and he'll, text me if there's anything I need to know. But I go by according to the game. And so if the defense just gives up a long pass play and, a 90-yard drive, whatever it might be, I immediately go and I listen to the defensive side of the ball, because, the team that's up, usually there's not as many good stories going on. So that's how I kind of go with the ebb and flow. If there's an injury I have to follow throughout a game, someone's coming in, Gurley's going to be one of those. I have the Rams sideline this week. I'm going to be watching Gurley that whole entire time, right? You want to see, is it an injury? Is it just, usage and how much, McVay decided to use him? So you're watching the sideline, you're watching the ebb and flow of the game and what the storylines are at that time.
Well, thanks for all the information and, chatting with us. That was great. Best of luck to you. Congrats on your success. Just killing it. Lead sideline reporter there, CBS. You're like the big sister of all the sideline reporters.
Very lucky.
You should tweet out what Tony's song is before each game.
I really should. It's not one, though. It's a whole list of them. I mean,
like show tunes or Sinatra.
There have been, you know what he likes to listen to or play sometimes? Like old school TV shows, like the Facts of Life theme song.
You take the good, you take the bad.
You take the
good.
Both,
and there you have
the facts of life.
Okay, so you guys are all in the same generation there, because I don't know what any of that is. I'll be singing Saved by the Bell.
Is he doing coffee and Red Bull up there? He just like...
No,
that's natural energy.
He definitely does not do a Red Bull.
All right.
I think a Gatorade or something.
Wow. Thanks, Tracy.
You got it.
Have a great week.
Thank
Enjoy
you guys
the
for
game.
having me.
There she is, Tracy Wolfson, CBS Sports, with us right here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Mike Fisher. He's at Fish Sports, Cowboys insider, and he'll break everything down that's happening. But before we get there, Mike, we wanted to tell the folks about the Khan Academies of DFW.
Yes, let's talk about carsforkids.org. Let's donate that old car, boat, or motorcycle, running or not, to carsforkids.org. Help change the lives of thousands of local kids with your donation. You're going to give these kids a second chance to earn their high school diploma. The number is 972-274-5437. The donation process is going to be fast and easy. You're also going to receive a $50 Visa gift card with each donation you give. Gavin, the number again, 972-274-5437.
These guys are the absolute best. If you have an old set of wheels and you're trying to figure out what to do, consider the Khan Academies, because you get a heck of a tax write-off. They are a tax-exempt, IRS-approved 501c3 nonprofit charity. It's all about second chances for the kids. Get them high school diplomas, get them learned up and everything, productive members of society. It all starts with you, though, and the Khan Academies. They need your old vehicles, running or not. It's 972-274-KIDS, carsforkids.org, supporting Texans Khan Academies in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Garland. Remember to write off the car, not the kid.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Try Taco Bueno's new Bueno Under a Buck menu. 10 Tex-Mex favorites for just $79, $89, and 99 cents, including the Party Burrito and the new extra cheesy Party Taco. The real Tex-Mex deal. Only Bueno is Bueno.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Save every day on lower prices at your local Walmart. Check out our green bell peppers, which are 48 cents each, and our limes, which are only 10 cents each. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
I can play basketball. I mean, not particularly well, so it might seem like a ridiculous thing to bring up. But when I started with SOTA weight loss, that's SOTA stands for state of the art. I told the nutritional counselors one of my goals was just to be able to stay alive. Yeah, really. And watch my son play basketball. But now, after dropping 176 pounds and keeping it off in maintenance, I can not only watch my son play basketball, I can play alongside him and not have to worry about leaving the court because I'm hurt or I can barely breathe. I really doubted that my goal weight was possible, but the people at SOTA continually gave me the plan and motivation to make it a reality, and now it is. So when you want to make your change a reality, make your way to one of the SOTA locations in Firewheel, Plano, Fort Worth, Southlake, Arlington, Dallas, or Frisco. You can also give them a call at 1-800-555-6521 or go to SOTAweightloss.com, where you can see the more than 1,300 reviews with an average score of 4.9 stars out of 5. That's SOTA. Wait for it. State of the art.
Some of you have PMI. Some of you have a high interest rate. Some of you want to save money, but you think, mortgage rates have risen. What you don't know is they've actually fallen. At TexasLending.com, we've seen rates drop up to 0.75% in the last 2 months. Call TexasLending.com. Get your rate refinanced now. Save hundreds or thousands of dollars each month with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600. Go online and apply with TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Listen to the Ben and Skin Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carlos Santana and celebrate his landmark Supernatural album and his historic 1969 Woodstock performance on the Supernatural Now Tour. It's going down Saturday, July 6th at Dos Equis Pavilion. For more ticket information, go to livenation.com.
If you're struggling financially,
pick up the phone and call Mark Rubin. He can help you. Compounding credit card debt can eat you alive. Don't go through that by yourself, especially when there's help out there. Help that's easy to talk to, like our guy, Mark Rubin. Yeah, Mark Rubin is the dude. He's helped so many people. We always talk about thousands of folks have turned to him. Well, a ton of those people are our Tolo listeners. That's because Mark has been riding with 105.3 for over a decade. He's been with us in different incarnations. He's always been partners with the Ben and Skin Show, and we appreciate that. So we know a lot about Mark besides just, what he does with his profession there. And we know that he's a good dude. You'll like him. And why does that matter? Because when you're handing over, your personal financial situation, you want to feel confident in the person you're handing it over to. Mark will instill confidence in you immediately. You're going to like working with him, whether it's foreclosure or repossession or IRS problems or medical bills or whatever has put you in this bad spot. Let Mark Rubin get you out of it. It's Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or check him out online at DallasTexasLegal.com.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We are live in Atlanta on Radio Row. It's brought to you by our friends at Twin Peaks and by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. Fish is set to join us. Fish is here. He made it to Atlanta last night. It was great. So he is in Atlanta for this report, and it's winning time. You're going to want to text the word VIVID to 72881. That's VIVID, VIVID, to 72881. Every hour, 16 past the hour, chance to win $1,000 right here. It's a national contest on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. So, yeah, have fun with that, and we'll have another chance for you to win coming up at 12:16 during your lunch hour. Here's Fish, though. He's at Fish Sports on Twitter. How you doing, Fish?
General, you sound like you have a lot of pep in your step today.
Oh, I got lots, man. I'm feeling great. Energized, just being on this Radio Row, talking with celebrities, rolling with you guys, and the anticipation of the Super Bowl. It's amazing.
I had fun last night, and I feel terrible today.
Yeah, well, yeah, you had a different kind of fun than I did.
Yeah, you probably had a little more fun. Probably a little too much.
How late did karaoke go?
I have no idea. I don't know.
No idea.
I don't know either. Yeah, not sure. But I don't think Fish's night ended at karaoke.
Ooh.
I think that's what happened.
Impressive. Nice run, Fish.
Yeah, we made quite a go of it. Quite a go. And of course, I'm ruined today, except for we did come up with our big exclusive. Kyler Murray, the Oklahoma quarterback, and maybe baseball player, maybe football player, has himself his first endorsement deal.
Ooh,
New Balance.
Yeah.
What did he get?
It's a Dallas-based clothing company, kind of sports clothing. You guys probably know all about this. Mizzen and Main. You probably know them, right? I think they're based in Allen, as a matter of fact. So they've got brand ambassadors that include J.J. Watt and Phil Mickelson and now Kyler Murray. So I don't know what sport he's going to play, but he's going to look good doing it. Exclusive.
Are these like nice collared shirts?
Yeah, I think they're like non-iron casual dress clothes. Yeah, okay. Nice stuff.
Yeah. They've done great work recently, haven't they? 70 years ago, you'd be out in a wool suit in the middle of summer. Like, well, this is what it takes.
You'd
fit
go
in
to
with the fashions of the day.
In a wool suit and watch it.
Yeah,
morons. Speaking of 1945, I have to back up my man Sean Sharif on this. He's having his little argument about, some other radio station thought of this idea of being funny with two guys on the radio before you did. You familiar with that bit?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
Okay. General, you probably know, I know you know Chris Elliott, right? The comic actor?
Yeah, Chris Elliott's pretty funny, kind of quirky.
Letterman guy, yeah. Okay. The inventor of two funny guys being sporty on the radio and doing bits was invented by his dad.
Yeah.
In Boston in 1945. It was Bob and Ray.
Rough year, 45 was.
It was I know, and I'm not saying I was there.
Didn't we win World War II in that year?
Well, yeah. Still, there was a lot.
We were just getting back.
Okay.
But
it turns out that we don't have a monopoly on sophistication and talent in this generation. Like, humans have actually been creative and entertaining for even before we were here.
These guys did. These guys were like, one was a anchorman and one was a weatherman or something at the radio station in Boston. And then during Red Sox rain delays, they'd grab a microphone and do bits. And here we are now, all these years later, and people think somehow that some radio station invented it in 2000 or 1995 or 2005. Two guys being funny on the radio has been around for 80 years. Nobody here invented it. If you like the way the fan does it, then like the fan. And if somebody else is doing it in Atlanta or Boston or Seattle, good for them. That doesn't really have anything to do with me. So, like Sean said, if you think somebody is having more fun than we're having, then go find them because good luck. You're going to have a long search.
It is a great crew to roll with, and every night at dinner when you look down the table and there's 13, 14 guys and we're all getting along, having a good time. There's never an argument. It never gets awkward. There's never a dull moment.
We get out of there.
I mean, it's a great team.
Why never a fight?
I was thinking about having a fight tonight, actually, because I saw one guy that listens. He said that it wasn't cool enough because Ben and I brought our PlayStation, so we're not cool. Gavin didn't go out the first night, so he's not cool. The guys who did go out did karaoke, which is not cool. And then people who drank, that's also not cool. But Gavin's not cool because he didn't drink. And so I was thinking tonight, acid and a fist fight.
Whoa, that could be fun.
Yeah.
Am I doing the acid and watching you fist fight?
Well, you're the acid, and then I'm going to fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got mad at a Cowboys game earlier this year when I said, hey, here's the great news if you don't like us. We have a really nice boss in Gavin Spittle. You can give him your resume. All you have to do is need to make words. And then you can have this job and get paid a decent salary to talk about sports. It's great.
I'm sorry, Mike's so cocky. I love every listener, every one of you.
Okay, what else do we got going on, Fish? Aikman's in the news?
We've got I've got my big fancy list. Did I send it to you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Pro Bowl truth on Aikman.
Okay, Pro Bowl truth. And we touched on this a little bit yesterday about fixing the Pro Bowl. And I just want to remind people that are disturbed because either the Cowboys people in this Pro Bowl didn't take it seriously enough, or they're just not good enough. The 92 Super Bowl, I don't think anybody even knows this unless you read the Star Telegram. Troy Aikman played in the first half of the 92 Super Bowl in Hawaii and left at halftime and got on a plane and came home.
Of the Pro Bowl.
Of the Pro Bowl. True story. Played in the first half, threw a touchdown pass, went to the locker room, took a shower at halftime, and went home. In the 95 game, where Barry Switzer famously ate 3 hot dogs, that was a 3 hot dog game, he'd say.
Mm-hmm.
The NFC lost 41-13, and the NFC's roster was loaded with Cowboys. That was Aikman, Irvin, Emmett, on and on and on and on. And they couldn't score, and they didn't stop anybody. And what the hell difference did it make?
That was probably more entertaining.
Well, that's the collapse of the Cowboys.
Yeah, that
was the beginning of the end. We should have seen it. Is that what you're saying?
Stop taking it serious.
In fact, Aikman.
No, like the Cowboys' run was over. We should have seen that they were bad in the Pro Bowl. So this could be the end of the Cowboys made the playoffs this year, but it's probably not going to happen this upcoming year.
Garrett is a terrible Pro Bowl coach in his 2 attempts. His teams haven't done well.
So again, the idea of guys not taking it completely seriously is not really anything new. Hasn't been around since 1946, like Bob and Ray, but it's been around.
I really thought Mike Evans was out there to shut people down playing corner. And I thought Kamara was a great edge rusher. I thought that they were all giving it their all.
Okay, so with Anthony Davis, Blake Griffin, Lonzo Ball, there's so much interesting Mavs angles to talk about right now. Fish, what do you think about these?
All right, so I talked to people last night. The Blake Griffin idea the Mavericks and the Pistons have not talked. So that's an internet idea. That's somebody's idea on Twitter. That's just not real. I wouldn't mind it if you can come up with a way. Although, as Bassett I think can point out, he's got the injury issues. There's things he doesn't do, but if you can bring me some Blake Griffins, I'm interested. But that conversation hasn't happened. The Anthony Davis thing, again, that's not a Maverick thing as it relates to Anthony Davis. I just don't see any real way. But if he wants to go to Boston, Boston can't own him and own Kyrie Irving because of the designated player rookie extensions. You can't have 2 of those guys acquired at the same time. So if Boston wants to get Anthony Davis, they have to trade Kyrie Irving. Now, I'm in on that. You in on that, General?
Absolutely. Yeah, make that happen.
So I want to stick my nose into a 3-way there. And then the other thing, if New Orleans is going to start stripping everything down, Drew Holiday the other day said that the reason I signed here, reason I re-upped here, is because of the brow. And then obviously the next sentence would be supposed. And so if he's leaving, I'm not real happy here either. I'll go take him. He's got 3 years left on his deal, and not a lot of people know about him because he's in New Orleans, but he's a star backcourt player. So I'm interested in how the Pelicans are going to break it down and how I can take advantage of it, not because Anthony Davis is coming to the Mavericks, but because they might be able to stick their nose into other related deals.
Well, I'll tell you what, Fish, the guy that I loved in the offseason, and everybody who was with the Mavericks told me, nope, that I would love to try to get, and I know his contract doesn't look like they would care to move it, is Julius Randle. I mean, the dude's 20 and 10 every night in 29 minutes. You could see the huge progress he made last year with LA from where he was his first 2 to 3 years in the league. So, I mean, that's a guy who I wish the Mavericks would have had. But if New Orleans is breaking it down, or I got to look at his contract and see if he's a free agent again. But that dude is 24 years old. And if we're looking for guys under 25 years old to team up with Luka and grow this thing for the next 6 to 10 years, that's a guy I really want off New Orleans.
And, Mike, I'm going to throw this at you in regard to Julius Randle, too. And we can all have our opinions on him as a player. To me, if you're trying to sign guys, and again, you're not the Lakers, where you're an entertainment destination for these players, maybe getting guys who are from Dallas and like Dallas and think of Dallas as home, maybe that needs to be a factor in who you recruit, who you draft, who you trade for. So in that regard, at least, I examine a name like Julius Randle, again, if New Orleans wants to strip everything down.
Thanks, Fish. We'll catch up with you later on.
Hopefully we'll find you tonight after I rest up.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll see you at the aquarium.
He is at Fish Sports on Twitter. And yes, the media party tonight's at the Atlanta Aquarium, one of the biggest aquariums in the world.
Ben has been there, and he's really talking it up. He's super excited to go there and saying it's one of the best aquariums, if not the best aquarium he's ever gone to in his life.
I guess they got a whale shark in there.
Oh, no.
That's massive.
That you can swim with.
It's like the size of a school bus.
What's the upkeep on taking care of a whale shark?
You got to imagine close to $50,000 a month.
Yeah.
Because you need a massive environment for him to swim around in. Now, he's not going to go attack other animals. So as long as you have enough water for him, he can
the water
cruise
goes
around
through his mouth, and he takes like all the plankton and little things.
The krill.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're murdering plankton at the aquarium.
Well, yeah, he's like a plankton vacuum pretty much.
Yeah.
He's just
like a
swimming
vacuum
around
cleaner.
Wherever he goes, he got a big old mouthful. What's it, catching his gills or something like that? Or there's some sort of device where he just filters the water for food.
So that's like me last night at the pizza place where I looked around at everybody's plate and it was like, Sean, are you not going to handle that little half slice there?
Yeah.
Ben, I noticed that crust.
Did you eat all yours and were still hungry, or?
Well, I made the wrong order. I thought because mine had 4 different cheeses that would be a good idea, but I didn't realize that I wouldn't have the red sauce. So I was looking around at everybody's red sauce, and I was like, man, I really like the red one. And so I started trading pieces and grabbing, and yeah, it was great.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're up to, having a great time here in Atlanta. Sean McVay's back in the news. Here's my question on Sean McVay. As he's talking last night about Wade Phillips getting props for helping him be an inexperienced coach that's not going to be overmatched in the Super Bowl. Do you think Sean McVay would work in DFW or anywhere in Texas? His quote, he's a lot more laid back than I am, so it's good to be around someone like that. Obviously, you come in and you win a lot, and people are going to love you. But just his personality, watching him interact on TV last night, I think the world's starting to get a big old dose of Sean McVay, and we're like, whoa, D-bag energy overload with this dude. Like the gel in the hair, the energy, the way he kind of doesn't look at you in the eyes. He looks down when you're talking, like, hurry up and stop talking so I can get in here with my energy. We're getting to know Sean McVay. My initial impression, I'm not the biggest fan.
I hear you. I guess if you're going to go to would he work in DFW, Rick Carlisle works in DFW, and he talks down to almost every human being that he does an interview with. And we're great with him because he won a championship here, and we feel like at times he wins with lack of talent, not winning big time, but just winning some games are like,
he's had a good run.
So I think that we would be great with Sean McVay if he came here to Dallas and put us in a Super Bowl. We would have him as the 3rd greatest coach in Dallas Cowboys history.
Yeah, and hey, Jason Garrett's a Jersey guy, Ivy League, and obviously he is ingratiated himself somewhat well, but I don't know if that's a good example.
90% of the people don't want him to be the coach that are a Cowboy fan. So,
but JD's a dang New York Giants fan from up there as well, and maybe
he's got some haters too. I don't know.
Maybe that's a little bit overrated. Oh, is that right?
Yeah, some people aren't the biggest fans.
Okay, it is the GBAG Nation. We got We got baseball nuggets next, right?
Yeah, a historic show is leaving, and the Rangers add to their bullpen. Now, before we talk about that, I want to talk about security cameras. You know, they're not all equal. DFW Security Video Analytics Service, powered by Alarm.com, uses artificial intelligence to make sense of what your cameras see in real time. It can tell whether an object is in your driveway. It can tell whether an object in your driveway is a person, an animal, or a vehicle. Some of the examples are, you're going to get alerted when a vehicle stops outside of your home, but not every time a vehicle drives past. You're going to get notified when someone lingers on your front door, but not when the mail is being delivered. Here's what you're going to get. It's this simple with DFW Security's Smart Security Camera Package powered by Alarm.com. You're going to get a DFW Security Smart Home Hub. You're going to get a doorbell camera with two-way audio. I love mine. Use that quite a bit. And then you're going to also get 2 HD outdoor cameras with video analytics. So you're going to see everything that happens. So if your house were to get broken into, bam, alarm's going to go off, but you're also going to catch the people on video, which means they will probably get caught. First 10 callers to call right now and mention my name, Mike. You're going to get free professional installation and free equipment. Both those things free at 888-507-2344, less than $2 a day. All you pay is the first month of service to get started. 888-507-2344 or go to dfwsecurity.com.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we're live from Super Bowl 53 on Radio Row, and I couldn't be more excited that legendary musician James Brown is going to join us.
I feel good. Oh, not that one, Ben. He's dead.
A different James Brown will join us. The NFL James Brown. That's on the Ben and Skin Show. Right home with us, live from Atlanta on Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Brown Foundation Repair.
Your home is your most valuable asset, and Brown Foundation Repair knows that. Brown will fix your foundation right the first time and warranty the work. Call Brown Foundation Repair now to schedule your free estimate, 972-271-2621 or brownfoundationrepair.com.
Happy 2019. Christy Cannon here with Keller Williams, reminding you to tune in each weekday morning to hear the Cannon Report with Mike Fisher, your real estate update. And as always, for more information, visit us at cannonteamhomes.com.
Now is the perfect time to treat yourself at GT Distributors. All month long, buy any 590M shotgun and get an extra 10-round magazine for free. It's an $84 value. If you're looking for a used firearm, GT Distributors has you covered there as well. An amazing customer service at GT. The guys behind the counter are amazing for helping you find what you need and telling you how to get the most of it once you leave. How about you show your pride with a special edition Thin Blue Line 6-hour P320. It's a 9mm carry size pistol, including a serialized trigger group. The slide's adorned with the imagery of a thin blue line flag, representing the officer and the courage they find in the face of adversity. Its black background also serves as a constant reminder of their fallen officers. Take home your special edition Thin Blue Line 6-hour P320 for just $619 at GT Distributors. GT Distributors is located at 12610 Perimeter Drive in Dallas. It's your one-stop shop for all your sporting, shooting, and public safety needs. America's public safety specialist, GT Distributors, online anytime at gtdist.com.
Hey, you with the rhinestone dog collar. Between us dogs, I just convinced my human to upgrade to a new home with a 1,200 square foot bathroom. I think she called it a yard. With Wells Fargo's 3% down payment on a fixed rate loan, my human realized a new home was within reach. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/woof.
Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. Down payments as low as 3% on a fixed-rate loan require mortgage insurance. Ask a home mortgage consultant about loan requirements. Wells Fargo Home Mortgage is a division of Wells Fargo Bank N.A., Equal Housing Lender, NMLSR ID 399801.
Upgrading your bathroom? The Home Depot can help you upgrade that upgrade at the Winter Kitchen and Bath event. Right now, add the finishing touch with an exclusive Kohler Katoon faucet for just $89. It's available in a stylish brushed nickel finish, and you'll only find it at the Home Depot, Kohler's #1 retailer. So upgrade your bathroom and let the savings flow. The Winter Kitchen and Bath event at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. Valid through March 24th while supplies last.
Indeed knows it's hard to find qualified candidates when you're hiring.
It's like finding a unicorn.
But when you post your job on Indeed, it's easy to find people with the skills you need.
Nurse practitioner, 4+ years experience, acute care certification.
Indeed has a huge pool of amazing candidates and screener tools that help you find your most qualified applicants.
Whoa, an entire short list of unicorns.
Now, get a $50 credit to give your first job posting premium placement at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, quality standards, and usage limits apply. Additional terms online.
Hey DFW, Fitness Connection is having their grand opening celebration at the new Watauga location at 8428 Denton Highway. Join us this Thursday, from 5 to 7 p.m. for free class demos, food, and a chance to win free TVs, gym memberships, and more. Visit fitnessconnection.com for details.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us in our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
When you want to lease your next car, there's really only one simple question. Will the company you choose make that experience easier or harder? Will you be able to get the car you want, any make or model, and go back to them the next time and deal with the same person? When you discuss mileage and terms, will they give you choices or just offer you one program? Finally, when you sit down to sign the paperwork, will it be exactly what you were told? Or if things changed, like the term or the payments? Over the last 30 years, Autoflex Leasing has been the answer to that one simple question for thousands of people just like you. They found that Autoflex has the best leasing programs and, more importantly, the best people to work with. Call Autoflex Leasing right now at 817 or 972-234-1234 or reach them at autoflex.com. Remember that one simple question? The answer is simple too.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
Congrats to the fans, Chris Arnold, a 2019 inductee into the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame. Got you down, Chris.
Dallas Truck Run has over 1,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're all priced below market value. Check out DallasTruckRun.com.
Okay, welcome back, GBAG Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It is Radio Row here live in Atlanta, brought to you by our friends at Twin Peaks. Check us out on the Fan Cam. It's brought to you by the Low T Center at 105throughthefan.com. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Here's Mike.
All right, so big news in the world of television with baseball. Baseball Tonight on ESPN, which has been going on since, I would say, at least the late 80s. When ESPN became a
I
major
grew up with
thing.
it for sure, so at least 89 or 90 when I was watching.
It was a show that you knew that was coming on almost on a nightly basis between April and September. It's gone. And now they will have kind of Baseball Tonight. They have the Sunday night game of the week on ESPN still, so they'll have a big pregame, kind of an hour pregame leading up to that game, showing highlights of all the day games that happened on Sunday, and then leading you into Sunday night baseball and have, maybe something after the game for a minute or two, but they're probably just going to roll into Sports Center. But it was a long run, but it's over.
I think it hits at something, though, that we think about or try to maneuver around on a regular basis, and that is that the real sports breakdowns are fascinating to real sports fans. But if you really want to take your business to the next level, you have to find ways to cast a bigger and wider net.
Yeah.
And now it's gotten to a point where at Sports Center, one of their main foundational pieces as a show for 2.5 decades is going away because they obviously have numbers that we don't have enough people interested in this.
Yeah.
We have all the people interested in listening to two guys and a gal argue with each other. So, I think in Dallas-Fort Worth, maybe the Stephen A. Smith model or the Skip Bayless model doesn't work, but it clearly is working in profound ways around the country because ESPN's going to that model and away from actually giving you sports insights, analysis, and the inside stuff that we grew up with.
Or just maybe showing crappy games. Like, let's just, instead of doing Baseball Tonight, show a Division III game happening in Northeast Wyoming or something of there's like, just do that.
They're going to show more games?
Well, I don't know. They canceled it. They're just like, we're done.
Crazy.
Over the years, MLB Network, I believe, started in 2009, was the first year of MLB Network. And that's when things really started going downhill for ESPN, not just MLB Network, but NFL Network and NBA TV. And they'd been around a little bit longer. MLB, I think, was the last major, why am I drawing a blank here? Sports that had their own channel. We are just going to do 24/7 our sport, and it's going to be, our brand, our league doing it. And over time, you just start watching more of that going, gosh, they're better at this. They're giving me more. They're better at the highlights. They're concentrating just on this. And
it's hard to compete with that.
You just went away from Baseball Tonight. You're just like, I'm not crazy about Baseball Tonight and what they're bringing to the table. This is bringing more to the table. And they totally lost it.
So. Well, I think MLB Network did a great job, and NFL Network is too, of bringing an incredible personality around their sports packaging.
Yeah.
Like they're having fun. and it might be silly, but it's like, hey, we can do this hardcore sports stuff as long as you have a mask on and you have a wig on, and we're getting silly with it, because that's a lot of the stuff when I hit NFL Network and MLB that turns me off, honestly. But I think the masses are enjoying that, and that's why they're running away with that formula as opposed to the old one.
The one thing that I do like on ESPN, still better than, is I like their NBA coverage on ESPN better than I like NBA TV. I don't know what it is with NBA TV, but when I tune in, I don't feel like I'm getting great insight, or I don't know what it is. It's not bad because I still watch some of it, but I don't know. The NBA TV hasn't figured out how to steal that audience from ESPN, because right now, if it's during the daytime, whether it's Tracy McGrady and Chauncey Billups or Jalen Rose, or later in the night, Paul Pierce joins it or something like that, I still feel like I'm getting better insight from ESPN on NBA than I am from NBA TV. But if I'm wanting NFL, I'm NFL Network. If I'm wanting MLB, it's MLB Network. If I'm wanting NBA, I will still lean towards what's going on ESPN.
I'm with you on NBA TV. I think it's just that they have TNT. So that's where all their top talent goes.
Yeah.
I mean, you tune into the NBA TV, and I don't know who it is, but it's usually former players that are up there getting into their 50s, and they're kind of monotone and just like giving their insights, and it's cool, but it's not like, great analysis from Charles Barkley and Shaq busting each other's chops.
Right.
There's not enough fun there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now moving on to the Texas Rangers. They had a signing yesterday.
Let's go.
They signed Sean Kelly. He was last year with the Washington Nationals, and then, if I have this right, because he threw a fit on the mound and they just released him.
Oh, good.
And
I like that.
He had a 3.34. He had a 3.34 ERA last year in 35 games with Washington, and I think they were losing. He is kind of a
still rocking
guy.
this beard.
I don't think so, because if you look at his Oakland A's pictures, he went to Oakland last year. So in our division, went to Oakland, and he had a 2.16 ERA in 19 games and 16 2/3 innings. So not a lot of innings, but a really good reliever. And the Rangers get him at a great price. The last 2 years, he's been making $5.5 million a year, and he didn't have a bad year. Last year, as I pull the stats
a good year
back up, he had a 2.94 ERA in 54 appearances.
Gavin's a whip guy. You got to give him the whip.
Yeah, walks and hits per innings pitched.
898.
What? That's elite.
That's the whip.
That's a better run than Pedro in his prime.
So I don't get why he only got $2.5 million, and it can be up to $3 million in incentives. And then the Rangers have a team option on him the next year at $2.5 million. And I'm sure there's incentives to get it up to $3 or $3.5 million. But they got a heck of a price on a guy who is about to turn 35 years old.
Yeah, you know what this is about? I'm going to say this about everybody they sign. Let them have a nice first half. Which one of you guys is trying to win the World Series? Who needs a reliever?
Perfect.
Bang.
Honestly,
give me a double-A guy. Let's go.
That's the goal probably of Sean Kelly is, hey, do good. And then if we're not doing good, we are going to trade you to a team that is doing good.
So what kind of a meltdown could we be in for? That sounds fun.
Well, look at his baseball reference picture. So I guess he's not like that anymore, but look at the Nationals one. He looked kind of like a wildling.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like, he got mad. If I remember the story last year, he got mad. He got put in a game that he felt like was a blowout or one that he shouldn't be pitching in. There should be a younger guy pitching in, or a guy that's a basic. I should not be pitching in this situation. And then he started giving up runs in that situation. And so he got really mad.
Take me out.
And the Nationals like, screw it.
Man, everybody they have had to sign's broken in one way or the other, though.
Yeah.
That's kind of where they're at. Keep your fingers crossed one comes together.
I did look at the bullpen for the Texas Rangers. Jose Leclerc was announced as the closer during the Fan Fest last week. And when it came to that, somebody came up to me during our event the other night, the Flick the Football thing.
Yeah, Fan Bowl.
And he was like, why would they name Leclerc the closer? And I'm like, because he's your best reliever by like 900 miles. And he took over for Keone Kela and was almost perfect at the job. I don't have his stats pulled up. He might have blown one save. I don't know. But he was really good. The lack of opportunities, the Rangers weren't winning a lot of games in the second half. But when he took the ball as the closer, he did a great job. Why would you, as a Ranger fan, not want him to be named? Have you looked at the other names in the bullpen? Who do you want to close? There's not even really real competition. For him to close a game. Now, if he fails miserably in the first month, which unfortunately has happened a lot in the Rangers' history, Keone Kela took it last year and did a great job. He's the first guy in the last 4 years to actually be named the closer and keep the closer's job, and then got traded. But there's the Rangers' bullpen they have some names. They're okay. Sean Kelly will pitch the 7th and 8th inning with Jesse Chavez. You have guys like C.D. Pelham, who's a younger guy.
So do you feel like this is like the best roster they've managed to put together over the last couple of years? Because I feel a little bit stronger about this one. Like there's a better chance of things coming together.
Last year.
Yeah.
But not better than 2017. I mean, that had, at the start of the year, you had Yu Darvish, Cole Hamels. You just won 96 games. You were losing a few guys, but you felt like, okay, we're probably not going to win the division, probably not going to win 90-plus games, but I think we can play 500 and see if we can hang in there. So this is better than last year's team. But Sean Kelly adds something, and as Jeff said, most likely will be flipped at the break or at the deadline. When it comes to jerseys, I guess I missed this story. This happened months ago, but I just didn't see it.
Michael Young got his jersey retired?
No, and it was based off of the Padres. The Padres have registered with MLB and Nike, because Nike's now going to make the jerseys. I'll get to that in a second. They're going to go back to yellow and brown jerseys.
Yes, the Ozzie Smiths.
So not this year. They have to. It takes a while for it all to get passed and to change your whole color structure if you want to do that as a team. They're still going to be blue or navy blue and white kind of as their primary colors this year. But in 2020, when Nike takes over the jerseys of Major League Baseball, they're going to go back to a yellow and brown structure, which is interesting because they are ugly as heck,
sir.
But it does define the Padres. You know, when you think of Padres, you think of ugly jerseys.
Yeah.
So they're like, this is who, I get it. Like, they're going back to it. It's like, this is who we are. We're ugly. Let's just stick with ugly. Yeah. We tried going to different colors. We've tried using navy and orange. We've done navy and white. It never caught on. We weren't really great with those colors anyways. Let's just go back to who we are. We're ugly. Let's be ugly.
Plus, it's like the clothes of the monks, right? They're the friars, basically, the Padres.
Yeah.
You know, so it matches their gear a little bit better. It's more accurate.
I thought it was a cool ugly.
Yeah.
Like there's an ugly
I think
where
people
you
are going to be happy in San Diego.
Yeah.
They're going back to their roots.
There's an ugly that you wouldn't want your team wearing, and then some uglies you're like, yeah, it's pretty badass.
Yeah.
I think the Astros should go back ugly.
They kind of have.
Have they?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, they went away from all that gold and navy they were doing. So they're pretty much back to, without doing the 86 jerseys, they're pretty much back to their colors that they went with. Now, let me get to Nike real quick. I didn't know this. Under Armour had the deal. I remember at the end of 2016, Under Armour got the deal for Major League Baseball, which I thought was huge for Under Armour because Nike has NBA.
Hey, they were rolling.
Nike has the NFL. But they're doing so bad financially, Under Armour, they had to drop the MLB contract they had. They're like, look, we're sorry. We're losing money. We can't afford to do Major League Baseball. So they got $50 million back, which opened up the door for Nike. 4 days ago, it became official, even though the rumors were out in June that Nike was going to take this away from Under Armour since Under Armour was having to drop out. It became official 4 days ago that Nike is, they struck a 10-year contract. So from 2020 to 2029, Nike will be the jersey makers of MLB. They also get the shoe contract too, which came with it. So Under Armour, if you have kids or anything, or you buy shoes for your high school or whatever, you always had the MLB logo on the Under Armour gear that you bought for that because they had the shoe deal, even though Majestic had the jersey deal. Well, now all Nike gear that is Major League Baseball, whether it's your shoes that you wear on the field or coaching shoes or whatever, now Nike also gets to put the MLB logo on anything that they consider baseball gear, which I think just ups Nike even more.
Man.
I know you're into Nike stock.
Well, I was, Mike. I got out at a good profit. Doesn't mean I won't get back in, though. I'm a day trader. I like to jump around.
So Nike has now a monopoly.
It looked like they were fading, and here comes Adidas just a couple of years ago, and Under Armour and Reebok made a play and everything. But now it's like a few years later, those entities tried to invest and catch up. They just dug themselves a bigger hole.
If you can find your way into your brand becoming the one that is, quote, cool, you're going to win for so long.
Yeah.
I can remember 10, 12 years ago, just playing football, I swear I had like some blue Reebok cleats. Like, they're low cut. They were light. I was like, heck yeah, these are great. You would get shamed. Like, oh, couldn't get some Nikes. You couldn't. Like, you don't just have to like make great products. You have to somehow have your brand with young people become, oh, you don't have those? Yeah. And Nike just is it.
I wonder 40 years from now, approximately when I die, if Nike will still be this monopoly. Because when I was growing up, Nike was just like another brand to Converse. Converse was it. It was everything was Converse. Every NBA player had Converse. That was cool. And then obviously Jordan came along and was
Spieth and Steph made Under Armour go for a second, I feel like.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what happened.
It wasn't cool.
Yeah.
The Steph twos that were the lawnmower ones.
Yeah.
It was over at that point. And it's so fragile and hard to come across. And some brands, they come and go, like Levi 501s. Here we are. We're big for the year. But Nike's had 3.5 decades now being on top.
It's about 1990, 89, 90 is when they really took over the world of shoes. And
Jordan, Jordan launched it.
It's been that ever since.
All right, there it is. Mike Likes is coming up at 1:40. There's your baseball nuggets. When we come back, we're going to go around the NFL here in the GBAG Nation.
All right, fellas, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. I've been doing a lot to get in shape, feel better, and just live a healthier lifestyle. Men's T Clinic has helped me. They can help you too. If you're not sure why you're tired, lost that spark, or gained a few pounds, give Men's T Clinic a call and get tested at 1-800-246-LOW-T. Hundreds of thousands of men suffer from the effects of low T. I was once one of those men too. I didn't realize it till I got my numbers checked. I've seen firsthand the benefits of treatment. I know Jeff has, and Gavin has, and Lucius has too with Men's T Clinic. You're going to sit with a medical professional who will develop a plan custom tailored to you. With 3 locations conveniently located across the Metroplex, there is no excuse. They're in the Colony at Castle Hills. They're in Frisco, McKinney off of Independence and 121. And they're in Addison off of Beltline next to Star Power. If you've been debating on whether to make a change in your life to feel better, now is the time. They might even teach you how to use a napkin when you eat food, Jeff. Men's T Clinic is also open on Saturdays. Treatment is covered by most insurance. The number again, 1-800-246-LOW-T. Guys, let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Lowe's. Hurry into Lowe's today for huge savings on all things winter. It was 60 years ago yesterday that the Green Bay Packers named a 45-year-old New York Giants assistant coach named Vince Lombardi as their new head coach. Lombardi took over a team that had just gone 1-10-1, a franchise that was on the verge of coming apart, and built the NFL's most memorable dynasty. Lombardi only coached the Packers for 9 seasons, but won 5 NFL championships and the first 2 Super Bowls. He retired for 1 season and then coached in Washington for a year before dying of cancer in 1970 at the age of 57. He's generally considered the greatest pro football coach of all time. He turned the Packers into an iconic team and franchise and made tiny Green Bay a football mecca, an anniversary worth remembering. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio. Stop by Lowe's to spruce up your bath this winter during our Refresh for Less kitchen and bath event. Instantly add storage and style to your bath and save with up to 40% off select vanities. And give it a fresh update with 20% off in-stock tile purchases of $100 or more. All projects have a starting point. Start with Lowe's. Vanity offer valid through March 1st. Tile offer valid through January 30th. Exclusions apply. See store for details. U.S. only.
36 days. That's how long it takes the average company to find their next hire. Glassdoor can help you quickly find the right job candidate in half the resumes. From 62 million job seekers, Glassdoor only matches you with qualified candidates who have the skills and experience your small business needs to grow. And Glassdoor hires are committed. They're 30% more likely to stay with your business longer. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
This is Casey Smith, head athletic trainer of your Dallas Mavericks. Nutrition is extremely important for professional athletes, and at the Mavs, we take nutrition very seriously, which is why I am excited to announce that Soda Weight Loss is the official nutritional weight loss partner of the Dallas Mavericks. I met with Soda's doctors and staff, and their habit-changing program aligns with my belief that effective weight loss begins with a focus on changing your mindset about how, when, and why you eat certain foods. They have 7 local nutritional facilities, an amazing staff, well over 1,000 online reviews, and tremendous results for their clients. Now you too can feel what it's like to have professional nutritional support, including a plan, goals, support, and accountability, just like the pros. Take 5 minutes today and go to sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com, or call 800-555-6521. Soda Weight Loss. It's state of the art.
Ben and Skin here for the WinStar World Casino and Resort. And if you haven't seen the lineup of amazing shows coming out to WinStar's Global Event Center, you need to head to winstar.com right now and check out the event calendar. Next up on February the 22nd, Mr. Worldwide himself, Pitbull. And then the following night, catch R&B legend Charlie Wilson on February 23rd. And let's do it all night long on March 1st with the one and only Lionel Richie. Tickets for all shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. And for a full event calendar, head over to winstar.com. Do it now.
Mike Bassick here. I'm sure you've set some New Year's resolutions. I want to lose weight. I want to feel better. Well, Men's T Clinic can help. With 3 locations conveniently located across the Metroplex, there's no excuse not to make an appointment at Men's T Clinic. If you want to hit your goals for 2019, give them a call today. You'll sit down with a medical professional who will help you come up with a custom plan for you. Call 1-800-246-LOW-T.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-LOW-T.
menstclinic.com. Deals starting at $6 are delicious. Subway, make it what you want.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta. You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour number 3 of the GBAG Nation, and we're about to go around the NFL right here, give you all the stories and on top of the pro football news feeds. And it's happening right here, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort.
Let's go around the NFL, GBAG style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, I think Jeff wants first down.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he
We're
does.
still here. We're still here.
Mock draft.
That Houston guy can't say that. Last year.
Mock draft. Oh, is he not here?
I think he got suspended.
Oh, tough break.
Oh, Josh Ennis. Yeah, he can't come onto Radio Row, can he?
Yeah.
He was already suspended last year when he broke onto Radio Row to come after some guys.
Oh,
Too
well.
much of a distraction. That's a little disappointing. I mean, we're 2 days in. There's no fights that have happened yet. We haven't even heard.
Wait till Wednesday or Thursday.
I kind of
Yeah,
mocked.
that's a good point.
I mocked Zolak this morning and then doubled down on Twitter, and then somebody tagged him in it. So maybe he'll come punch me at some point.
I will
That'd be
say
cool.
this, for terrorists, you're going to have a tough time getting us. Last
Okay,
year,
Mike.
you would have had an easy time.
Mike's daring the terrorists.
Security.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like last year, you could have done some major damage.
Now, I would like to say, coming up in the final hour of our show, it might sound like there's a fight happening in the background. That will just be Christian Fourier on WEEI in Boston talking at his normal volume.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yes.
that'll start piping in about 2:02 here on DFW Sports Station. Thought you'd appreciate, 2 shows for 1 right here on the 100,000-watt blowtorch. Back to Jeff with first down.
Okay, I go to NFL.com, and my buddy Lance Zierlein, I call him my buddy because we're friends on Twitter and we talk, and he's got a lot of background in NFL, and he does a lot of draft stuff for NFL.com. And
Isn't he a radio genius too?
He's a radio guy in Houston.
Yeah, I think he's a radio genius. He
okay.
does voices. And,
Okay.
Like, he's got the game locked, dude.
Okay,
like
cool.
he's got it all.
So he came out with his first mock draft, and there are a million mock drafts, and for some people, I'm sure it's a beating to go through all of them. But the reason I bring this one up is because I do respect his background and all the contacts that he has throughout the NFL, and because he doesn't care what everyone else's looks like. Like right now, if I typed in whoever mock draft, the 2 best ones I'm going to find are Dane's and Lance's, because it's just their work. And they do reach out to people in the league, and so they may look very different because they talk to different people, but everybody else is just going to go Nick Bosa, Quinnen Williams. Whenever a quarterback is needed, it'll be Dwayne Haskins, and on and on and on. But he switched it up a little bit. So Lance Zierlein at #1 overall in his mock draft has Josh Allen, who's an edge player at Kentucky, instead of Bosa. No, sir. Josh Allen at Kentucky. And he's really fun to watch because you watch him and he's like this really good pass rusher off the edge. And then sometimes there's plays where instead of rushing, he just blankets a tight end down the field. And you're like, wait, what just happened? That's an edge rusher. So he's this really versatile, really good player.
Wade Phillips would have some fun with that.
Well, and it's the Cardinals picking #1. So he said because they're going to move back to a 3-4 front, maybe they would pick him over Nick Bosa at Ohio State. Well, at #2, the San Francisco 49ers, he gives Rashawn Gary from Michigan. And again, everybody else is going to go, "Puh, over Bosa? What are you smoking?" And he said,
well, I've watched the film.
Well, he said, I like Bosa better. But he was talking about how if you're a team that's looking for splash and a big-time playmaker, when Rashawn Gary, Michigan's DN, shows up at the combine and runs a 4.5 at 280 pounds,
going to be hard to
people
turn
are going to
down.
go, oh, God.
Yeah.
Look at that. Like, what can I do with that? And it's kind of like Joey Bosa, where he had a great combine, but he didn't show up and run a 4.5.
So how would you take it?
And Gary, I would take the player. I'd take Nick Bosa. I would take the football player. So he has Nick Bosa at 3. At number 4, it gets really fun. The first quarterback off the board for him, Kyler Murray, number 4 overall.
Yeah.
He says this is not a clickbait pick. He starts with that. Murray doesn't have prototypical size. I get it. However, when you look at his ability to make winning plays, Murray stands out way above the rest of this year's QB class. He can be weaved into the offense in 2019, take over for Derek Carr in a year. Now, then he followed up on the tweeter with a wonderful scenario, which is terrifying and bad for all of our mothers. He said, but before you slander Kyler Murray as an early first rounder, he said, please play a game with me. It's called Kidnapped Mom.
Okay.
Which I said, that's offensive, sir. And he said, your mom is being held in an undisclosed location. The only way to free her is to pick a 2019 QB from this draft class, win a game. I promise your mom wants you to take Kyler Murray. Like, sure, there are other guys that are bigger, and Dwayne Haskins and Daniel Jones and whoever, Drew Lock, and kind of the prototypes. But, like, if you just want to go on a football field and win a game, you want Kyler Murray. And so that's his number 4. And at number 5, he goes Quinnen Williams.
You know what's going to be interesting is for Oakland, if they really like him, and I guess you take him at 4.
Yeah, you don't play games with quarterback. You don't move around and hope.
Yeah, I guess if you got the sense that New York, Jacksonville, a couple teams behind you, they are not going to take Kyler Murray. You get that.
But what you're going to run into is somebody is going to come to them.
Yeah,
say, listen, we know Oakland wants the quarterback. We need to get in front of them. We're coming to get this pick.
Well, the thing is they have 2 other first-round picks. So if somebody's at 12 or 13,
go beat it.
You can give them pick 27, and I don't know what Chicago's pick is. But you have the Cowboys pick at 27 and then the Bears pick at some other one that you could, if you like at number 4, you're like, we're never going to get a pass rusher like this. And we think we can get Kyler at 12. We just got to get a package together to get up to 12.
So how good do you think Kyler's going to be? Because I think there's a possibility he's going to be so good. You don't want to fool with that, you know? I'm kind of the belief that
if you love a quarterback, you go to number 1 and get him.
You believe that running is going to become a deal in the NFL, and I don't. So that's where we differ.
Well, I don't think
believe
that
Kyler's going to be a runner.
I just think he's got a strong, accurate arm.
Okay.
And Jeff's kind of sold me that if you can see through the trees in college, you can see through the trees in pros. If you can take hits in college, you can take hits in the pros. So I think he's going to figure out a way with his speed to go find passing angles, not take off and gain that many more yards.
When he was 15, his offensive line averaged 6'3", 300 in Allen. He's been throwing around trees his whole life.
And I guess and I would take him in the first round. Don't get me wrong. If I needed a quarterback, I don't know what 4.
Right.
Okay.
But that's the thing. I think
this is a weak quarterback class.
Yes.
If Oregon's guy was in there and Alabama's guy was in there, I would take those 2 guys ahead of him.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. But in this one, he might be the number 1 guy. Is when I saw Quinnen Williams almost kill him. He did get up.
You were afraid for him?
I was like, oh, that's going to be every guy in the NFL, and he's that little.
Yeah.
And Jeff makes a great point.
It's factually lighter and smaller people do not get hurt more often.
But when you see,
in your brain, you're like, oh my God,
Dak Prescott take that hit, and you see a little teeny guy take that hit, you're like, oh my God, is he dead?
Yeah.
And I know he got up from it. He played the rest of the game, but it just, when you see somebody that little taking that big of a hit, it's scary looking.
So is it possible the sample size just isn't big enough on guys his size?
Yeah, for sure. And that's what makes it really weird, because you can, if you're already on a side in the debate of size of quarterback, you'd be like, well, it's never been done this small. And it's like, well, the last guy who had this sort of talent was an inch bigger, and he got 1 shot. Russell Wilson got 1 shot. And he may go to the Hall of Fame, but no one else that size gets a shot.
Yeah.
So where's my sample size supposed to come from when you determine before letting them try what works?
But it just what he just said about the Quinnen Williams hit, if you're that weight and you get hit with somebody's full, they can push you in a way that you go flying 10 yards and then hit your head on the back of the turf. Like,
and if you're 6'5", 260, they crack your ribs in half.
Maybe. unless you're super strong and built really solid, and then you come down and say, boom, I met you low, and we're both fine right now. I get what you're saying, and I do believe there's a chance. It's more important that your body and muscles and bones are connected in a way that's really, really durable. You take hits, and it says, yeah, give me more. I'm nothing in this chain's breaking down.
Yeah.
And maybe Kyler Murray is that guy, but I just feel like the probabilities are going to play out once we get guys this small that they're going to be hurt more than the full size.
I'll say this too. It's always fun debating quarterbacks. If a team looks at Drew Lock and how he's not very good at quarterbacking in college for the most part,
he was all right.
He had moments. Don't get me wrong.
In the Senior Bowl, and I think Elway's going to take him.
But you take him over a guy that you saw.
Oh yeah,
after two series. He worked Alabama. I mean, it wasn't like, oh my God, he's just carving him up. But he was good.
But he played well.
After he figured it out after 2 series, like, okay, I can figure out this speed and that guys are going to kind of get to me. I don't have 8 seconds like in the Big 12. I just like, man, and I'm not going to take 4 inches over what I actually saw a guy do.
Yeah, and I think I don't even want to draw up that I'm totally dug in that Kyler Murray's going to be a great player because I haven't even studied him that way. I just but I'll certainly defend that his 5'9.5" doesn't terrify me.
Okay,
190 pounds doesn't terrify me. There are other things.
We are live on Radio Row, and yes, those other things can be to me a bigger obstacle to success.
Yes, the bigger things are he had perfect, flawless protection. He had an offensive coordinator that got people very, very open for him. It's like, okay, that's going to be different.
Yeah,
you're not going to have perfect protection. You're not going to have guys wide open.
I'd rather try to overcome that than a guy that was inaccurate.
Right.
But he's giant. It's like you weren't good at football.
Right.
At a small step below this football, you weren't good. So I'm going to project that with more coaching, you're going to become good.
Well, look at Baker Mayfield a year ago, because the only thing that stopped me from having him as my top quarterback is I was like, God, Lincoln Riley's so good. Like, it looks so easy. Guys are really open. Sure, he's incredibly accurate, but this won't happen in the NFL, but the accuracy translated, and so far, he's that best rookie quarterback. The pick was right so far, and it's like, okay, so am I going to take those same things and knock Kyler Murray when the guy right before him was like, no, this is who I am?
We're just a couple of minutes from winning time right here. Your next chance to win a grand is just a few minutes away. Here's Mike with second down.
All right, ESPN did. In 2018, these players graduated to stars in the NFL. Number 1 on the list, easy. Patrick Mahomes. Nobody really cared about him in 2017 because he didn't really play. 2018, he's going to be the MVP of the league.
Our guy that I was talking about that did the mock draft, Lance Zierlein, he reached out to a guy at the Chiefs before the season started, and he said, hey, I'm making a list of my 5 guys that are going to break out in their second year. He said, is Patty going to let me down if I put him on there? He said, you're going to let yourself down if you don't put him number 1.
Okay.
And then sure as anything, there he goes.
Number 2, Jared Goff. Obviously here in the Super Bowl, goes from bust to, hey, made the playoffs, there's upside, to now he's a star in the NFL. Number 3, you just mentioned him, Baker Mayfield in his rookie year.
Yeah.
First year, they're saying he's now a star in the NFL. Other one drafted last year, Saquon Barkley, already a star in the NFL after his first season. Christian McCaffrey graduates to now you can say he's a star in the NFL. Yeah. Another one who will probably become the number 1 receiver in Pittsburgh now.
I need to look him up real quick because he got hurt in the Pro Bowl. He wasn't bending his left leg.
Who is he? Christian?
Juju.
Oh, Juju.
Yeah.
Next one is Juju Smith-Schuster. They say graduates to a star in the NFL. George Kittle, tight end for San Francisco. Darius Leonard, rookie, second-round pick for Indianapolis. Well, he'll probably be defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think he will be.
They say, hey, he's a star. Danielle Hunter, defensive end for Minnesota.
Again.
Myles Garrett, first overall pick from Martin High School, Texas A&M. He's now graduated to a star. I don't know this
Baylor. That's a Baylor guy.
Xavier?
Yeah, he's
Howard.
He's one of the full-size corners, like the 6'1". Yeah, he's good.
He's now a star. Derwin James in his rookie year, safety he might become. He's a star. And then they said next up, did not graduate to a star, but watch out for them next year to becoming a star in the NFL. On that list, Jalen Smith. So he didn't make the list yet. They're saying no. I was looking for
Where's Leighton?
Leighton did not make the up next, has a chance after what we saw. But I think he has a chance. But they did put one Dallas Cowboy on there, and they said they almost made it. But next year could be their year to be considered an NFL star, and Jalen Smith's on that part.
All right, there it is, Around the NFL, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort, live from Radio Row at the Super Bowl, brought to you by Twin Peaks, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor, Super Bowl 53. You can take a look at the fan cam, 105throughthefan.com. It's brought to you by Low T Center. Winning time, though, you're going to want to text the word SNAKE, S-A-N, S-N-A-K-E, SNAKE. Snake to 72881. That's 72881. Your next chance to win a grand is coming up at 1:16. Continues all the way through the Ben and Skin show this afternoon. Chance to win $1,000, part of this national contest every single hour. Okay, so much sports going on here. Coming up next, what is the most important thing to beating the Patriots and why I believe the Rams are going to be the team to do it? That's next right here on The Fan. But, hey, let's talk about our buddies over here. This is, such a great opportunity to tell you a little bit more about Scott and Mark Frankel, 1-800-Lawyers. Yeah, 4 years ago now, dang near 4 years ago, the snowstorms of 2015 made the roads all icy and snowy. There was a vehicle accident in our family, a rear ending, the bad kind. And what we did is we called Scott and Mark Frankel immediately, right there from the roadside. They calmed our nerves. They helped us, with what to say to the other person, what to say to the authorities, what to say to the insurance company. The worst thing you could do when you're hurt and it's not your fault is just to handle all this stuff on your own because your adrenaline's pumping. You're not sure exactly how it's going. So get allies, get advocates. The Frankels will be in your corner the entire way through the process. Now, for us, at the end of that process, there was a nice little check waiting for us. But most importantly, it's about making sure the cost of putting your life back together does not come out of your pocket. Medical expenses, lost wages for missing work, vehicle repair bills are the biggest three. So if you're hurt maybe at work, on your way home from work, cruising around on the weekends, next time you're in a wreck, call Scott and Mark Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers.
The only way you can take the Fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Ben and Skin here, and the Low T Center now treats more than low T, including low thyroid and cholesterol. Get your levels checked. Schedule your quick and easy health assessment at lowtcenter.com. It's covered by most health insurance. The Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Nothing says I love you like a diamond. For centuries and across cultures, it's remained the universal symbol of love, romance, and commitment. And at Diamonds Direct this Valentine's, we're making it easier than ever to celebrate your love with diamond jewelry she'll cherish for a lifetime. Join us February 4th through the 14th for our best offer ever. 5 years, 0 interest financing with nothing down on any purchase. Choose from a special expanded selection of the most romantic gifts, rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and bands. Get the guaranteed best price and spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest. And yes, all engagement rings are included. So come on, make it an unforgettable day for her with a special gift that symbolizes your love and commitment like nothing else. It's Diamonds Direct's spectacular Valentine's celebration with in-store appearances from top jewelry designers, an expanded selection including gifts as low as $200 and 5 years, 0 interest financing on approved credit. February 4th through the 14th only, and only at Diamonds Direct.
Preston Road and Cherry Lane.
My life is like a browser with 25 open tabs. I have kind of a constantly plugged in thing. Any interruption could jeopardize the whole operation. So I got my internet service from AT&T. Because their customers rated their service #1 in reliability over cable. For $40 a month, I can get up to 100 megabits per second internet, so I can stay up to date on the latest stuff going on in my world. It's soothing to know AT&T Internet is rated #1 in reliability over cable. It helps me maintain my low-stress thing.
AT&T Internet customers rank their service #1 in reliability over cable. Switch and get up to 100 megabits per second for $40 a month. Limited availability. May not be available in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/internet. AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing. New approved customers only. Includes internet plans 10 to 100 megabits per second. Early termination fee and other charges and restrictions apply. Speeds not guaranteed and may vary. Claim based on 2018 ACSI survey of customers rating their own internet provider's performance and reliability of speed and service consistency.
What if everyone watching the big game worked together to tackle hunger by joining Super Bowl of Caring? Change the game for Texans in need at tacklehunger.org.
Julie Leslie, COO at the Howard Group.
Oscar was my 4th interview for Director of Operations. It was overwhelming running the day-to-day and being the COO as well, so I posted the job on LinkedIn. His profile was impressive, but what really connected with me was how passionate Oscar was about something as logical as operations. We started discussing Excel, that led to process flows, databases, agile development. When the interview became a geek out session, I knew we had to hire him. I don't know how we would have found Oscar without LinkedIn Jobs.
Find your next hire with LinkedIn Jobs. You'll reach people you won't find anywhere else. We look beyond job titles to learn who you're looking for. Then we match people with the right skills and experience to your role.
I thought we were looking for a director of operations, but we were really looking for an Oscar.
Start hiring with LinkedIn Jobs today. Go to linkedin.com/Dallas and get $50 off your first job post. That's linkedin.com/Dallas for your $50 off. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We're live here in Atlanta on Radio Row. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll have more sports content here for you. We'll take a look at Super Bowl Twitter. Can you believe what percentage of these games that guy has been involved in? It's pretty incredible. The other thing that's pretty incredible is how effective the Patriots have been with teams that cannot hit Tom Brady. And that's the most important thing for the Rams game. We talked with Brandon Lang, one of the top handicappers of all time. And he said, when it comes to the question of should you bet against Tom Brady and the Patriots or not, it just comes down to, do you believe their guys are going to be able to go and hit the quarterback? If you hit Tom, he does become mortal. He has been very unhittable through the first 2 rounds of these playoffs, though, and that's something we'll talk about right here. The segment's brought to you by McDonald's, by Brown Foundation Repair, and by Scott and Mark Frankel at 1-800-LAWYERS. If you suffer a personal injury due to somebody else's negligence, call Scott and Mark Frankel, the official lawyers of the Tolo, at 1-800-LAWYERS. Everybody good? They had some good chicken back there in the media center.
I didn't know it was going to be gone, so I should have gave you guys some, but it was outstanding. I had a great time.
Would you consider that quality barbecue or just quality chicken? Did you experience some good barbecue here in Atlanta?
Yeah, that was barbecue. Yeah, I guess that's the first barbecue we've had here, although we have been recommended a joint or two for not marijuana, but a barbecue joint that we could walk to.
We are heading there eventually. There's some promising suggestions there on Yelp that I've seen as far as the ratings and the approval, although I'm always suspicious when we're outside of the great state about how good it's really going to be.
Yeah, just don't let me pick the restaurants anymore. That didn't work out. Sorry.
So what do you think, Jeff? Can Aaron Donald and the guys pull this off? The Ringer did a story on just how important it is, and Danny Kelly was the writer. The Chiefs and Chargers pressured Brady on just 15% of his dropbacks, less than half the pressure rate than any other quarterback has seen this postseason.
It's weird because the NFL has gotten to a point now where I think a lot of people are starting to question a lot of things that we had considered to be easy and factual, like a quarterback. How often he's pressured is obviously his offensive line, right?
Yeah.
How much you can affect him is obviously his offensive line. But a lot of it is the quarterback and the scheme. And like Tom Brady, I don't know if he was number one, but I know in the postseason he is by far that he's getting rid of the football faster than anybody.
Yeah.
And he's a freaking wizard when it comes to moving around, which was it 2 rounds ago or the last game? 46 pass attempts and 0 were from outside the pocket.
Yeah.
So he's got a pretty good handle on how to move around in his little box back there. And
he left the pocket 1 out of every 3 games during the regular season.
Stupid.
Yeah.
So, okay, the Chiefs and the Chargers. You're talking about Joey Bosa and Melvin Ingram for the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chiefs, you're talking about Houston and Dee Ford. You're talking about guys coming from the outside. That's fine, because a lot of times, even if you win pretty early, Tom can get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the wild card is, can Aaron Donald come right up the middle? Because you ain't getting rid of the ball from the time that he destroys an offensive lineman and gets in your lap. So I don't know. Like, can he? Absolutely. But can Tom Brady see where he's coming from and just be a magician and move 7 inches, avoid it, and throw it? Yes.
Did you see the picture with Aaron Donald's shirt off on Twitter yesterday?
Yeah, he should be drug tested tomorrow, but I'm sure he's clean. I would have
pretty
to drug
impressive.
test him.
You shouldn't look like a model at that weight.
Maybe the best
shoulder thing.
Maybe like he would be win like what did Arnold Schwarzenegger win?
Mr. Olympia or something.
Mr. He looks that good. He should be Mr. Universe.
Yeah.
He makes Tyron Smith look like he's soft and not cut.
When they played the Seahawks late in the year,
it's just silly.
Dang.
If you're on the fan cam, there's Aaron Donald, not
Holy
safe
cow.
for work. Good God.
How do they find shoulder pads for him?
He
doesn't.
He's got to take them off immediately after the game. I was watching the Seahawks and Rams late in the season, or maybe it was a mid-season. There was a fight between like one of their tight ends and Aaron Donald, and he's like got his pads off and his helmet off, and this dude's still running around, and he's like, I'm going to go fight that guy with no pads and no helmet on. And that guy was scared. Like Aaron Donald is the truth as far as just being a specimen who's also unbelievably skilled at his game. Usually it's like one or the other. To have it in that kind of combination is insane. And he's the key. He is why I believe the Rams will win. Jeff, you mentioned it yesterday about the difference of the edge and the inside.
Right.
Brady's passer rating, pressure from the outside, 118. You pressured me.
Yeah, step up, step whatever.
Interior pressure, Tom Brady's passer rating this year, 63.
Well, now we got to go right and left, and that's a challenge.
So then how does Belichick figure it out to take Aaron Donald away? Will the old adage that
they're
Bill,
the best preparers in sports.
How did Fletcher Cox do last year? I know he's not as good as Aaron Donald, but he might be as close as you can get to defensive tackle. And
what was the final score? They hung 30-something on him, so he didn't do too much. I don't know, because I think that the Patriots they just do such a great job of being ready for whatever you're going to do. They know who Aaron Donald is. They know that they're going to try to block him with two guys. They know the Rams are going to try to line up in a way that they can't. And the Patriots are the masters of getting the ball out. So if you're going to get here, instead of 2.5 seconds, you're going to be here in a second and a half, maybe James White's going to have 18 catches. Maybe that's going to be the answer, because they're willing to do whatever is going to win that particular day. Like the whole NFL has gone to how many yards per attempt? How often are you going down the field? And the Patriots are like, right, we're going to throw the ball 3 yards down the field every play, and that's going to be it. And it's going to work like a charm. It's every day, what is the best thing to do to them? It's not what are we, it's what are they, and how do we beat it?
The most important word, I think, is adaptability.
Yeah.
You know, so here's what's happened in the last 10 years or 15 years in the NFL. Since the Giants' first Super Bowl, we're getting massive defensive ends that tackles don't have an answer for. The defensive end went through a revolution. Hey, you know those guys that are giant and might go play basketball? How about we get an uncoordinated one and make them our defensive end? Hey, that sounds like a great idea, high school football coach Jim. Let me go get that guy, and we'll put him out here on the football field. And now these guys that are doing speed training, that are running the 4.5s at that size, they're flying around left tackles. The NFL, they could just send help to both sides, but then we only have one wide receiver out there getting a pattern. So the reaction has been not to try to get the tackles better. They tried, but it failed. They can't get the tackles any better.
You're not going to be able to, and that's what I saw. It was an offensive line expert. I think he was talking about what one of the great offensive line coaches was saying. He said, if your goal as a tackle is to be a better athlete than the defensive end, retire. Like, that's not going to work. You need to be technically perfect.
So now they found out everybody's getting there in 2.5 seconds. Well, Tom spent the divisional round getting rid of it in 2.3. And then in the conference championship game, it was 2.5. So if you can get here in the shortest possible time for you to get here, then I guess you can meet Tom as he's throwing the ball.
That's why it has to be Aaron Donald. It has to be the guy who lines up a foot and a half from him. Well, all right, here I come.
To the stats in last year's Super Bowl, Fletcher Cox really didn't do anything. The one sack that they had was Brandon Graham. And Tom Brady did okay with Fletcher Cox. He threw for 505 yards and 3 touchdowns in last year's Super Bowl.
Yeah, so he was okay. He was all right. But he lost the game, so Tom had a terrible game.
You know, it's interesting.
That's how it works.
Offensively, they were awesome. They just stunk defensively.
Oh, yeah, they couldn't stop the Eagles for anything.
I mean, they gave up everything.
They even got a pick, and they still lost the game.
Now let's go here. Could the Rams flip the script and get back to the narrative that was going into the San Diego game? Because during the regular season,
there's no San Diego team.
L.A., after notching a meager 71.2 passer rating under pressure this season, which was 21st league-wide, and a huge drop from his league-best 96.6 mark from last year, it seemed likely both LA and KC would be able to create some havoc. But Belichick had answers for that in a very significant way. Can the Rams put the Patriots back in what was regular season, Tom? Belichick had answers for the divisional round of the conference championship round. Now you're giving McVay 2 weeks and Aaron Donald to put him back to the guy that really struggled under pressure during the regular season and had many people believing it was over.
All of these come down to the same thing. You can talk yourself into it. You might even, your rational brain might even say, I think the Rams are better. I don't think they can block Aaron Donald. I think all of these things. The question is, do you have the cojones to say, all right, I'm betting against Brady and Belichick? And I don't think I can.
Yeah.
I just don't think, because you can talk about preparation and Sean McVay, and I think he's great at it. He ain't as good as Belichick at it.
No. But Belichick is 3-5 against the spread in Super Bowls.
Then don't bet the spread.
Yeah.
Leave the spread out of it.
They are mine.
2, right?
I love
Something
the
like
Rams.
that.
I love the Rams +2. I'm going to get those points. Okay. So
has Tom Brady, when was the last time he had a bad game in the Super Bowl? The Giants?
Maybe early on in his career.
Well, early on. I was thinking like
first 2 Super Bowls.
I feel like you have to beat them by scoring a lot of points.
Usually. Especially because now they're scoring points while running the football. That's what's been the big thing that Belichick has brought to the party. Like almost every year, Bill saves his best stuff for the playoffs, and it's happening again. So many times in this run, his defense has been terrible all year, And then when we get to the playoffs, it's like, what the hell, dude? How did your defense become good? Remember when we were talking with Michael Lombardi a couple of years ago, and he's like, this is one of the worst defenses in the NFL. It was like week 10.
Yeah.
And by the time we got to week 17, he had fixed it so much that it was a top 10 statistical defense. And they get into the playoffs, and they were incredible. This year, it's the offensive line. No big names. Nobody higher than a third pick. 26th most money spent on the offensive line. All year long, it's like, oh, well, they let Nate Solder go and Cameron Fleming go. I mean, that was their 2 starting tackles in the Super Bowl last year, right? And then, boom, the offensive line has shown up. Against the Chiefs, the group recorded a pass block win rate of 90.5, the top mark for any team in any game all year. Not just the playoffs. That's the Patriots' offensive line in that last game, the highest graded pass protection game in the NFL this season, displaying a level of coordination and communication that should not have been possible in the crowd noise at Arrowhead, writes TheRinger.com's Danny Clark.
That's just insane. And then I go back to, a little bit of me goes back to the beginning of that Rams-Saints game. For about a quarter and a half, didn't it look like that stage was a little bit big for Jared Goff? Now, at
the end of the fourth quarter, it did as well.
Well, in reading about that later on, all of his teammates are saying that he had those moments in the huddle where he was like, hey, score doesn't matter. This is our drive. Bleep them. We're about to tear this place down. It built it up like but just from the naked eye observing the first quarter, it looked like, holy cow, this stage looks big for him. Yeah. And he ended up making some big time throws and having a good game. And I actually think he's still underrated at this point. But you're putting that up against Tom Brady, who has, according to what I'm looking at here, played about 2.5 regular seasons worth of postseason games. Yeah. Tom Brady's about to play his 40th postseason.
He fell 29 yards short of 1,000 passing yards in his last 2 Super Bowls.
Wow. Okay,
so he's throwing for, like 971 yards in his last 2 Super Bowl games. I will say this, though, about Goff, because we go back to that play. I think it was a smart play. I know he should have held it one more second. If that one more second leads to a sack because he felt the pressure, then we're like, you moron. Like, I get it. It was a bad pass. If he would have held it another second, the guy was coming open. Yeah. But I would rather my guy 100 times out of 100 throw it incomplete instead of hold it for that one more second when I have a tie.
It's that balancing act that the great quarterbacks have. And, to hear you make that point, I think it's a great point, right? Because he was thinking, at least we have a chance to win it now, right? Let me get rid of this before they take the chance away. And that opportunity, probably more important. I was just thinking of that as a 57-yarder, I should have reminded myself who the kicker was.
Yeah. But I mean, I get it. If he holds it another second, they don't go to overtime, they win the game. But I don't know. I like the quarterback that when if you take a sack here, you lose.
Yeah.
If you don't take a sack, it's up to a kicker to tie the game. If the guy's open early, hit him. If not, throw it away. Let's just go to the overtime. I think there's too many guys. We lived with Tony Romo, whatever you think of him. He's going to hold the ball another second.
Yeah.
And maybe then we get the spectacular Tony Romo.
Or a broken
maybe we get we just lost the game because he never, computed the risk of the moment.
Okay, there's a couple of things I want to get through here just in case the Cowboys are listening, because it's very important what Bill Belichick did the last 2 rounds to make this Super Bowl that the Cowboys keep in mind going into next year, because they're still going to be a running team, aren't they? They're not going to stop running the ball. What Bill has done is run a lot out of 2 tight end sets. They got Gronk and Dwayne Allen blocking a lot, and they're opening up big holes, and it's really impressive to look at some of the video cut-ups, the kind of holes that they're creating. So after they accomplished that and they start running the ball so well, they ended up with 8 rushing touchdowns over the course of 2 games, by the way. So you can rush the ball very well into the end zone. Don't let anybody tell you any different.
Well, can I sidebar for a second?
Absolutely.
Because I think this is the most important thing when you talk about, they have 2 tight ends and they can run it, or, they do this and they can run it. Because every team is different, right?
Yeah.
Just looking this morning at the difference between C.J. Anderson and Todd Gurley in the backfield. I do think Todd Gurley's hurt. But the numbers of people in the box is going to say they were the exact same. So you're going to look at it and be like, C.J. Anderson's played better than Todd Gurley. It's not close. But when you watch them snap the ball and Jared Goff dropping back with his hand out to hand the ball off, when it's Todd Gurley back there, 2 linebackers are coming forward.
Yeah.
When it's Anderson, they're standing there like, is he going to hand it off or is he going to keep it? So you may run the ball. If you have Tom Brady, you can line up with 2 tight ends and you can run the football. And you know what? You'll do it for 5 yards a carry and you'll do it for his entire career. Why? They're scared of Tom Brady.
Yeah.
They're not scared of Sony Michel beating us. If you do this and run for 200 yards, Are we going to say, you know what? Screw it, guys. We can't let him do it anymore. We're going to make Tom Brady beat. No, you'll never get to that point.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between the teams. Who am I afraid of? If I'm afraid of Tom Brady, they could be the best running team in the history of the league if they want to.
That's
because of Tom Brady.
Those dynamics are in play during the regular season.
Sure.
The Patriots weren't able to exploit it. The difference is we get to the playoffs and now they look like the best running team in all of football.
Well, because now they're willing. Because they're like, guys, now we got them. Everybody knows that we're more of a throwing team. We can switch this up and kill them. And Belichick has no ego.
That doesn't vary play to play, series to series. Teams don't say, "Wow, we got our asses run all over for 3 quarters. We better get a little bit more serious about
maybe after
shell."
3 quarters. And if you do, God, Tom Brady's laughing his butt off. He's like, "Holy cow, it worked! They're going to try to stop the run."
Yeah.
You just answered the question for Twitter on me yesterday. I can't remember when I talked about Dak, but somebody kind of was like, "When are you going to? What makes a good quarterback? Is it winning? Is it completions? What is it?" And I was like, "Well, that is a good question."
The team has to fear you. Then I know you're good.
Well, I think
He just answered it. The question is, when do I think Dak is worth $30 million a year? What they're about to pay him is when the other team says we can't let Dak beat us.
Yeah.
Dak is the problem. We have to solve that problem. Right now, not one NFL team plays the Dallas Cowboys and says, Dak is the problem. How do we solve it? Every team says, make that guy beat you.
Yeah.
That's when you become a great quarterback, is when every time you play, they say, he's the main problem. How do we solve it?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't feel like a lot of times the Cowboys have given him an opportunity to become that guy.
I'll agree with that.
That's what we'll find out next year, and kind of keep my fingers crossed they don't extend him, because you could give him the opportunity and he could go out there and take advantage of it, 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, or he could throw 15, 16 picks.
Yeah, because
and you're like, holy cow.
He has a great winning percentage.
Yeah.
He's won a game in the playoffs. He's done some things that he's clutch in the fourth quarter. It seems like he comes up clutch. But why, Mike, are you against him? And I'm not saying I'm against him. It's just like, hey.
No, we haven't seen it.
Yeah.
You have to be able to demonstrate something with, in order to get me to believe in it.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, as much of a Dak believer as you are, we haven't seen it. And maybe you can blame it on the coaching staff. That's the point I wanted to get to. The Patriots changed their running plays that they've done out of the regular season. They dig deep into the playbook. That's the adaptability. So when you're going on a 15-play drive and you're getting 6 yards a pop and now you're inside the red zone and you keep lining up to run it, but they don't know what you're doing. It was similar watching the film breakdowns in this piece to what the Cowboys had going on. That like, okay, we see you're running, but where's the ball, right? And they're going to the left, they're going to the right, and the linebackers, the defenders are like, where is the ball? It is that sort of adaptability and adjustment that we won't get a fair opportunity to evaluate Dak until the Cowboys do that. You're running the ball. The other team knows you're running the ball. You still have enough deception to create a confused defense.
And you're talking about New England?
Yeah, the Patriots prove that you can do it. Sean McVay proved that you can do it. The Cowboys will go into the playoffs and run the exact same plays without any motion. It's so easy.
Interesting is Belichick has nothing to do with that. Yet all of his offensive guys fail when they pick him up to be a head coach. That's just the interesting thing to me is, or this. Belichick does have something to do with it. So don't tell me Jason Garrett just sits there with his thumb up his rear end and watches the Cowboys play football for the last 3 years. He has something to do with what they do offensively.
All right, Jeffrey time's coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Oh, I want to go back to our Apple situation. Keep a close eye on your telly. You don't know what it's doing, but they're going to fix it.
No way.
They're going to fix it. It's
the telephone too?
It's good. Well, it's next.
Okay, Mark Rubin at 1-800-LAWYER should be your next call if you're struggling financially. Financial stress has come to visit you in your life in a way that you can't enjoy life anymore. You're sitting there and you're getting ready for a big weekend or a big football game, and the next thing you know, it's like, oh man, you're worried about the credit card debt, or maybe it's old IRS debt. Maybe you're facing repossession or foreclosure. If it's any of those problems, maybe you're just trying to rebuild your credit here in 2019. Mark Rubin's available for you at 1-800-LAWYERS. He has answers to those problems and more. Yeah, they are the official lawyers of the TOLA over there at 1-800-LAWYERS. Mark's helped thousands of people in the Metroplex over the years eliminate that financial stress and get back to enjoying life instead of being so stressed out about money. Life's too short. So right here at the lunch hour, pick up the phone, give Mark Rubin a call at 1-800-LAWYERS.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we're live from Super Bowl 53 on Radio Row. And I couldn't be more excited that legendary musician James Brown is going to join us.
I feel good. Oh, not that one, Ben. He's He's dead.
A different James Brown will join us. The NFL James Brown. That's on the Ben and Skin Show. Right home with us, live from Atlanta on Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Brown Foundation Repair.
For over 5 decades, yep, over 50 years, Brown Foundation Repair has been successfully repairing foundations of every kind. Don't you think you owe it to yourself to call them? 972-271-2621. BrownFoundationRepair.com.
Valentine's Day is coming up, and Simple Sleep Services has the perfect gift. A dozen roses for your Valentine and a lifetime of better sleep for you both. Call 469-685-1700 now or visit simplesleepservices.com. Get in by February 14th to get those roses and a better night's sleep.
Choose to love in any language with a Valentine's Day spa package from Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Buy a Valentine's Day spa package like our Serenity package, which includes a 50-minute massage and 50-minute signature facial, and receive a free massage or facial service gift card. Or save $10 on spa gift card purchases at guest pricing. Visit handandstone.com for details or your local Hand & Stone in Dallas-Fort Worth. That's handandstone.com. Restrictions apply.
How resolute are you in this new year? Some of you said, this is the year I'm going to refinance my debt. And you know what? Now is the time to get it done. Why? Because mortgage rates have fallen 0.75% since November. So it's time to get that refinance. Refinance your debt. Lower your rate. Lower your term with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600. Or you can go online and apply with TexasLending.com. How far have rates fallen and how much can that help you? Hey, we saw rates in the mid-5s last year. Now I'm seeing back around 4.5 for a lot of 30-year mortgages. As a matter of fact, we're seeing 15-year mortgages back in the upper 3s again. Call TexasLending.com. See what you can qualify for at 972-387-4600. You can close a refinance in as fast as 10 days and get cash back in as fast as 15 days with TexasLending.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal Housing Lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
Even in my own home, I had my own designated space to smoke. If I think about it, it really was like I was punishing myself. A friend of mine said, why wouldn't you just try the Juul? And so I went out and I bought one. The idea of going back to smoking, I couldn't even imagine doing that. I don't think anyone, including myself, thought that I could switch.
Carolyn made the switch October 2016. Make the switch at JUUL.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
The KNC Masterpiece, that's us again, is heading back to the owner's box inside the Omni Dallas Hotel tonight from 7 to 11 p.m.
Where you can once again hang out with us, KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, that's still us. And enjoy some great food and wash it down with an ice-cold beverage. Details at 1053thefan.com.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53, and you can watch us on our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
Row here. Our coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks and by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. It is now time for Jeffrey time. LT Impo Cone Heffrey, and here he is.
Another football team in state, I believe, just hired a guy that Gavin would wish the Cowboys had hired.
Why's
after
that?
this song.
Okay.
Y'all need to take a hit of this Jeffrey.
Has to do with your plan for strength and conditioning.
Yoga?
No.
Why the
is
it called a Jeffrey? That's the joy of the Jeffrey, you see.
They hired Conti?
It goes away.
Close.
Victor.
Close.
It comes back.
The Houston Texans have hired somebody to work with their strength and conditioning staff and help out with the defense.
Their linebacker guy that tested positive a zillion times?
Brian Cushing.
Wow.
Maybe the biggest roid head in the history of the NFL, at least at getting caught. I think he's the first guy I remember having a 10-game suspension for PEDs. And you're just like, my bad, bros, you got me. Be back in 10. I think that was his real reaction. That was audio we just played. He's going to be helping with the strength and conditioning in Houston. So keep an eye on J.J. Watt, see if he gets up to about 380. We'll see.
Hey, Coach, what should I do to get better? Come out to my trunk real quick. Got something for you.
But that's your plan, right? Is just have the right steroids where it's like, hey, listen, are they testing for this one yet? Jam some of that in there, get that squared away.
I just can't get strong enough, Coach. I'll tell you what, are you scared of needles?
Yeah. We got some stuff that's cream clear.
Yeah,
There's
if you are, we can rub it on you.
Yeah. What do we need to do here?
Good luck, Texans.
I really think football is still in that pre-MLB punishment phase where it's just a lawless land. And the smart teams are figuring out ways to tell your players, hey, you really need to gain about 30 pounds. I saw a story the other day said the average man working out every day can only gain about a pound of muscle a month. So it's like we got about 5 months before camp. I don't know what you got
need to do about 5 times better than what's possible. So I'm just going to send you home with this.
The NFL coaches, players, general managers, owners do not care about steroids. It's if the government gets involved.
Yeah,
I mean, they have to do a little bit of a suspension, but that's when it all came down on MLB. They'd be like, there still would be no steroid testing if President Bush and the government didn't get involved. They'd be like, listen, we're making a lot of money off of these home runs.
Yeah.
And this is what people like, and this is what people want.
What about the kids, though, Mike? It's sending the message that kids have to do steroids to play sports.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the main arguments.
What now, Mike?
It's always funny to me. We'd have this joke in the clubhouse, and maybe it was the guys that were doing steroids. They're like, they're called performance-enhancing drugs. Aren't we trying to do everything to enhance our performance? We're doing stretching, throwing, hitting, batting practice, fielding ground balls. What are these doing? They're enhancing our performance by practicing and by doing these drills. It's like, so they created a drug that can enhance. And I get it. From a kid standpoint, if you're 15 and 16, and your body isn't done growing, there are some studies that say, look, steroids and stuff like that isn't good. And if you overdo it, if you just pump yourself up like you're a racehorse, that isn't good either with steroids. But there is, according to doctors, a amount that can benefit you, and there really is no bad side effect.
Hey, let's get everybody signed up for that. Major League Baseball, what they need right now is about 20 guys hitting 50 home runs plus. That would make life a lot more fun without worrying about bat flips or time of game.
It all happened in the 90s. We're 20 to 30 years away from the 90s. We hearing about all these guys dying because their bodies are done because they did steroids?
No.
They're all
they
just
stop
fine.
taking them, they slim back down, and they get back into baseball. McGuire and Bonds.
Yeah, there might be some liver and kidney stuff down the road, but if you have a doctor, he can help.
I love that, Mike, when you said that. There might be liver and kidney stuff.
Guys in their 20s don't
Mike
care.
just put his hand up like, so?
Yeah.
What about their liver and kidney?
Guys in their 20s aren't going to care about that.
Okay, now in other news, the news that Gavin broke this morning. I always assume that Gavin and Lucius are just these whack job conspiracy theorists when they talk about people spying on us. And it's
or the media controlling what we care about, like baseball players doing steroids and not football players.
Now, of course, as usual, I'll just slowly come around to what you guys have known for decades. As they did have to, the news broke this morning that Apple had a thing going on where if you made a group FaceTime call, the other person didn't have to answer.
Unreal.
And you could still listen to their microphones. You could be in the room with them without them answering the call. And so they have announced that, listen, the group FaceTime thing has been disabled.
Good.
In an update next week, we'll have it fixed. It's like we figured out what it is, so you figured out what it was in like 8 minutes. Because you knew it was there. You sneaky sons of biscuits.
Ooh.
Get out of my room.
Oh, I see now. I didn't even make this connection yet, Jeff. You're more the conspiratorial mind right now, and I love it. You're being the best version of yourself.
They said, we're aware of this issue. We've identified a fix. It'll be released in a software update later this week. Yeah, because you knew exactly what the problem was when somebody put it on the internet.
Yeah.
But guys, bad news about what we've been doing when we group FaceTime calling people.
Although it was supposed to be switched on to just listen to people to advertise to them, but somebody gets in there and hacks it to switch it on for other purposes now? Is that what you're going with? I don't
know. All I know is what's happening today. What's going down is I'm disabling FaceTime. I'm duct taping the top of my phone so nobody can see through the camera, and I may throw it next to my Echo Dot and make a firework out of both of them.
I remember on Shark Tank, somebody came up with these just little, they were easy, like $1. Like they make them for 10 cents, sell them for $1.50. It just is a clip over your computer right here where, that is closed. And when you want it open, you can. Now they can spy on you as soon as you take that off. But I guess maybe the thing for... Can you put
so ridiculous? This isn't outlawed.
Can you put one of these? Can we make one of these and just make millions of bucks on how to close off?
If you can make billions of dollars, the government will clear the path for you. That's what we're learning right here.
As long as it's the right person who's going to make the billion, and there's not somebody who's already making billions in a related industry.
If you're going to make billions, you write a multiple $1 million check to a lawmaker who's going to be like, this is not making the docket this year in Congress, spy away.
Well, but you have to be very careful, because if there's already somebody making billions and you would cut into their slice and they've already paid their millions, it's going to be really tough for you to get in without letting them buy you out.
And there you have DC gridlock.
Hello, marijuana.
Yeah.
Okay, so now here's the tricky part. Apple, there's another story about Apple today that came out, and I just think it's interesting timing and it's hilarious. They, the insurance giant Aetna, the big insurance company.
You betcha.
So they've teamed up with Apple and the iPhone, and there's going to be an app where it provides rewards. It's like you link up your phone with your insurance, and it's like, all right, now if you do all these little fitness things, you can earn rewards through Apple and Aetna. Like they partnered up with that. And one of the rewards, like the granddaddy of the rewards, is if you're living a healthy lifestyle, you're tracking it through your phone, and we have all your information, all that, we're spying on you. If you hit the peak of the mountain, free Apple Watch. It's like, congratulations. Here's another tool for us to spy on you with. Congrats, you made it. You freaking made it.
Yeah. You know, I
go up Apple stock.
I have no problem with them spying on me, because I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I love when they start floating things that I don't know. Like something pops up in your newsfeed. I was having a conversation with Skin about this sweatshirt that I had, and I was like, you know what? I'm not sure exactly what it means. It's a cool symbol, though, isn't it? 48 hours later, it pops up. Hey, here's what the Ohm symbol means. It's supposedly the sound of the universe on my newsfeed, on my news app. And then another one happened to me last week with Jeff, where we were talking about something we didn't know, and all of a sudden in my news feed,
10 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, they're listening, and like, so I have no problem with that. Or if you know I like something, go ahead and advertise, all you want, because I might want to buy those shoes. Stuff like that. But we should have the option to own your data or to let other people own your data. And we don't even have the option. Most people don't even know. Hey, you have reams of data. It's thousands of pages long based on all of your tendency, and Google and Facebook has it all.
I'm going back to pen and
Can I be
paper.
compensated for that? Because
And
they're
they still
making money
can't
off
find
of it.
the people who killed in that Ray Lewis thing.
Yeah. Can
That's in USA Today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. The Ray
Like
Lewis
19 years later, Atlanta, Super Bowl.
Still don't know.
And in
They
other
know.
news,
They know.
They do know. You're right.
and in other news, just a hearty salute today to the great Graham Harrell, who's been the offensive coordinator for North Texas. What is that?
Guns
Raiders.
up.
Oh, you're putting your guns up. Yeah. Graham Harrell, one of the best to ever run that
Mike
air
Leach.
raid offense with Mike Leach. He has been hired because Cliff Kingsbury left USC. So they went to UNT and they said, hey, Mean Green, I bet you're enjoying being good. Let us go ahead and poach your coach. And so Graham Harrell, at the age of 33, is going to be going to USC, and he is going to become the offensive coordinator / QB coach.
So does UNT go to Davis Webb now, or how's that work?
Just
Too early
find
for
that.
that?
Yeah, I don't think Davis is done yet. You'd probably find a former Tech guy. What's Sonny Cumbie up to? I'm sure he's coaching somewhere.
Well, isn't one of them TCU's offensive coordinator?
It's probably Sonny Cumbie.
I think it is.
Yeah, so Bruce Feldman, the college football guy, had a couple of notes on this. He said, I don't think anyone from the air raid tree is really surprised Graham Harrell's risen up this quickly. Third-generation coach. Dad and grandfather were successful high school coaches in Texas. Graham Harrell obviously ran Mike Leach's system better than any QB ever has.
Yeah.
And so Graham Harrell, who did a lot for North Texas, so that's pretty cool. It sucks that they're going to lose him, but he did a lot for North Texas, and it's cool he's going to have that opportunity.
You did this months ago, but Mike Leach, I mean, he's Lincoln Riley's guy.
Yeah, he's the tree. He is the college football tree. Mike Leach created all of this.
You've done it.
It's all his baby.
Nice job, dude.
I'm sure he learned some of it from
And
somebody.
he's so
but this is all him.
crazy, only Washington State wants him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just quirky enough.
I'd bring him in. He just has to be called something different than offensive coordinator. It's like, yeah, this is Mike Leach. He's an advisor to the offensive assistant.
Yes, but do you want anybody else having the power to get inside your game plan? Because I want that guy to be the dude. I don't want him reporting to anybody.
Yeah, I would want Mike Leach to run my offense and have a daily presser, but I'm crazy.
Mike Leach and Art Briles, maybe the two most genius offensive minds, basically unemployed.
Throw them out there.
Okay.
Well, Mike Leach is employed.
Yeah,
but
I know. basically.
But he's in Washington State.
Yeah.
Like nobody in the Pac-12 that's struggling. Like the Pac-12's pathetic. They're like, hey, Washington State's beating us, and how in the world are they beating us? Because no kid really wants to go there.
They got 2 players.
UCLA, USC. They're like, no, not Mike Leach. Anything but Mike Leach, even though he's dominating this league right now for 3 years.
Sorry, Washington State fans out there. Ryan Leaf, who's on Radio Row. I didn't mean to disparage your proud university, the one-time Fiesta Bowl participants known as the Cougars.
Damn right.
Okay, when we come back, we're going to take a look at Super Bowl Twitter and some of the more interesting things, including the percentage of Super Bowls Bill Belichick has been involved in. Pretty stunning. That's next in the nation.
Well, Gavin, let's talk about helping thousands of kids, local kids, with your donation of that old car, boat, or motorcycle, running or not, to carsforkids.org. 100% of the net proceeds are going to go to the kids, and you're going to give kids a second chance to earn their high school diploma. The donation process is fast and easy, and you're going to receive the highest possible tax deduction for your donation. Gavin, the number to call, 972-274-5437.
You nailed it, Mike. That is the number. 972-274-KIDS, carsforkids.org. Hell of a job reading there. And a heck of a job as we support the Can Academies right here, DFW. We want to thank all the Tolos that have given their old cars, trucks, SUVs, motorcycles, campers, running or not, to the Can Academies and given second chances to so many kids across North Texas. I mean, it's really a great investment that you guys have done in the future. Run into Tolos over the years that have given their cars to Can Academy. They're always so proud. That is right. I helped a kid get a second chance at that high school diploma. 972-274-KIDS, carsforkids.org, supporting the Can Academies in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Garland. Remember to write off the car, not the kid.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Home Advisor. Find top-rated pros for any project at homeadvisor.com. So, Anthony Davis's agent says he wants out of New Orleans. Here's what the Pelicans' response should be. No way. Why? Because Davis is one of the NBA's 5 best players, and trading him now would be abject surrender. Davis is under contract to New Orleans for the rest of this season and all of next season. The thinking behind trading him is that the Pelicans will get something in return rather than losing him for nothing in 2020. But just how much can the Pelicans get when teams know they're trading him with a gun to their heads? Maybe there will be multiple bidders and the Pelicans can get a decent package for Davis, but it's strictly a gamble. Trades where superstars are moved usually don't go well for the team giving up the star. Anyone remember who the Bucks got for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Hang tough, Pelicans. I'm John Feinstein.
Now's the time to get those home projects done so you can relax and watch the big game. Let Home Advisor help you out. Whether it's a minor repair or a major remodel, just tell Home Advisor what you need and get connected with the best pros for the job. You can read customer reviews, check project cost guides to see what others are paying, and book appointments with pros online, all for free. Go to homeadvisor.com or download the free app so you can relax for the big game.
O'Reilly. Purchase 5 quarts of Valvoline Max Life High Mileage Motor Oil and a MicroGuard filter for the same price as Valvoline Conventional, just $26.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Extend the life of your engine with Valvoline Max Life. Plus, earn double O Rewards points on this purchase. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Limits apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Planet Fitness, you can get down with your judgment-free self. Now extended through January 31st. You can join for only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness has cardio, weights, and locker rooms that sparkle like a glass of New Year's champagne. Only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Join in club or online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone.
Backed by popular demand, join now through January 31st for $1 at any of our 35 area locations.
Annual membership fee applies. Participating locations only. See club for details.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoplex lease, yeah. Autoplex lease, you know. Yeah, we got the cars you love to drive. Driving.
When it comes to leasing vehicles for your business, there's only one place to call for the very best leasing and financing terms. Autoflex Leasing's Commercial Flex Lease compares the top 50 leasing programs available in the country and brings your company the best rates and terms. Cars, trucks, vans, and sport utility vehicles all qualify for this amazing new Flex Lease. In addition, Autoflex Leasing will counsel you on the best way to structure your lease to get the maximum tax benefits available today. From one vehicle to 100, the Commercial Flex Lease is the best way to go. Call Autoflex Leasing today at any local area code, then 234-1234. Finally, talk to the company that can handle all of your commercial vehicle needs under one roof with one phone call. The Commercial Flex Lease, only at Autoflex Leasing.
Autoflex Lease, oh yeah. Shop Specs!
Specs would like to remind you that February 3rd is coming up fast. Are you ready for America's favorite day to scream at the TV? It's the holy grail of football, friends, and fun. So hurry into Specs and stock up for your big game party with lower prices on a stadium-sized selection of craft beers, fancy dips, and Specs excessive celebration-inducing gourmet snacks. Come get down-set delicious at Specs. Cheers to savings.
Drew Pearson here with Kevin Shea of Stratus Systems. Kevin, tell us the benefits you see that Stratus receives in teaming up with UA Local 100 on building projects.
We're approaching our 10-year anniversary here at Stratus and have partnered with Local 100 from the beginning. Local 100 gives us great access to personnel. There's a huge demand in DFW for skilled labor, and Local 100 is where you can go to work with companies like Stratus.
See how you can partner with UA Local 100. Call now at 972-489-9972. or at ualocal.dfw.com.
Free your family from the one-size-fits-all plan. Now, with Verizon, one family can get different unlimited plans starting at $40 per line per month with 4 lines on Go Unlimited with AutoPay. That means everyone gets the plan they want without paying for things they don't. So what are you waiting for? Switch to Verizon and put an end to the one-size-fits-all family plan. Visit bzw.com to learn more, plus taxes and fees. AutoPay, checks, home banking, or debit card only, and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Only after 22 gigabytes per month on Beyond Unlimited and 75 gigabytes per month on Above Unlimited.
Sean Treef here. I'm sure you set some New Year's resolutions. I want to lose weight. I want to feel better. Well, Men's T Clinic can help. With 3 locations conveniently located across the Metroplex, there's no excuse not to make an appointment at Men's T Clinic. If you want to hit your goals for 2019, give them a call today. You'll sit with a medical professional who will help come up with a custom plan for you. So call 1-800-246-LOW-T.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-LOW-T.
mensteclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta. You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the GBAG Nation. We're live on Radio Row here in Atlanta. Our coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks. Hope they're having a fantastic day. We're going to take a look at Super Bowl/Cowboys Twitter. The top tweets going viral about America's team, about the Super Bowl, and about so much more. We'll start with a tweet from Gil Brandt. He retweeted a gentleman named Doug Farrar. Not hard to predict. Even before his 8 Super Bowls with New England, Coach Belichick had Super Bowl success. 53 will be his 12th as a head coach or assistant. He has been involved in 22.6% of all Super Bowls and 36.4% since he was named Giants defensive coordinator in 1986.
Wow.
Think about that for a second, says Gil Brandt. And I did. And I was like, man.
Wow.
I part of me wants to respect the hell out of it. Part of me wants to be annoyed by it. But I'm at such a point that it's so difficult to have sustained greatness in any sport. The NFL is the king of that. It's getting harder and harder to hate on it because it's just like, holy crap. What they're doing in a league that is cycling through contenders every 4 years. Hey, Here comes a new batch. Here comes a new batch. This team's not going to be able to sustain it. They've been doing it for 2 decades in a league where you can't sustain it for a half decade.
It's the most amazing thing that'll probably be in our lifetimes when it comes to sports is this Tom Brady, Bill Belichick thing. Now I know you're doing Belichick, but Brady's been to more Super Bowls than any franchise.
Wow.
Stupid. This is his 9th. The Cowboys are tied for the most at 8. At one point, the Cowboys, I remember in Super Bowl 32, that was their 8th Super Bowl appearance, 32 Super Bowls, 8 Super Bowl appearances. they were in 25% of the Super Bowls. Now, they haven't been to one in now 20 plus years, so it's not as impressive. 8 is still very impressive in the NFL. It's the most of any franchise. I think they're tied, and I forget, maybe it's Pittsburgh they're tied with, I believe, but it's just like, okay, like now Tom Brady's broken the Cowboys, and then you have Bill Belichick stuff because you put him on the Giants as defensive coordinator, and just like these two guys, there's never been anybody more successful, at least. Maybe you have somebody that you think is better, but nobody more successful than Brady and Belichick in NFL history.
There's no doubt, Belichick's difficulty rating, or however you want to put that, is so much higher than guys in previous generations because of the salary cap.
Yeah.
And the need to reinvent your roster every year. You don't get to keep around the same, core for 6-7 years.
And he's always
Bill
fast
Walsh.
to move his guys.
Yeah.
That's the amazing thing is I'll just go to Cowboys history. Tom Landry became a bad coach when he fell in love with his players and couldn't let them go. Jerry had to come in and let all the guys go. I'm sorry, Tom Rafferty. I'm sorry, Danny White, or, whoever it was. It wasn't Danny White, but Randy White and Ed Tutal. I'm sorry. You guys were Landry's guys, and you guys have now taken this franchise to bad stuff. We have to get new players in here. Your coach is gone.
Yeah.
And then Jerry held on to his lovers.
Yeah.
And he couldn't let them go.
Uh-huh.
And Belichick has had people that have brought him to Super Bowls and championships. He's like, I'm sorry, you look like you're a year or two away from not being good, so I'm just going to let you go now.
I mean, he was willing to let Tom go a couple years ago.
Yeah.
He was sticking with his guy, Jimmy.
Yeah. I don't want it to.
Yeah.
So, I don't even know how you look at it, because I don't think you can build an argument that he's not at least tied for best football coach of all time.
I think he's the best football coach of all time.
Best sports coach of all time. Is it there? I mean,
he's up
John
there.
Wooden, Phil Jackson.
Yeah. I mean, Nick Saban's there in college.
Yeah.
But when you just, obviously he stunk in the NFL, but, to me, Belichick and Brady, there's not many other human beings successful in sports than those two guys.
James Palmer, an NFL Network reporter, tweeting, I asked Wade Phillips about planning for Tom Brady in the postseason and what's the plan this time around. He told me his plan is to get an earpiece with Tony Romo in it to tell him what's going to happen before each play.
I've seen some people sharing some really cool Wade Phillips stories over the last 24 hours. I know one of them was, when was he with the Bills? God, it was just the late 80s. When he was with the Bills, the entire time he was there, he had his home phone number listed in the phone book. He's like, it's cool. If somebody wants to talk, call me. And then there was a guy who was covering wherever he was in 2003. And he was like, Michael Smith, who's now the managing editor of Pro Football Talk. He said, back then, he said, I wanted to talk to Wade Phillips, but I wasn't a credentialed media. I was trying to become that. He's like, so I just called their facility. It was like, I'd love to talk to Wade Phillips. And he was like, he just said, put him through. And just sat there and answered all my questions. Wade Phillips is the most normal dude to ever reach that status where it's like, what? Just some random guy wants to ask me questions about my defense? Oh, yeah, I'm good. Put him through.
Yeah, I think he's one of the coolest guys in sports and it's unassuming coolness. Usually a guy is, has great comedy or energy or something, but he embodies that sort of very quiet Texas confidence that a lot of guys in the older generation have, and some guys in the younger generation still have, but that whole ability to be so laid back, even in the midst of chaos all around you, and you're just kind of true to who you are in a very calm way. It's a really appealing quality.
And I know Wade doesn't like hearing this.
Yeah.
He just has to be your lead assistant.
Yeah,
he can't be the man in charge.
I think he knows that. Well, I don't know if he knows that at this point.
He gets really upset because he'll talk about his record.
I believe he has the best head coaching record in Cowboys history. I believe he has the best winning percentage in Cowboys history.
I think he's kind of over it, though, because at least this year he was willing to give Jason Garrett his credit instead of answering with, I had the best winning percentage. He actually, I think, winning in Denver, now getting it's like, dude, he keeps proving it. And now all the players are singing his praises. Yeah. He's in the perfect spot for his career. Okay. There was quite a bit of chatter about the fan cam.
Hello, 1053thefan.com
Super Bowl Twitter.
Cam.
No, this was last night as I was listening to the Ben and Skin show. Bobby Belt tweeting, the fan cam has taught me Skin Wade bounces his leg more than a second grader on Adderall with a full bladder.
He does, yeah.
In other words,
he's on coffee.
Yeah, he's wired up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's the reason, but I mean, he does drink coffee from wake up till sleep time.
I've learned
Maybe not sleep time, because then he changes what he's drinking. around then.
Yeah, a few hours before.
I've learned from the people who have sent me pictures
Sometimes.
that I bite my nails about 80% of the time we're on.
Oh, yeah.
And I already knew I was a cross-legged sitter. I've always been a cross-legged sitter. I'm down with that.
But you don't go with the fold. You got your ankle on top of your leg.
Yeah, I'm not a fold.
I'll go full fold
I'm
on you.
I'm not flexible enough to go fold. I haven't done my DDP yoga in forever.
Yeah.
And that was my great flexibility work. So, yeah, even on an airplane where you have zero room, I'll grab my foot and lift it up and force it through the chair and go cross-legged. I just like to have a leg across.
Well, you don't have any falling asleep issues, anything like that?
I'll uncross for sleep action, yeah.
Brian Lindstrom says, shout out to KT for adjusting the fan cam, #Tolo.
Mhm.
And our fan cam is brought to you by the Low T Center. If you want to pop on there, it's a good way to listen to the show. We got the audio coming for you right there. So maybe, you're at work or something. You don't want to pop an earpiece in. You can have us right there on your desktop computer, rocking and rolling, and take a look. And we have big guests coming through. I know we're going to have Michael Irvin Friday. Maybe at 11 or 12 o'clock. But, yeah, we have Michael Irvin planned a little bit later on in the week. And then KT replied, though, to that Tolo giving him credit, saying, no. Give Ted Nichols Payne the credit.
Oh, yes. TNP and Tim Collins, the heroes, and Josh Clark, the heroes that you don't see.
Yeah,
Those
they're
are
working
the
hard
heroes.
behind the scenes.
Yep.
D. Ware tweeting, I'm really enjoying
The fan
whole deal.
cam.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
DeMarcus Ware said that. He's really watching the fan cam.
yeah, no, he says you better stay close to the game if you want to stay sharp. Know what you're teaching before you teach it. School be in session soon. #sensei. #fitness. #off-season games. He's almost talking in a way like he is really going at the coaching thing hardcore. And I don't know if this is individual coaching or he's making more of a commitment to Denver or the Cowboys, but he is talking very much like a coach, that, hey, you better stay sharp. And I think this is a great lesson for other players that are ending their careers, is that if you want to be involved in this thing, then you have to treat it like a job. You can't rely on the stories and experiences that you had in order to be really good at it. I think Mike's a perfect example of a guy who
checked
played
out and really doesn't know anything
just freaking
anymore.
mailing it in, dude.
Yeah, right.
No, but you have to you have to love sports. You can't just have been good at it and liked being good at it. You had to have had a life as a sports fan in order to get the passion. And for DeMarcus Ware, obviously he has a tremendous passion for teaching. We saw him do that with all the players that had come through, both on the offensive side and the defensive side. And I'm getting a great kick out of looking at his Twitter account because he always has such a tremendous positive message. And I think life advice is coming along inside those D-Ware tweets.
I think the other thing, too, not only with the game, but when it comes to lifting weights, things can change. Hey, this was a good exercise. Then because lifting weights just started, at least in baseball, in the 80s. And in football, it's just like, grab some weights and just get big and strong. And so we're finding more and more things like, hey, we thought that got you big and strong, but actually it was pinching your shoulder right here. And that's actually a bad exercise. Here's a way to build up this part of your body without pinching this, which causes issues. And so I think when DeMarcus Ware is, saying is, man, things keep changing. As in, we thought this was good, it isn't. Or we thought this was bad, but we've just tweaked it this much and it's good. And then also having to do with, at least for me in baseball, just the way that organizations look at stats and what is considered a stat that they really like and a stat that they're like, hey, we used to put a lot into this and now we don't really care. We still look at it, but we don't care as much about that.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff. A lot of that working out, it was so intense and explosive. And I think that really led to a ton of injuries, and we're still getting a pretty good handle on it.
Just think DeMarcus Ware still, he's just going by the Cowboys. They still think the stretching, just like touching your toes, is a great one to do, and then you're ready to practice.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns, fat coach.
Yeah. Horrible. Some of the
Bob
stuff
Wiley.
that's continuing to go on out
they
there.
Didn't stretch before they got off the boats.
Man.
No, it charged that beach.
Yeah.
There are opportunities to improve on so many fronts in pro football. It's so frustrating. But the money has just come flying in such a big way. Since this new collective bargaining agreement, all the cable TV money, I think guys are taking their eyes off the ball when it comes to this sort of physical training, analytics, and all sorts of ways you could be better. but the carrot's not out there to get better right now. And I think we're experiencing a time where there's a lot of great football, a lot of great coaches doing their job, but there's tons of teams out there that have their eye off the ball. And I think that's one of the big reasons, to kind of bring it full circle, of why the Patriots are continuing to have so much success relative to the rest of the league, because they don't have an owner that's satisfied with making money. They don't have an owner that wants to get involved. They just have people that are more motivated, sharper at problem solving, and, have a tireless and relentless spirit that's controlling their organization. If you have a head coach whose just job is to be good at football, then he can set the tone for your entire team. And everybody is waking up with the eye on winning instead of other stuff like building stadiums or helping other franchises build stadiums.
I have an interesting question for Michael Irvin on Friday when he joins us here. He's always said the Cowboys are man beat man. When was the last time he was here at a Super Bowl that a team was here in the Super Bowl that it was a man beat man team?
Great question.
Baltimore.
We'll find out. Michael Irvin around noon on Friday.
Just beat him up.
Yeah, with a great defense.
Yeah, when you think about what we've talked about the Patriots today. We've always talked about Sean McVay for a year now. The teams that are getting here, it's not a man. The Philadelphia Eagles, that was not a man beat man offense last year.
No. And isn't John Harbaugh kind of sneaky innovative? He's up on things pretty good.
I'm just trying to remember that team, and I know they would just kind of run the ball, stop you, and then throw it far to Torrey Smith, if I remember right.
We
got it.
Not how it happened, and Joe Flacco went on the run of his life over a 4-game period. It's winning time. Text the word TOY, TOY, to 72881. Your chance to win $1,000 in this national contest is right now. Next one's coming up at 2:16, and it'll go all the way through the Ben and Skin Show. So coming up next, we got the birthday power rankings. We're going to have an abbreviated Mike Likes It coming up at 1:28. What are we going to be talking about there?
Let's go back around the NBA. And, hey, where does Luka rank in the 25 and under club?
Ooh, that's a good topic. Let's talk about D&M leasing before we move on, though. DMAutoleasing.com, any local area code and 35 lease. It's the best way to acquire a new vehicle in the Metroplex always. But right now, it's an especially good time. I'll tell you why. At D&M Leasing, they lowered interest rates for 2019. You might have saw the big news story there at the end of the year. Fed's raising interest rates for the new year. Well, D&M said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to make our own rules. So we'll make it up to you. Now you have lower interest rates than anybody else there at D&M Leasing. Just give them a call from any local area code in 35 lease. Ask them for the GBAG Nation special. Any local area code, 35 lease, you'll get the GBAG Nation special. You get the lower interest rates. How about no down payment, no payments for 60 days? And oftentimes your payment will be up to 50% lower than when you're buying. If it's taking you longer than 48 months to pay off the car you're driving, you're doing it wrong. Do it right. Come over to D&M Leasing, any local area code, 35 LEASE, or DMAutoleasing.com.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Try Taco Bueno's new Bueno Under a Buck menu. 10 Tex-Mex favorites for just $79, $89, and 99 cents, including the Party Burrito and the new extra cheesy Party Taco. The real Tex-Mex deal. Only Bueno is Bueno.
Texas. Welcome to Save Yourself with Geico.
You send a congratulatory text to your newly promoted boss, but autocorrect changes it to something unintended.
Oh, no.
You couldn't save yourself from autocorrect gone horribly wrong, but you could save yourself hundreds by switching your car insurance to Geico.
Yes.
You could save on motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance too.
Nice.
Plus, the Geico Insurance Agency could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Oh.
While your smartphone's word choice is becoming your biggest problem, you should know Geico is the second largest auto insurer in the country.
Okay.
Geico even has a 97% customer satisfaction rating and has been helping people save money for over 75 years.
Huh.
And now all you can do is watch the ... response bubble and wait. But you don't have to wait on savings. Your local Geico agent could help you save even more with federal and military discounts.
You couldn't save yourself from autocorrect, But you could save yourself hundreds with Geico Online, over the phone, or at your local office.
We're talking with Eden, an actual client of Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers.
When my car accident happened, between calling 911 and trying to avoid the guy who clearly wasn't paying attention that hit me, then the sirens, then the emergency vehicles, you're overwhelmed. I called 1-800-Lawyers from the scene of the accident, and it's the best phone call that I've ever made. The call is free, and you're talking with a highly experienced personal injury lawyer at Frankel & Frankel, whose entire focus is to be sure you're okay and that you get the best care possible. There's no out-of-pocket costs at all, and the Frankels work with incredible doctors all over DFW. I was injured, I missed work, I needed a rental car. My doctors were fantastic. Now I'm focused on my recovery and let the Frankels deal with everything, including putting the insurance company on notice that they'll go all the way to trial if necessary to get a recovery that is best for me and my family.
If you're in an accident and it's not your fault, immediately call Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers or online at frankelfirm.com. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Register at 1053thefan.com for your chance to win tickets to the Dallas Winter Boat Expo at Dallas Market Hall. The show will be in town February 1st through 3rd and February 7th through 10th. Tickets, details, and more info at dallasboatexpo.com.
Hi, Troy Hughes here from the future. And I'm with you.
Hey, me.
See, you didn't have enough money to go back to school and finish your degree, but Amberton University has degree programs starting under $10,000. Yeah, $10,000. So you were able to graduate and get a new job. Now you have more time to do the things you love.
I'm doing the things I love.
A degree can do that for you. So go to amberton.edu today. That's amberton.edu.
Hey, party people. Ben and Skin here. We already know Pluckers has the best wings in the Metroplex, but it's the people at Pluckers that make it special. The difference between Pluckers and other restaurants is that they genuinely care about our local community and, of course, our sports teams.
That's why Pluckers sponsors the Rangers, the Longhorns, the Mavs, and the Ben and Skin Show. They also work with over 50 youth sports organizations in the area. So next time you're hungry for wings, head to Pluckers because they care about the things that are important to all of us.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. It is time for your birthday power rankings. The battle for birthday dominance right here on 105.3 The Fan happens every day at 1:20. Get your listener birthdays in. We'll have celebrities as well. Segments brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and by Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, do what more fan listeners do. Make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. Mark can fix it. He'll stop all the harassing collection calls and stress. Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers, official lawyers of the Tolo. And here is Jeff with the battle for birthday dominance.
All right, from the 903, Jeff, can I get a birthday shout out to my friend Nicholas Kapala, 52 years old. Thank you. You're welcome.
Happy birthday, sir.
Let's see.
I have a birthday shout out.
Okay.
Derek.
Uh-huh.
So it was his birthday 3 days ago. He told me yesterday, and I didn't check my message.
Derek.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Derek. You know who you are.
Good job, Derek.
I have a birthday.
Okay.
It is sister of Elise, daughter of Richie and Kyla.
3-year-old Cameron.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In Rowlett, baby?
Yes, in Rowlett.
That's a big one. That's
Salute to you guys. Have a happy birthday.
You did the right thing there, because a lot of times you'll email me one, and I definitely will forget it. So you were on the right track there.
Well, my bad.
Eric Zimmerman on Twitter. Hey, Jeff, my fiance and I are Tolos from Wichita, Kansas. Thanks for getting us through our workday every day. Can you give a shout out to my fiance, Crystal Rader? She turns 37 today. Thanks.
Okay, happy birthday, Crystal.
903, Jeff, my birthday is tomorrow. I'll be away with my beautiful girlfriend all day. So I'm asking for a shout out today. Gracias. That's from Odie. Odie on Twitter. And let's see here. Please say happy birthday to my wife. She's 30. Her name is Jacqueline Bird. That's from Tim Bird, a.k.a. Timmy B from the D. Solid Fortnite player. Good teammate.
Longtime Tolo, too.
Oh, yes. Indeed.
His name is the Bird Turd on Fortnite?
Yeah. Timmy B, the Bird Turd from the D. Yeah.
It's a good name.
Let's see here. Rob Baronis is 41 today.
Kicker?
Yep, kicker. David LaFleur is 45. Was that Troy's pick?
First-round pick, 1997, yeah.
Good pick, Troy. That's why you're a GM. Steve Sachs is 59 today.
Well, it's like this is the thing about pigeonholing. They were going to take a tight end no matter what because Jay Novacek was gone. They like Tony Gonzalez. He got taken before, and they're like, we have to take a tight end. So the next guy on the board is David LaFleur.
Was Steve Sachs a second baseman?
Yeah, he had the yips.
Did he?
Yeah, tough break.
Part of his career.
A rapper named Riff Raff is 37 today. So happy birthday to him.
Salute. Rap on.
Adam Lambert is 37.
Lead singer of Queen now.
What? Is he
Oh,
really?
that's that actor?
Wait.
Is he really?
Yeah, the guy that was
American Idol guy?
Yeah, he's now Queen has been touring for about 5 years with the two guys that play the instruments that were in
Adam Lambert's now singing?
Adam Lambert's their lead singer.
I did not know that. Dominic Hasek is 54 today.
Dominator.
Goalie, two-time NHL MVP.
Is he married to somebody famous?
Great question.
I think so.
Why don't you look it up?
Like a Russian volleyball player or something like that.
Mark Gasol is celebrating his 34th.
Happy birthday.
Bob Holly is 56. You may know him as
I know him as Buddy Holly.
As Bob Sparkplug Holly, Hardcore Holly,
Wrestling.
Bombastic Bob. Yeah, he was a wrestler. So there's
one of the Holly boys.
Originally, he was Thurman Sparky Plug was his name. Andre Reed is 55. Aeneas Williams is 51. That's a lot of battles with Michael Irvin right there.
Both Hall of Famers.
Quality players.
Heather Graham is 49. That's Felicity Shagwell and Austin Powers. She was in the second one there.
Attractive lady.
Tom Selleck is 74.
Hairy chest.
Oprah Winfrey is 65.
Probably doesn't have a hairy chest.
Retirement year.
We'll never know.
And Harriet Tubman is no longer with us. But happy birthday. You were today's champion.
And also to Cal Bassick.
Oh, Cal.
Turning
Happy
9
birthday,
today.
Cal. I just yelled that into a FaceTime and forgot all about it.
I think that's always tough. You're going to have to deal with it in Oxnard now, right?
Yeah, she doesn't know yet.
I haven't 6 years in a row.
I'm thinking about seeing if I can get the boss to approve it. Fly her out. Take her to Disneyland. Surprise. Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be.
Like, hey, sorry, we're in training camp. I'm going to miss your birthday this year. And then just be out there. You know, she wakes up on her birthday day and her mom's like, okay, let's go. Going to the airport. Going to go to Disneyland with your dad.
Good luck with that.
Somebody just said Rob Baronis is dead.
You don't think the bosses will prove it?
You sure?
Think I got a chance, Tim? Think I got a chance?
But
I mean, I kind of need a day pass to get down to.
Oh, yeah, that is
LA.
unfair to ask Tim while
It's a
on the
freaking birthday.
air. Like, hey, everybody's listening. Tim,
Yeah.
what do you think about me bringing
Tim's
my
going
family
to crush an 8-year-old girl's dreams right here.
Live on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll have to see what Spittle says.
you just have to move their birthday. We're actually celebrating Cal's birthday on Sunday.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can be a little flexible there with the
Yeah.
birthday party. That might be another
Guys,
solution.
Huge update on Rob Baronis.
He
As
did
somebody
die.
did tell me. He is indeed dead from a car crash in 2014, BAC .218.
Okay.
So he was having a good time before that.
Yeah, he definitely was. Wow, that's thoughts and prayers to the Baronis family. Okay, it's time for Mike Likes It. Coming up in Mike Likes It's normal time frame 1:40. We're going to be talking with the sports and sports betting attorney Daniel Wallach. You might remember him from the Zeke story. He covered the Zeke story the best out of all the attorneys in the media, and he is one of the top sports betting attorneys. So I want to know from him, when are we going to be able to place a wager inside Texas?
Okay.
And that's coming up here in 13 minutes. But right now, it's Mike Likes It.
Well, I tell you, Mike Likes It might just become a Luka segment all the time because that's how much I like Luka. Gavin, you had this. It was funny. I found this on Hoops Hype. You're like, we need to team Luka up with somebody who's like under 25.
Yeah.
This morning, Hoops Hype does their list of the top 25 NBA players under 25.
Okay.
So, would you guys like to take just a guess before I give you where Luka is on the list? Where Luka would rank? If I know it's very tough to think of guys who are under 25 or just above 25, but
I'll
where
say
would
like
you think?
sixth.
Okay.
I'll say fifth.
Did you just look?
No,
it is
no.
sixth overall.
I saw number 1 and I saw
Okay.
number 25.
All
I
right.
did not see the list.
So number 1, there's no doubt about it. Nobody actually even comes close to this dude because he's top 3 player in the NBA. It's the Greek Freak. So I think he's 23 years old right now and just one of the best players in the NBA.
Can he shoot yet?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. He's 33, 12, and 5.
Okay.
Without being, if he can shoot, he might become the greatest player in basketball history.
So we keep watching these college guys and be like, well, this guy can't shoot. It's never going to work. And it's like, all right, who's the best player under 25? Well, he can't shoot. But it works.
Hey.
He's a 6'11" point guard,
Yeah.
skill-wise.
Yeah.
I know people jump on me. He's not a point guard. That's fine. He can handle the basketball like Chris Paul. So deal with that person who gets upset with me that I say he's a point guard at
Who are
times.
you mad at right now? Who are you talking
Just random Twitter people that just really like want to pick apart every word we say.
I mean, you can list him at whatever position you want, but if he's the guy bringing up the court and initiating the offense, he's the point guard to me.
Okay. Next guy, and I will say this. I'm going to ask you, would you trade Luka for this guy? For Greek Freak, I would. If Milwaukee called right now, and these are all straight up trades, Number one, yes, I would say I will give you Luka to Milwaukee. I'll take the Greek Freak, and we'll go from there. You guys?
No, I think it's close enough.
So you'd have him number one.
Yeah, I mean, you know my thoughts on the 3-point shooting.
Yeah,
and I think it's close enough that the city has fallen in love with Luka, and I've gained an attachment. And it's part of sports, right? We get attached to our players, and that's going to be factored in for me.
Number 2, Nikola Jokic, center for the Denver Nuggets, is considered the second best player in the NBA under 25 years old. I would not trade Luka for Jokic, but you're not going to trade him for anybody because he's going to be number 1 overall. I'm pretty sure.
Know. You may find somebody on there that can shoot.
There's nobody close to the Greek Freak on this list. Just to give you an idea, there's nobody anywhere close to the Greek Freak.
I get what they're doing there with the list. Hey, this guy's been doing it for 4 years? Freak's been in the league.
Yeah.
And Luka's just started. But in a year or so, I think this is going to have shifted decidedly in Luka's favor.
Number 3, Joel Embiid. The reason I say no to that is I'm still worried about his injury history. And I will say this, to Gavin's point, which I'm coming around to, center is more of a position where, hey, just get a banger who can rebound, dunk the basketball when I throw it to him. It'd be great if they can also be like Kleba.
Oh, you don't want him to get 27 points a night like Embiid, Mike?
Well, I'm just saying, if I got to give $40 million to a player, I need that guy to be able to take the ball at the top of the key or the 3-point line and be a threat. And I know that would, well, you just said Mike, Greek Freak. Well, Greek Freak can be like, I don't care. You can put 6 human beings in front of me. I'm going to dribble all around him and dunk on him.
Yeah.
And Joel Embiid can't do that.
He's like the middle school before people catch up, and the best athlete just inbounds the ball, runs down and makes a layup. And that stops 9th grade for everybody but the Greek Freak.
Yeah, he's still playing 9th grade ball.
Yeah, 9th grade, everybody's like, all right, we kind of grew. We learned to play defense. We can shoot. We know the rules. And Greek Freak's like, whatever.
Now that guys are good enough to, under pressure, create threes off the dribble and shoot them at a high percentage, I don't care if you're shooting 2s. Help me out here. Work on your 3 so you can at least space the floor center, you know. So
number 4 is another center, Karl Anthony Towns. I would not trade him.
No, it's an easy one
for Karl Anthony Towns. Number 5. Now he is mini Greek Freak. I don't know if he'll ever get good as the Greek Freak. Ben Simmons.
Hold on, Gavin. I want to go back to Karl Anthony Towns for a second.
Great numbers.
He might be your guy. 38.5 from 3.
Oh yes, yeah. He can space it a little bit.
How about I change now the question? I don't know if he's ever going to become available because, once again, like as Skin said yesterday, guys don't go away from the new contract after their rookie contract. There's going to have to be a bad marriage there, and there kind of is with Karl Anthony Towns. Would that be the other guy that you would want for Luka? Because we're trying to find a person under 25. So now this list becomes, who do you want to pair with Luka for the future championship of the Mavericks? This is where really the list is going. Would Karl Anthony Towns be that guy? Because he might be gettable out of the guys I named.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid, I think, is going to be with Philadelphia for a long time. Jokic is going to be with Denver for a long time.
Oh,
Karl Anthony Towns might become available in the next year or 2.
7-footer that can step out to the 3-point line. That's your guy, Gavin.
I know, but he's got to be my 3rd guy.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's got to be my 3rd guy.
Team.
I know. Well, hey, I'm swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
The last time Mark talked about his strategy for team building, it was thinking of everything possible as good as possible. And I don't think he's looking at the modern NBA and thinking, we can just put together a couple of good players.
So you don't think Luka and Karl Anthony Towns could be the 2 best players on a title team?
Probably not. As long
We're a long way off then, aren't we?
As long as Boston is trending the way. I mean, you're looking at a possible LeBron and Anthony Davis combination.
Yeah,
what is going to take to win the NBA championship, if it remains like this, is greater than we've ever seen. I'm sorry, but the Kobe Shaq Lakers, the Jordan Bulls, it's like, okay, I'm not going to totally rule you guys out. I'm sure it would be competitive, but where we're going, you can't stack up with Brown against BJ Armstrong. I'm sorry. I have such a tremendous advantage with the depth of a team like Boston or Golden State. The teams that we're seeing now are better, and I don't think 2 superstars is going to get it done year in and year out.
Number 6, like I said, is Luka, which I think he should be honestly number 2 or 3 on this list.
Number 5, Ben Simmons. You know how many 3-pointers he's made in his career?
25.
0?
Wow.
He's 0 for 12 in his career.
Holy cow. Number 7, Porzingis of the New York Knicks. Obviously, he should be coming back at some point here from the knee injury. That would be a guy who I'd love to pair with, and he's probably sick of New York because they're just a horrible franchise. So it'll be interesting to see in the next year or 2 where he's possibly playing because it just doesn't look like he wants to be part of New York. Number 8, Devin Booker for the Phoenix Suns, just on a pathetic team. Number 9, love him, but he ain't going to be gettable. Clint Capella, because you talk about, kind of your center guy with defense. But to your point, that's tough. If I got to pay one of these guys $40 million, okay, Clint Capella.
Are your other 2 guys MVP candidates? Then that works.
Yeah.
Number
10, Donovan Mitchell, probably not gettable in the near future at all because of what he's doing in Utah. Number 11, De'Aaron Fox, having a great year in Sacramento. Number 12, Jamal Murray, a great year in Denver. That's Murray and Jokic, or their combination of under 25 guys. It looks like they're going to get home court advantage, at least in the first round in the Western Conference. Number 13, a little bit low, and probably because he just hasn't followed up his unbelievable playoffs with a great regular season, and that's Jason Tatum, who, if you put Tatum and Luka on a team, I think that's your combination.
Yeah.
That's his combo of championship team, right? You'd have Tatum over Towns.
Yeah. You want a couple of around 6'8" guys who, offenses or defenses can't account for, right? Show me your small guy that can stay in front of me. Oh, right over the top. Show me your big guy. He's done. You get 2 of those guys playing off of each other, and it becomes really, really difficult for defenses to account for. And then your role players, your bigs, they have all this space. We're like, hey, I'm giant. This is great. Now their jobs are that much easier.
I'm sad to tell you, I don't know who Pascal Siakam is. I don't really know him. He's Toronto Raptors, number 14. Number 15, Nurkic of Portland. I always say his name wrong. Number 16, could have had him for really cheap, but I'm a stupid moron who doesn't know anything about basketball. Stick to baseball, Mike. Julius Randle, who's 20-10 at 24 years old, really improving. You could see the massive improvement last year, but nobody wanted to listen to me when I was like, you can get him for $10 million a year on a long-term contract. Oh, no, we don't want him.
That got Kleba.
Just not a fit.
Yeah. Kyle Kuzma, 17, 18, Miles Turner, local guy. Number 19, D'Angelo Russell, who he was written off in LA, and rightfully so. He just didn't do well. And this is where I'll end the conversation at 19 because we got to go to break here.
Was he the snitch in LA?
He was.
Okay.
But here's the deal about sometimes point guards who have to handle the ball. He's turning into a really good player. I don't know if he'll ever be an all-star in the East. He might be able to. But sometimes you do have to have patience with your point guards that come out of college after just playing 25 college games. And so probably with Lonzo Ball, who wants to get out, Dennis Smith Jr., who still probably wants to get out of Dallas, I guess you never know where they're going to actually be.
Yeah.
And right now, D'Angelo Russell is turning himself into a $25 to $30 million player in Brooklyn.
Okay, well, right now we are going to turn our attention to an interview with a friend of our show, attorney Daniel Wallach. We'll ask him, about the aftermath of the Ezekiel Elliott situation last year and where he anticipates this is going to go legally in a couple of years. But we can also talk to him a lot about sports betting. He's the top sports betting attorney in America. And we'll ask him, man, when are we going to have access to that inside the state of Texas? That's next in the GBAG Nation.
All right, first let's talk about our buddy Brad Sullivan and his Dream Team Mortgage Financial Services. It's dreamlending.com, and these guys are freaking incredible. Everybody out there that you could possibly work with. If you're looking to buy a home, if you've never bought one before, they're going to make it so easy for you, so simple. And if you have already bought a home and you're going to buy a second home, you want to upsize, you want to downsize, whatever it is you want to do, you want to go with the best. You want to go with the people that are going to make this as easy as possible, as fast as possible. And they're over there at dreamlending.com, Gavin.
Oh, easy and fast. That's the way they do mortgages. About 3 weeks or so, they'll get you closed, 21 days or less. Brad Sullivan and his Dream Team. It's really a dream come true. If you've ever had a mortgage experience with somebody else and you're like, man, why did that have to be so difficult and stressful? Brad's going to get you taken care of. Just give him a call at 817-601-9010. You dream big. They'll handle all the little things, Mike.
Or you can go to Mortgage Financial Services, the home, mortgagefinancialservices.com or dreamlending.com. I don't know. It won't pull
home of your
up.
American dream.
Yeah, my computer's not working, so I'm not going to have the read here. So I'm just going to tell you they do have a 5% back program, which is awesome. They have a Homes for Heroes program, which is for teachers, firefighters, policemen, military, and more. Brad Sullivan is going to take care of you. And, that's all I have.
He is the man.
Thanks.
NMLS 43021. Something like that. Dallas, Texas, Flower Mound, Texas.
Yeah.
Just assume that anything legal we need to say on the back end of this spot is accounted for.
Yeah, thanks.
And we'll make up for it on the other side. So we'll come back with Daniel Wallach here in the GBAG Nation. Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we're live from Super Bowl 53 on Radio Row. And I couldn't be more excited that legendary musician James Brown is going to join us.
I feel good. Oh, not that one, Ben. He's dead.
A different James Brown will join us. The NFL James Brown. That's on the Ben and Skin Show. Right home with us, live from Atlanta on Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss.
Do you need to slim down, get rid of that stubborn 20 pounds, or get rid of 50-plus life-changing pounds and keep it off? I did that with Soda Weight Loss, lost 176 pounds. It's the official weight loss and nutrition program of the Dallas Mavericks. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the art.
DFW Airport makes parking for air travel easy as a click with new prepaid parking online. Just click, park, and save up to 50%. Plus, use your toll tag to make parking even easier. Visit dfwairport.com/park.
At Planet Fitness, you can get down with your judgment-free self. Now extended through January 31st. You can join for only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness has cardio, weights, and locker rooms that sparkle like a glass of New Year's champagne. Only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Join in club or online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone.
Backed by popular demand, join now through January 31st for $1 at any of our 35 area locations.
Annual membership fee applies. Participating locations only. See club for details.
Here's what people are saying about Butcher Board Carvery Shop, where they hack it and stack it.
I'm a big guy, so it's all about the whole hog sandwich.
Chicken salad with local greens? I don't feel guilty eating it.
House-made meats, loaded spud, tacos, incredible.
Butcher Board, ranch to table, farm to table, dine-in, takeout, order online, and catering. 2 cool locations, Frisco and McKinney. Butcherboard.com. Check them out. Butcherboard.com.
It's time to join the millions of people that meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Zoom gives you flawless video, crystal clear audio, and instant sharing across any mobile, tablet, or desktop device. But the best thing about Zoom? It just works. So ditch the distractions, join the movement, and meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Visit zoom.us to set up your free account today. That's zoom.us. Zoom video conferencing.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
Listen to the Ben and Skin Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carlos Santana and celebrate his landmark Supernatural album and his historic 1969 Woodstock performance on the Supernatural Now Tour. It's going down Saturday, July 6th at Dos Equis Pavilion. For more ticket information, go to livenation.com.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us in our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
RJ Chop here. You're probably going to have a party for the big game. At the very least, you're going to have food and fun with you and your family. Something's getting spilled. Guacamole dip, salsa, wine, who knows, soda, doesn't matter. It's still going to get trapped and embedded deep in the carpet fibers. You're going to want to get it cleaned up the clean way, the green way, the Zero-Res way with the patented empowered water system. No soaps, no chemicals when you use Zero-Res, just empowered water, cleaner, greener technology. Safer, healthier for your home. RJ Choppy Fan Special. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized. $99 plus 100 square feet of tile clean, absolutely free. Great value, locally owned and operated. You want to get that local treatment, and you can do so with Zero-Res. And if you're not having a big game party, you're going somewhere else, why not get on the schedule? Just get it cleaned anyway, because it's Mountain Cedar time, man. RJ Choppy Fan Special. 214-37-CLEAN, 214-37-CLEAN, 214-372-5326, or ZeroResDallas.com. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same as Zero-Res.
Our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners continue to impress us. No, amaze us. You packed Gas Monkey live on Saturday night and helped create the biggest and best fan ball yet. Thanks as well to Autoflex Leasing, Fitness Connection, MyComputerCareer.edu, and Landshark Locker. We love you, Tolos. From all of us at The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Dallas Truck World. They've got the Jeeps, and more Jeeps for you. There's 60 in stock. You can check them all out today at DallasTruckWorld.com.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Yeah, it's the GBAG Nation here on the Fan, and tomorrow at this time we'll have Diamond Dallas Page joining us.
Oh,
talk about his yoga, talk about his career in the squared circle, scrapping it out with some pro wrestling legends. I don't know if we'll get into the pro wrestling talk. What do you guys think about?
No, we won't actually. No,
had DDP on.
I think we're all out on that. We're here for DDP because we love him.
I think he could have some good stories, like we had is Kevin Hart talking about? I guess it wasn't wrestling, like a guy pooping his pants and stuff. But if you ever wrestled with somebody and they accidentally peed or pooped their pants, or
yes, if he has a
or like
story.
like I thought I just killed a guy, or like this thing
the
went
craziest
wrong.
moments,
the
big injuries that force you to find yoga later on in your life to increase flexibility. And
you know what? I wonder what percentage of our listeners do you think are into wrestling? Because I think if we're dismissive of it, I bet that number is as high as like 25%.
I was thinking 20 to 25% before you said that number.
Okay, maybe we have to hit him with some wrestling.
But you guys are used to us dismissing what you enjoy.
Yes,
it's just par for the course.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, my computer's working now, so it's 817-601-9010. It's Mortgage Financial Services in MLS 43021, 2001 Lakeside Parkway, Flower Mound, Texas 75028. Equal housing lender. Paid.
That's Mike continuing a live spot from 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Well, we let the folks know we'd make up for it on the other side. The Wi-Fi went down in the middle of a live spot.
Oh,
we're like, crick, we got legal stuff here to take
Luckily,
care of.
there's only about 3,000 computers opened in this room.
I was in the restroom with Pete Prisco. I'd never noticed that
How big is he?
He's a really interesting shape. I think he's probably 5'2".
Oh, really?
And 250.
Bigger guy.
Like picture,
bigger guy.
I don't know why every round person I relate it to. Picture Carl Winslow, and then push him down a little. And that's Pete Prisco.
Well, he makes up for it with some expert NFL writing.
Yes, and really colorful clothing.
How important, I'll look out for him, how important is legal gambling in Texas to you guys at this point? There's so many ways.
I do it illegally without a problem, so not very.
Yeah. I think it's more of an annoyance that our dollars are going offshore when there should be legal, American businesses that are profiting off of it. And, I think in general as well, I think more Americans are coming around to the idea that the government is hooking up their friends with business ventures. They're not necessarily providing us a structure for laws on, what is morally or ethically right. It's just sort of it's a moving target based on whatever businesses happen to be paying for their campaigns. So to me, it's generally more annoying that while we're in America and there's freedoms that we're all guaranteed and we're told it's the freest land, it's like, hold on now. Why are you saying that you're banning this from me and you're willing to fine me or maybe even put me in jail if I'm organizing events in a free country? Oh, because you're worried about my well-being? I'm sorry, dude.
More about your children's, actually.
If you cared about my well-being, you wouldn't have let the sugar industry buy and sell my long-term health, right? And set up a generation of Americans for diabetes and drop our average lifespan in one generation by 5 years.
Well, if you try to take my sugar, I will fight you.
Okay. All right. See? And
that's my freedom.
Okay, so things like that are important to different kinds of people, but whatever I'm willing to fight for doesn't necessarily get the same treatment as something that somebody's willing to fight for and write $1 million check to the right, politician. So it's more like this illusion of freedom that the gambling story drives me crazy about. And I can't wait to hear from Daniel Wallach, sports betting attorney, on when we can expect. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe they'll just relax the laws a little bit so we could get on our apps and make legal wagers like in states that have already opened it up. Like, let me go to an Oklahoma app.
I think this falls under the marijuana situation in our country. Is you can see it slow. It's just a slow process. So I think if you want it fast track, if you want these things fast tracked, it probably won't happen. But little by little, you see other states coming into the marijuana thing, making it legal, and now you're seeing the other states, a few other states making it legal in gambling. Will it be 3 years? Will it be 10 years? I don't know, but probably somewhere in the 3 to 20 year range.
Yeah.
Wow,
it'd be a long wait.
It could be. That's why I don't know. I just don't know. But it looks like those are going away. I just don't know if it's going to be a quick process.
Yeah, and I guess now that we have more and more options and the DraftKings and FanDuel are open, it's less important now than it was in previous generations. I mean, at times where you had to go to a sports bookie to get action, that's a real real dangerous time. And now it's, it's essentially legalized because of, the ways that we can access the internet. How about this Cowboys topic that's hitting online with the Cowboys separation at target being a potential case for looking at Cole Beasley and saying, man, maybe we don't want to let this guy go because he's getting super open, isn't he? That's what I saw on Twitter last night.
So that is one of, I think one of the branches on that tree is Cole Beasley may be the most fascinating case of what are they going to do. A lot of the guys that are free agents, it's like, oh, we'll let him walk, or, oh, you got to bring him back, and this is easy. Cole Beasley's the one that's kind of the toughest because it's like, okay, what is the number? How much? Is he going to be the first receiver that's allowed to talk bad about the coaching staff and be kept around? And what was up last night was, this is from Roto Underworld on Twitter. So they did separation at target leaders. So when you throw to a guy, how open is that guy is the question. And they have the 10 guys in the NFL who were the most open when they were being thrown to. And number 1 in the league is Calvin Ridley. Number 2 in the league is Cole Beasley. So I'm with you on the first talking point, where the first talking point is, okay, how easy or hard is he to replace? How much is he worth? Will he be back? And my answers to that is, how much is he worth? A lot less than he thinks. A lot less than he thinks. Maybe more than the Cowboys think. And will he be back? My guess is no.
Yeah.
How easy is he to replace? Not easy.
Yeah.
So that's my hodgepodge of answers to those questions.
Well, as you go down, I mean, I guess you have Cole Beasley stuff, but going down the list.
Number 5 is Amari Cooper. So 2 of the top 5 are the Cowboys. Now, I do think that this is a side project from this. Number 1 is Calvin Ridley. Why is he the most open? Julio Jones on his team. That's who you worry about. So you get man coverage. Who's number 2? Cole Beasley. Zeke. That's who people worry about. And then Amari Cooper. Number 3 is Taylor Gabriel. Whoa, our second Falcon. Julio Jones is on their team. It's guys who are going to see man coverage.
Yeah.
And then out of those guys, who does a great job getting open? But for Cole, even being really high on that list is super impressive.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from him, but you are playing with a quarterback that will only throw it to you when you're wide open.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to steal that from you.
No, you got it. Go ahead, because I'll follow. I got more. Don't worry.
I think he's great at getting open. I think Amari Cooper is great at getting open, but I think it's more a product of what you have going on. I wish it was possible you could keep Cole Beasley and draft somebody to try to take it to the house more from that position, because I get it. It's going to be hard to find your 3rd and 5 player immediately. He'll find it for you over the next couple of years. But next year is so important that I don't want to take a step back at that position to lean on growth.
Yeah.
I'm looking at next year like this is probably going to be our best chance at a Super Bowl. So I want as many players as possible. And if the market kicks Cole Beasley back to you at $3.5 million, what you were just paying him, if nobody's offering multi-year deals, or you could do a T-Will type of deal where maybe in a couple of years you could get out of it, that's your opportunity. You want to have as many different tools in your belt to give Dak opportunities to keep the chains moving and then try to make plays to the house when it's necessary.
I'm just going to pile on a little bit of what you said at first. So you're telling me that last year the Cowboys had 2 wide receivers, and I know one missed the first 6 games of the year because of the trade. He was with Oakland.
Oh,
so
here he goes. He's going after Dak.
2 of the top 5 guys that create the most separation. We had the best running back in all of football. And we were what in the NFL in offense?
22nd.
22nd, yeah.
So we were
a lot better once Cooper was added.
Once Cooper was added, you got better.
Yeah.
But if we have our franchise guy and you love him, and we have 2 of the 5 guys that create the most separation and the best running back, and I know, did he have the best offensive line? No, he did not. Did he have an average offensive line? Right, he had an average offensive line, and we struggled to score over 20 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we need to put around this to get to 30 points a game, or at least to 27 to 31 points a game, which puts you in the top 5?
The question is, how much can better play caller do to that? To your point, I don't want to dismiss that and be like, listen, Dak's not doing enough. Like, he's played well.
Yeah.
But what can you take the steps to unlock this?
Yeah.
And how much of it is him, and how much of it is what he's asked to do or told to do? How close could he be to the guy he was against the Giants? And a lot of people are even giving us crap about that one, where it's like, well, I don't care what numbers, but they almost lost that terrible football. Dak plays offense.
Yeah.
He played offense.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't going to run out there and stop them.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing is, and this is tough too, because I don't want to make this Dak, what Gavin said, he throws to guys that are pretty open. So these numbers are going to be pretty good for the Cowboys, probably Dak's whole career, because Dak is not going to force anything.
No, he's going to go scramble.
He's not going to throw interceptions. Balls will get tipped. There's going to be, everybody throws interceptions, but I'm going to avoid interceptions that if a guy is only open by a point something, 0.4, for some quarterbacks, they're like, that's plenty open for me. For Dak, I need to have the 1.5, number, whereas 1 point. Like, if he's not open by over a 1, I'm not even going to try to attempt to throw the ball there. I'll just hold the ball, take a sack, and that'll be the play.
Yeah, and I hear you. I don't want to say I think Dak can lead an explosive top offense by himself, but if you just have the play caller with those two pieces of information saying, man, we're getting all kinds of separation, why are we running into an 8-man box? We have man coverage with two of the best at getting wide open. Yeah. Just keep doing it. Yeah. And I think there was some sort of an internal debate between Linehan and others, and he didn't believe Dak could complete balls to guys that were just a little bit more covered. We're about to find out, right? And I just hope there isn't an extension before we find out, because this is a massive revelation that's going to come. I do have 16 seconds on soccer. Salute to some local Tolos. They're dominating. Mario Alcala, the president of Innocentes FC, messaged me to say their club advanced to the United Premier Soccer League National Championship, and they're going to take on California United FC February 9th.
Tear them up.
16.
Boom. Got it.
You literally did that in 16 seconds.
Yeah.
I counted them down.
Salute to Innocentes FC, the official semi-pro soccer team of the GBAG Nation now. I think that's what that just means. Okay. There are top 5 free agents at a significant position of need for the Cowboys. Which one makes the most sense? We'll do that with you next, live from Radio Row. Our coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks and Bud Light, the official beer of the Super Bowl. And we're back on the Fan.
The one place to grab the Fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is Jim Rome with the CBS Sports Minute. Back on Radio Row, and the most common question I get is, Rome, how many of these things have you done? And the answer is, I'm not even sure. I do know this is one of my favorite weeks of the year because it is the quality guest that I can run down. And I ran down one of the true legends of Radio Row yesterday, an NFL icon, Bill Romanowski. Romo is a 4-time Super Bowl champ, but that's not why he's a Radio Row legend. It's because of answers like this.
I hit him so effing hard, I don't know how he got up. You hear at the bottom of the pile, yeah, I don't care who it is. You can just hear it.
Listen, I'm not sure how many of these things I have done. I just know as long as Bill Romanowski is in this house, I will be right there, right alongside him. I'm Jim Rome.
CBS Sports Radio.
Yeah, I could do it.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
What if donut shops were like most investment firms? They'd sell one kind of donut and expect everyone to like it. Sprinkles? No. Glaze? No. Ooey gooey fillings? No, no, and no. Creative planning is different. We look at your entire financial picture to create an individual plan just for you. Dial 866-439-5641 for a free no-obligation consultation with Creative Planning. Investment strategies recommended by Creative Planning are not assured of earning a profit or avoiding a loss in declining markets.
All right, Gavin Dawson back here with you live for Premier Grilling. I love Premier Grilling because they've helped me take my grilling game to the next level. It's Premier status. Now, I'm going to tell you specific things about Premier Grilling right here. I look on my copy points, And the sales lady, Eden, said, reminding you, live copy for this week, it's about construction and building your outdoor oasis. And this is awesome. I feel honored and privileged to tell you all about the championship-level design and execution team they have at Premier Grilling. If you have a back patio, a backyard, and you're like, man, it would be great if I had an outdoor kitchen here, a little lounge area. I just don't know how to design it, how to make it look the best way possible. Get to Premier Grilling, one of their 3 locations, premiergrilling.com. They have an awesome design and construction team. They'll come out to the house, take some pictures, draw something up, send you photos. Hey, this is what your backdoor oasis would look like. And if you like it, you can have it ready for the spring barbecue season. Premiergrilling.com. Not only the best place for the best grills and accessories, the best rubs and sauces that are winning barbecue competitions, but also your headquarters for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams. Get online to premiergrilling.com. Text the word grill to 41411 or just head into one of their 3 locations in Plano, Frisco, and McKinney and say, hey, I'd like to talk to somebody about an outdoor kitchen oasis. They'll hook you up. It's premiergrilling.com. Salute.
As short-term rates rise, that makes your credit card rates go up, and short-term rates continue to rise. But while that happens, long-term rates have come down. Mortgage rates are long-term rates. With mortgage rates dropping like they have in the last couple months, you might be able to refinance that long-term credit card debt into low rates with TexasLending.com. Call us today and see what you can save. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
My life is like a browser with 25 open tabs. I have kind of a constantly plugged in thing. Any interruption could jeopardize the whole operation. So I got my internet service from AT&T. Because their customers rated their service #1 in reliability over cable. For $40 a month, I can get up to 100 megabits per second internet, so I can stay up to date on the latest stuff going on in my world. It's soothing to know AT&T Internet is rated #1 in reliability over cable. It helps me maintain my low-stress thing.
AT&T Internet customers rank their service #1 in reliability over cable. Switch and get up to 100 megabits per second for $40 a month. Limited availability. May not be available in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/internet. AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing. New approved customers only. Includes internet plans 10 to 100 megabits per second. Early termination fee and other charges and restrictions apply. Speeds not guaranteed and may vary. Claim based on 2018 ACSI survey of customers rating their own internet provider's performance and reliability of speed and service consistency.
Mike Bassick here. I trust DFW Security to keep my home and my family safe and secure. With DFW Security alarm monitoring starting at just $12.95 per month. That's right. I said $12.95 per month. That's just 42 cents per day. Don't be fooled by the great price. DFW Security is locally owned and has been providing the best value in the Metroplex for over 25 years. 5-diamond rated alarm monitoring at the lowest price. Call the team at DFW Security today. 888-507-2344 or DFWSecurity.com.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, 5 starting quality free agents at safety. Should the Cowboys spend for one, and which one makes the most sense? USA Today's Cowboy Wire, done by Katie Drummond, and that's some quality content he's churning out there, so we want to salute him for compiling these names and lists for us to talk about. I do want to add on to my 16 seconds on soccer from last segment with about six more seconds. Atlanta is a pretty cool soccer hotbed. Got a lot of fans here, period.
5 seconds.
All right.
So you gave yourself one extra
Thank
second.
you, Mike.
You have one
Very
more
generous.
second the rest of the show to talk soccer.
What did
soccer
you do? You said that Atlanta has soccer fans?
Yeah, it's a lot of soccer fans here.
That was your segment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seeing a lot of scarves and good times. Okay. I'm out of time now. I'm 2 seconds over, Mike. I owe for tomorrow.
That's my fault.
I'll start with 58 seconds
That was
tomorrow.
a follow-up.
You still have one extra second for
Nice.
tomorrow.
All right. Got a little bit of wiggle room there, thanks to Jeff. And it's a totally different city than what I had expected because it feels like the pockets of urban neighborhoods, they have stayed and not been renovated or destroyed, by poverty or by gentrification. It's just like the same neighborhoods are there and they're so well kept that I was taking an Uber around town last night, and I was like, man, this city is old. It felt like an Eastern Seaboard type of place with the older buildings and sidewalks and everything.
You know what's interesting is so far downtown has been great for us. We're staying downtown, and they had to move the Atlanta Braves because nobody would come here to watch them play downtown.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's the weird thing is, I never lived here, so I don't know the whole Brave situation, except I do know this. Downtown baseball didn't work in one city in the history of like the last 30 years of building a city in a downtown. And it was here in Atlanta, yet we're here downtown in Atlanta. And last night, people walk in the streets. I know we're not right next to where the Braves play. We're about, I don't know where they play now, except they just call it the Highland Park of
Atlanta.
Yeah, of Atlanta is that they only played about 2 miles away from where we're at in this downtown area.
And you have the Falcons Stadium here and the Hawks Arena here.
Yeah.
It's all right here, but for some reason the baseball stadium didn't. Is it not a baseball town? I mean, they were in the playoffs and not selling out, and the interest was tepid. I don't want to speak out of school here about Atlanta's baseball fans, but I think that's a storyline that's been somewhat alive for.
What are they a town of, though? They don't sell out basketball.
Is it a college sports town? Is it an SEC?
They're big Georgia.
Yeah, big Georgia.
Sure.
It's a great question because I don't like us. We're obviously a football town. I get it. We love baseball too and basketball, but look, it's football, and
it might not be a sports town. I'll tell you something. I don't mean this in any mean way or offensive way, but it's a very gay town. And that typically brings young people that aren't into sports. Right? It's not families raising boys. It is super gay here. And we've been to San Francisco. I grew up in Portland, and those are considered very, Rainbow Coalition type of hubs. Yeah. And this blows it out of the water. Okay. I'm like, holy cow, this is, really strong. So I don't know, you live in a part of DFW where it's kind of like that. And the youth sports aren't bubbling up there either.
Yeah, because it's more of an artsy plus. It's more like we're into the arts rather than the sports.
Yeah. This is a spirituality hub. I Googled, just a bunch of that kind of stuff because it's one of my passions. And it just blew up like the 4th of July. And when I do that in Dallas, Fort Worth, it's like a dot here, a dot there. Well, where here it's like every mile you could find some other temple or church or something like that. So I think it's a city with a broad, set of interests.
Okay.
But, hey, that's the 72-hour assessment as of now. LaMarcus Joyner with the Rams is the first safety we're going to talk about here. Cowboys fans with you on the home of the Cowboys. I don't think you need safety, right? But the play of Jeff Heath and the play of Xavier Woods, I think, creates an opportunity because Heath was great when he was back. It's like, hey, I'm going to play some safety. I'll come up and make some tackles. But now that you're more depending upon him to be your tackle guy, it's like, well, Nelly, didn't go well. Season might have ended as a result of you diagnosing the tackle. So there's an opportunity here where you think you could get better if the right fit occurred. If it doesn't, I think you're rolling in next year with Heath and Xavier again, and you try to make the most out of it. So that's kind of like the premise for the segment. LaMarcus Joyner with the Rams. I don't think he's a strong candidate. Number one, he's making $11 million this year on the tag for the Rams. Wow. He only had one pick. He only had one pass breakup his whole season, and his passer rating against was 117. And he can't tackle well.
He's a tiny man.
Yeah.
Joyner's a tiny man. He's 5'9".
So
little fella.
He'd probably have to be at free safety. How do you feel if you would get a player like that? Because there's another one of those on the list coming up.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of, hey, you're going to get a free safety or a strong safety. Is free safety worse? No, not to me. I would say I'm more interested in getting Jeff Heath off the field by far than Xavier Woods. If you have an opportunity to upgrade, the perfect fit is, okay, I want more of a box guy, and Xavier Woods will be my free safety. But if you say, hey, I can get the right bargain and the free safety player is better than the box safety, he will improve my team by more, I'm not afraid to have Xavier Woods playing the box role because there's still coverage to be had there. You still cover some tight ends and some running backs, and you come hit.
He's not the biggest guy, but he's strong.
He's not the biggest guy, but he was thumping.
He's willing.
Cool.
He is ready to thump.
Now, where's Kayvon Frazier come into this?
I think this is my guess. I haven't really asked around about Kayvon Frazier, but they must have been disappointed in him.
Yeah, something.
With the snap count coming down, I know he did a lot of special teams, but if you were playing so much of Jeff Heath as your moving forward, playing forward safety and not Kayvon Frazier, then you were disappointed in Kayvon Frazier.
Yeah. Maybe you want a guy that can come down but also cover really well. Yeah. And Kayvon's coverage is not great, is it?
No.
And I'm sure there's teams that are going to want their safeties back. But it seems like if you are somewhat in the market for safety, and I don't know if the Cowboys are in the market for anything come free agency, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they're all great, but you have Chicago's guy. You obviously have New York's guy. You have the guy you just named. You have Earl Thomas, who we've talked about, for a long time here. So there are, and I'm missing a few that
But it's supply and demand's huge in this.
Yeah.
It's gonna the price is already way down on safeties. Like they're getting half of what their agent told them they were going to get, and now you have a bunch of guys out there.
Yeah, now there's not just 2 guys to choose from. There's 7 safeties to choose from.
Okay, speaking of that, sorry, Jeff, you got a point real quick?
No. I think I'll wait for you to say the name.
Okay.
I'm sure he'll be on the list.
There's a guy in Minnesota, Anthony Harris, restricted free agent. He's not Harrison Smith, but he is a really good player, and he played in the box a lot. He also had 3 picks, and he was Pro Football Focus's second highest rated safety. Can get pretty hard when you're talking about being that far away from the ball to trust Pro Football Focus, I feel, because they don't know what those assignments are.
Yeah.
But, based on what they could score.
Right. If you looked at him and you thought he was a really good player, I think that is the sort of player where it's not a name. Because is Landon Collins going to be on this list?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll just compare and contrast real quick. Because Landon Collins is going to be a really, really big name. And he's still pretty darn young. So somewhere he's going to command a big salary. And he had the 1 year where he had like 5 picks.
And he's played 2 seasons since then.
Right.
He hasn't gotten close to that.
Right.
But he's still got the name from it.
But people are going to take that name and somehow that's going to command a salary. So if you told me the name Anthony Harris is a good box safety that is not going to draw that salary, I'll say, give me Anthony Harris. I don't want to pay for Landon Collins' name because that job description and what he's able to do is not worth paying big money in the NFL.
No.
That's why when it's like, well, hey, he's the perfect fit, I don't care. I'm not investing $8 million, $10 million in a box safety. I'll take Earl Thomas where the fit isn't perfect and pay him more than Landon Collins because he means more to a football game. He's going to get his hands on footballs. He's going to make plays in the passing game. The guy who's a reliable tackler and okay zone coverage guy who had a great year one time when the ball fell in his lap a few times, I don't want to pay that.
No.
And I'd love to have him on my team, but we're talking about a salary cap league.
Yeah.
So do you want Landon Collins? Absolutely. I would love him. Do you want him? Do you want him at $8 to $10 million a year?
No.
Hell no.
No, that's a horrible deal. And yes, Landon Collins sitting there on the list. The other things to know about him, he had a whopping 23 run stops this year. 7.2% of his run tackles were the highest rate in the league.
So he's really good
at it. Yeah.
Play forward safety.
Yeah. So
how much is that worth?
It's not worth tripling the money.
Right.
We're in a league where they're measuring plays per dollar spent so closely now. And, the majority of the league is trending away from paying players unless you're a real star, and then if you're a real star, you get all of the money. But how much can a safety be a real star? I think there's only, 3 or 4 in the entire NFL. The other issue with Collins, the Giants probably aren't going to let him go. And then beyond that, he just had a surgery that'll probably keep him out for all of the offseason. So if you're trying to bring him into a new team and you're like, he can't work out for us until training camp, it further complicates it.
When would the Cowboys consider safety in the draft?
Any
4th round?
Any pick. If you told me, I'll just play a random game here. Let's say Dane's top safety, Nasir Adderley, is available at 58, which he probably won't be. He'll probably go towards the end of the first round. But if you thought the best player available played safety, bring him on.
You say that. Do the Cowboys, if the best defensive tackle is there with 58, they're not going to take him.
They may be locked in. They may be more locked into offense with their first pick. They may be locked into a tight end or a wide receiver. So maybe 3rd round. Maybe you're right. More likely 4th.
Final 2 guys on the list. You guys ready for the final 2?
Come on.
Give it.
Trey Boston's available once again. He signed with the Cardinals after going much of last season unsigned. I think it was right before camp. He had 3 picks, had a pretty good season. He's a true free safety. And passer rating on throws into his coverage last year hit 61. So he's pretty good at being that coverage guy. And then Earl Thomas is the last guy. So which one of those 5 do you think makes the most sense for you, Jeff, if you got to pick one to sign? Yeah.
I guess if you have to put them in order, I will go Earl Thomas while acknowledging that it's not a perfect fit with what you have, but I don't care. I would make it fit around it. If his price is right, I'll make it fit around the best free safety in football. After that, I think I would go with the guy that I'm not all that familiar with because it seems like more likely that the price would be right for the Vikings guy, Anthony Harris, where it's like, hey, this is a good, reliable, strong safety that doesn't have big name recognition. Safeties don't get paid a ton. Box safeties don't get paid a ton. He hasn't gotten the recognition. If that's a $4 or $5 million player and you think, guys, that's a pretty big upgrade for us, go. Pull the trigger.
I didn't hear you say, because the guy that I'm really intrigued about, and I'm not like Jeff, I'm not going to go watch Chicago Bears games.
Why not, Mike?
Adrian Amos is the guy that really
he's gonna
intrigues
get paid
me at 25 years old.
I think he's going to get paid.
He'll be the highest paid safety in the NFL.
You know how it works with, I don't know about highest paid, but you know how it works when you have a really good defense? Like the Bears have the best defense in the league, and when you go through them level by level, Adrian Amos is one of the guys that jumps out at safety, which turns you into an $8 to $10 million player.
Okay.
All right. It is the GBAG Nation here on the Fan. We were just talking about the difference between neighborhoods here and neighborhoods back home in DFW. You know, and I bet there's tons of suburbs around here and all that. And that's what I got going on back in the Metroplex there with the school district.
Are you going to do the segment on what's coming to your neighborhood?
No, I could though.
Okay.
I could though. Congratulations, Sunnyvale. You're getting the first restaurant bar with outdoor seating that we have. Where I think it's at the corner of Beltline and Galloway, or no, Beltline and Town East. Something like that.
It's a Mesquite.
It's right over there on the corner of Mesquite and Sunnyvale.
Okay, all
Boom.
right.
We got a restaurant.
I was excited for you. I wanted you to bring this to the air so I could tell you congrats.
I'm very excited as well. My mom always complains when she comes to town. There's nothing to do here.
We have a patio.
I'm like, Mom, it's the perfect place to send your kid to elementary school. What else do you need?
Well, an outdoor seating restaurant.
Yeah, you know.
What is it?
I don't know.
Not a chain?
It used to be Kearney Feed Store. So for the longest time, you'd go in there. It was kind of like a farmer supply or chicken coop supply kind of place.
Maybe it'll still be a place that's bringing in local stuff. Huh?
Maybe
something nice like that.
That would be cool. But no, I wanted to talk about how, you know, in suburbs, one of the big things is to have a golf cart. You know, we got kids driving around the neighborhood at 12 or 13 years old in these damn golf carts. Some of them look pretty cool. They got rims on them and everything. But, you know, it's just a girl in junior high school driving around like it's a car. And somehow that's street legal. They're like, oh, yeah, you know, just let your kids cruise around and basically go-karts.
That seems insane.
Yeah.
You're not of legal driving age, but you can get in a non-car that goes slower and is more vulnerable to the vehicles around it without your license. That sounds stupid.
I know. I don't get it. And I don't think it's going to hold up for long, but who knows? The reason I wanted to bring it up, though, is I found the king of these things. It is it's out of China. It's essentially a heavier and faster golf cart. It's made by China's Kaiyun Motors, and it'll hit 28 miles per hour.
Okay, and it's a what? It's like a golf cart?
You remember the tiny homes, and we're still in the tiny home craze. This is like a tiny truck.
Okay.
It's around $5,000.
It's got a bed, though?
It's going to set you back, but the good golf cart's already setting you back $2,500 to $3,000. It's got a little bit of bed, and it can haul.
Sorry, they're doing the helmet display where they put the little pad on and mash his hand with a helmet and it doesn't hurt.
The guy that's been back for the fourth year.
Yeah.
And we've cured concussions.
Yeah.
You just get my pads and my helmet.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so it can carry a half ton of stuff in the bed. Half ton of stuff. So you're not only getting the golf cart that you can cruise around your suburban neighborhood for, you can use this as a utility to run and go pick stuff up from the neighborhood store. It's totally street legal, has lights and turn signals and everything, and it's super cheap and reliable. There is also a version that comes with air conditioning, heated seats, and alloy wheels.
Spell it for me.
This is the Kaiyun, Kaiyun, and it's basically essentially a golf cart, but goes much, much faster. And you can use it to run errands inside town for cheap, incredible miles per gallon, the whole deal.
If I could find a way to work without using like Northwest Highway and 75, if I backroaded it, you could get through if you could top out at 28, right? You wouldn't jump out?
Yeah.
You'd save a lot of money on your vehicle if you live close to work.
Now, if you do get rear-ended, we might need a coroner. You know, right there on the scene.
I won't. I want my primary vehicle to cost me $5,000. That's what I'm looking at.
Isn't that cool? Like
that'd be great.
For people that might live in an urban environment where they never leave and get on the highways, it's like, dude, for $5,000, you have a real vehicle. You can go to the grocery store and put all your groceries back there.
What if you moved near work? You got a tiny home. You got one of these, and you built a tiny garage.
You're loaded.
Wouldn't that be bad?
Where are you going to put a tiny home in downtown
I don't
Dallas?
know. They got empty lots. Listen, we can figure some out. We can make a tiny home community on a lot. We could buy
over there on the south side of 35 in the design district. You keep going down towards the Trinity.
Now, is that getting too far from work?
No, it's a 15-minute drive. I used to have an apartment over there.
Okay.
Yeah, you can come right down Oaklawn, take a ride on Lemon.
I'm just imagining how cool
Avondale.
it would be. You invite people over and they show up and they're like, "What is this, Hobbit Town? Like,
yeah.
I'm in Munchkinville."
Well, you could use all the money you're saving just to buy a ton of land. And I'll be like, "Hey, this is
put
great.
More tiny homes with tiny garages.
Rent them out. Yes. It's a business opportunity for you. Text the word input, INPUT, to 72881. That's right. It's winning time. Your chance to win $1,000 is right now in this national contest on your Turn It On, Leave It On station, 105.3 The Fan. The words input to 72881. Okay, and we're coming back with the GBAG of the day right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, Valentine's Day is coming up, and Simple Sleep Services has the perfect gift, a dozen roses, and even better, a lifetime of sleep for both of you. Look, if you snore, one of two things are happening. You're either keeping her up or she's kicking you to the couch. Neither makes sense for a healthy relationship. It's killing the mood, and if you have sleep apnea, it could be killing more than that. Call Simple Sleep Services today for a free benefits check and diagnosis by a doctor who will prescribe the right custom fit mouthpiece based on your type of snoring. Complete your appointment by February 14th, and you'll get a dozen roses sent straight to your Valentine. 2 birds, 1 stone. Everyone's happy and sleeping better together. Like I said, this is covered by medical insurance, a proven solution that simply works for me. I get a better night's rest, and my wife gets a better night's rest because I'm not snoring and keeping her awake. Bookings are filling up fast. So visit simplesleepservices.com or call 469-685-1700. That's 469-685-1700 to take care of that sleep apnea. You're going to get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep with Simple Sleep Services.
The only way you can take the Fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Central Kia of Plano.
Watch your green grow at Central Kia. With super low payments on acres of new 2018 Kia Souls, Fortes, Optimus, and Sorrentos. America's best value.
866 Central.
We're just one call away.
It's so easy.
CentralKia.com.
One team, one adventure, 1 hour. Amazing group fun for 20 to 70-year-olds. Escape Rooms HQ for the ultimate team building experience. Book your event at escaperoomshq.com. That's escaperoomshq.com. Your team building headquarters.
At Planet Fitness, you can get down with your judgment-free self. Now extended through January 31st. You can join for only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness has cardio, weights, and locker rooms that sparkle like a glass of New Year's champagne. Only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Join in club or online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone.
Backed by popular demand, join now through January 31st for $1 at any of our 35 area locations.
Annual membership fee applies. Participating locations only. See club for details.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details. Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 45cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash can hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow, as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income. Go to 45cash.com and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 45cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 45cash.com. Type www.45cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 45cash.com. 45cash.com.
The new year is bringing incredible savings offers at Central Kia, highlighting the new family of SUVs. Receive $3,500 total cash on the 2019 Sorrento V6. Get more for your trade, bigger discounts, and amazing service at Central Kia in Plano off 75 and Parker or online at centralkia.com.
Dial 1-866-CENTRAL today.
Based on $15.60 per month for $1,000 financed at 0 down 63 months at 3.9% financing with approved credit through Kia Motor Financing plus TTNL. See dealer for details. Ends 1/31/19.
Hey DFW, Fitness Connection is having their grand opening celebration at the new Watauga location at 8428 Denton Highway. Join us this Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. for free class demos, food, and a chance to win free TVs. gym memberships, and more. Visit fitnessconnection.com for details.
I know you might be driving down the road right now and radio math can hurt your head, but I'm Kevin Miller with TexasLending.com, and I got to tell you, if you can refinance that credit card debt into a low-rate cashback refinance, you can save hundreds or thousands each month. Call TexasLending.com. Find out what you can save. Mortgage rates have dropped, and they've dropped a lot. Call us today, 972-387-4600. Go online and apply with TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Valentine's Day is coming up, and Simple Sleep Services has the perfect gift. A dozen roses and a lifetime of better sleep for you both. Look, if you snore, one or two things are happening. You're either keeping her up or she's kicking you to the couch. Call Simple Sleep Services today for a free benefits check and a diagnosis by a doctor who'll prescribe the right custom fit mouthpiece based on your snoring level. Complete your appointment by February 14th to get the roses and a better night's sleep. For the right solution to help you both wake up to a better sleep, call 469-685-1700 or click simplesleepservices.com.
We're the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. We're brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. G-Bag of the Day is next.
Mike Bassick here, and you've heard me talk about the weight I've lost with Soda Weight Loss. Well, the Mavs have too. Soda is now the official weight loss and nutritional program of the Dallas Mavericks. SodaWeightLoss.com or 800-555-6521.
I'm Lucius Alexander. Back to more G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's see.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. We're live on Radio Row in Atlanta. Our coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks, and not 8 feet to my right is the man who's supposed to kiss RJ Choppy's butt this week.
Tonight, I think at the media party. Hey, Howard, how are your lips? Are you ready to kiss some ass?
Yeah, he's about to.
Oh,
that's for sure.
Yeah,
no, he's over there
on with Boston.
Yeah.
Which, if you could imagine what's been going on in this conversation, it's Christian Fourier and Howard Eskin. And oh my God.
We might have our first Radio Row fight developing right if you get on the webcam.
No, they're
right
both
now.
in their element. They're very happy. But you can watch the two loudest talkers of all time where it's like, Howard, you guys, you won. What more do you want? And he's like, you're cheating. You're always cheating. It's like, oh my God. It's right next to us. So it's like, what do you do? Do you combat it?
No, I don't know. I think
Gavin moved seats.
I did. I had to move seats earlier.
Tomorrow, just because I know you're having an issue with the loudness, because you take one ear off.
I'm going to build a wall.
Sit over here, because then the ear you have off will be kind of this way instead of towards.
I could just change the ear I have off, right?
Oh, I guess.
I could
but if
do
you want
that,
to sit on this side tomorrow, I'll change sides with you.
Well, I appreciate you doing that, man. It's great stuff. And yeah, over there, it's amazing because as Eskin is lobbying the allegations of cheating, they're like indignant about it. Like, come on. That's not even a starter. I mean,
they're breaking it down. They're like, well, you don't know that because there just wasn't a roof over it. And he was like, right, is that against the rules? They're like, well, yeah, but it's not a big one.
Yeah.
Well, okay. And they're like, in the other one, he's like, well, in the other one, the guy quit. And they're like, he's like, right after he cheated. And he's like, well, yeah, but. All right.
Yeah. I mean, there's enough to hold a very strong suspicion. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it. It's a gray area. We aren't sure to what extent they cheated and how much it benefited from them.
True.
But there's twice as much cheating for them as there is evidence of pretty much anybody else in the modern era. And we know that the man tirelessly is looking to exploit any opportunity in order to win. And that the NFL helped them cover it up. The NFL helped them burn the tapes that they had collected. So there's just too much smoke for there not to be some significant fire. At the same time, you have to tip your cap. I think what they have done is shown what happens when you consider everything possible. And the cheating just happens to be a part of them considering everything possible. But they're, looking at every possible opportunity to create an advantage. And it's why they're at what? Is this number 8? This is number 8 for Tom? 9 for Tom? Jeez. Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels, though, and 1-800-Lawyers. It is time to do the G-Bag of the Day, where RJ Choppy is our current champion. If you've been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the office of Frankel and Frankel at 800-Lawyers, official lawyers of the Tolo Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. And Chop.
KT, you want to help us vote for G-Bag of the Day today?
Take a seat, KT.
You look like you're ready to vote on something.
Especially since KT was robbed, as I believe Choppy was nominated yesterday, and KT wasn't during karaoke.
Live on the air in Dallas.
All right, it's time for G-Bag of the Day. You ready?
I love this segment. Best segment in radio.
Here he is, KT, Kevin Turner from the Ben and Skin Show, getting set for their broadcast coming up in 32 minutes. It's time for the champ, RJ Choppy, doing karaoke Sunday night.
Wake up in the morning feeling like PJ. I grab my glass out the door, about to hit this Central. I leave, brush my teeth with a bottle of Jack. Cause when I leave for the night, I ain't coming back. Everyone,
It's incredible how he knows all the lyrics and he had the time, right? We don't have to play the whole thing again, but you get the picture. RJ Choppy, he's just up there and owning it. The body language, the facial expressions, it was all confidence
He
from Chop
moved
there.
around a lot.
Yeah.
I saw last night.
Last night he did T Swift, and I'm not familiar with the song, so it's probably pretty new.
Yeah.
But it was the same thing. He never looked at the lyrics. He just did it.
And the chorus, he did this weird dance where he was like taking circles.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of guys started dancing on him.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, I think everyone
Really
thinks everyone thinks he's a gay man because he's up here doing this song. And I was like, no, he just likes that song.
And it's gay town.
Pop music.
So he was popular.
Yeah.
What's the key to stage presence, Tizzle?
Well, the key to stage presence is not caring.
Okay.
Because if you care what people think about you, well, it's just never going to work.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I'm a guy who has a ton of stage presence.
But you do.
Sometimes you do.
You have a great karaoke stage
Sometimes it's full
presence.
rock star.
Yeah. And my care level just changes on different things. I
Yeah.
care a lot about my show.
Yeah.
You know, I care a little bit about my friendships and family, things like that.
Yeah.
I care. I don't really care what people think about me. We're in the KTL. I mean, I don't care. I'm never going to see these people again.
There's the swag.
Now, so you have a deal going right now where you tell people your thing doesn't work and you're okay with it, like you thought you wouldn't be okay with it, but
a deal?
You know, your ED, like that's your deal. You tell people about ED,
huh?
What?
I
thought you're telling people that your thing doesn't work.
Well, you know, that's just more of a private thing.
Wow.
But you're
Mike
going around
bringing
and
it on
telling random people in Atlanta.
Yeah, those are friends. Those are personal.
Yeah, those are personal.
confidants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
and it is funny to see how people react to that. Which, by the way, hey,
what's been the worst reaction to it?
the worst reaction?
Yeah.
Man, when that lady threw her water in my face, like
Yeah.
all these sitcoms.
Yeah.
It is kind of forward, you know. It kind of sounds like a come on, maybe.
Are you hoping
Like,
that
you
somebody
help
will
with this
say,
problem?
"Let me see if I can take a pop at it and see if I can get it going"?
No. And what I'm doing that, it's just a bit. It's a quick joke. It's not like something. Is that what I'm known for now?
Yeah, well, they
Because
told me,
I'm worried about this.
they told me about it. I'm like, so this is his deal. He just goes up to random people in the cities and just starts talking about how he has ED.
I don't think that's my thing.
Oh,
that I'm known for.
It's become a thing this week.
I was commenting on how over the last couple of days we've been in social settings and you just kind of nonchalantly bring it up.
Yeah.
And it's
funny to get the
it's
response.
incredible comedy. Yeah. Because even people, as they laugh it off, you're like, no, I'm actually serious here. And
I used to do that with my actual disease of narcolepsy, and no one really responds. So you start talking about something that everyone can relate to.
Yeah.
It generates more of a response.
They're like, holy cow, my worst fear. And here's a man comfortable enough to just talk about it.
Yeah, and younger than me, too,
Yeah.
right? Because I
Yeah.
think I'm one of the younger guys in the trip.
Yeah, it's genius, man. Some of the comedic stylings of KT
Is that a
on
banana?
display every dinner. It sure is. We got apples, we got bananas, got all the snacks here. Radio Row in Atlanta taking good care of us. Okay, so Ben Rogers had a freestyle. This was this morning on the Sean and RJ show. Ben stopped by to talk about some stuff, and they asked him to sing. Here we go.
Oh yeah, pump that up. All right, Ted, can you turn that up in my ears a little bit? Okay, give me a couple topics. Also, let's talk about what's on the table. Okay, can't do it at the karaoke bar. We can do it here. Check, 1, 2. Check it, 1, 2. Because this is what we do. Hey, yo, my name's Big Ben. You can call me Benny Sana. Got more flow than a piranha flying down a river. When I'm on with Sean and RJ, I deliver every single sliver. Try not to curse, because this here is not rehearsed. It's just the verse that I'm rocking. And there's no stopping like me with Robo when I'm chilling in the lobby. Rocking this professionally, it's not a hobby. I'm looking at the table. I want to show these dudes, Sean and RJ and Roy, that I'm able to demonstrate freestyle abilities. Eating a breakfast sandwich in this facility. Holding a coffee cup, hold it up. Can't take a sip because you know what's up. My mouth is busy spitting rhymes at this time. Show that I'm busy on the grind because I find myself on Radio Row, kicking it with these dudes with an ill freestyle flow. Letting you know it goes like this. I'm an ill scientist with skills that don't miss.
Oh, yeah, dude. Very cool. Ben Rogers obviously quite a talented individual, but unable to pull it off in the karaoke. Do you think he cares too much in those situations, KT?
No, I think he just didn't have any idea what the second or third verse was of I Like Big Butts, the Sir Mix-a-Lot song.
Okay.
I think it's one of those, I know this song, and then you get up there and go, oh, I really didn't know the second verse.
Yeah.
And then he just started freestyling at the karaoke bar.
Yeah.
And Jeff goes, he can't help it. He can't help it. He just gotta freestyle.
Can't turn it off. That's his go-to move. Like when they need to fill a segment, Ben freestyles. When Sean needs to fill a segment, Ben freestyles. When Ben needs to fill a real song at karaoke, Ben freestyles.
Yeah, it's good formula.
It's like KT's dong thing.
Yeah.
It's just it's how he feels.
Hey, we're just waiting on our check. How's everyone doing down there? I'm not doing well.
Got a personal situation going on.
Can I get that itemized?
How about so there's the champ and one challenger. We have 3 more challengers to get to with just 3 minutes left in the segment, gentlemen.
All right.
We have Clinton Portis doing some pre-gaming. What's going on
Yeah,
there?
he took shots of liquor before games. Basically, anything can happen.
Is it true that in Washington you would take a little sip of Hennessy before the games?
Yeah, but that's true. Like, I don't understand. If you're going out, right? If you're going out to have a good time,
Yes.
you pregame, right?
Me personally, I might have a glass of rosé.
For me, it wasn't like I was getting drunk. It was, we took one shot, and that was just kind of, I wasn't taking Toradol shots.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing drugs. So it was more of, instead of taking a shot, I'm already in pain. I don't know a football player that's not in pain during the season, especially playing running back where I'm getting 25 and 30 carries a game. So for me, it was kind of like this shot and I'm going out to play. Like, this is going to take the pain away or the fear or whatever it was. Like, now it's time. So after I took that shot, it was like, okay, now it's time to go do this instead of going to lay down and take a Toradol shot, which all of a sudden comes out and it's hazardous to your health, it's dangerous for you, and all of this. Like, I skipped that curve.
Whoa, that's pretty sharp. Now, alcohol will cloud your mind a little bit, unlike Toradol, but I think his point plays there that maybe alcohol is safer than Toradol to take before the game. And lots of different teams have had this come out that it is a little bit of performance enhancing if maybe the nerves can get the best of you.
I played with plenty of guys that took a shot of Patron before the game.
Wow, every time?
Yeah, well, maybe not every time, but they felt like, hey, maybe my nerves are getting the best of me. Let me just take a little shot here. They'd have it in their locker, and they just take a little, a shot of Patron, and then maybe calm them down, I guess.
Guys, Jeff and KT, knowing what y'all know about alcohol and football, do you think there is a BAC or a drink number, considering you got to play fearless and you got to play without pain?
0.05.
Could you give everybody 2 brewskis and for a couple of series they would play optimally? Is it kind of like bowling and darts where just a little alcohol and now you're your best version?
I think 0.04, 0.05.
You probably want it though in a quick liquor shot rather than 2 whole beers, right? Because 2 whole beers are going to make you feel heavy.
You want to go late.
I want to get to the same level of the 2 beer buzz, though.
Yes.
Whatever that level is, the 2 beer buzz.
Because for the non-quarterback, that will also give you the aided confidence.
Yeah.
Where you'll have a little bit of diluted self-confidence.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, dude, I'm going to tear this dude up. And maybe it's not possible.
Yeah.
But in your mind it is because you're half drunk.
And you will crush him unless he's also been boozing.
Yes.
Then it's
Now,
a booze showdown.
I've noticed it does affect the cardio negatively a little bit.
Yeah.
So you got to balance that.
Yeah, I could never do a little booze and basketball. That was my thing in the 20s, is go to the park and play pickup basketball horribly, but get good exercise. And it would wipe me out with just a little brewski.
Well, for a running back, you go before the game and you're like, all right, here's the thing. You ready to go run into 250 pounders that are running at your full speed 30 times a day? It's like, well, it's my job. I guess I'll do it. It's like, but you're not real fired up about it. Here's some tequila. Feel better about it? Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Maybe there's a sponsorship opportunity. Jose Cuervo brings you this sideline report. Let's go see what the defensive ends are doing for this crucial 4th down drive.
But no weed, guys, but no weed.
No, absolutely not. Kangaroy's been nominated. Roy White from the morning show. He goes to the media day. They call it opening night now. And he talks to different people like he's Australian. We call him Kangaroy. Here he goes.
All right, let me get to you, my friend. I'm going to Australia. Here we go. We're going worldwide, mate. Hey, mate. 105.3 The Fan, Melbourne, Australia Radio. Roy White here with my good friend and Patriots fan. What's your name, sir?
Keith Cunningham.
And Keith, how long have you been a Patriots fan?
My entire life. I'm 55 years old. Started with Steve Brogan. He was my Tom Brady. And now the Patriots are awesome.
All right, now you guys come into this game as the first team in Super Bowl history to ever be favored, but still consider themselves underdogs. How does that happen?
You don't bet against the Patriots.
but you guys are favored in the game and you're calling yourselves underdogs. Is that really fair?
Yes, it is, because our entire team is comprised of 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th round draft choices and walk-on players. You got a number 1 drafted quarterback that ain't going to do crap.
Now, don't talk to me like I'm a part of that, mate. I'm from Melbourne. I got no dog in the fight. I've got no dog in the fight now.
Number 1 draft choices, they got no place in New England.
Now, for those of those,
we're the working man team.
Tell me then, what are your predictions for the game on Sunday? How do you see it playing out?
I think it's going to come down to the end, and Tom's going to do what Tom does. 4th quarter, don't bet against Tom Brady.
He's going to cheat or something, eh?
Remember this, 3rd and Jules. On 3rd down, ball goes to Julian Edelman. The entire Rams team knows it, and they can't do shit about it.
Whoa. Last time I remember.
You can bleep the shit. Can't do anything about it.
One more thing for me, mate. I want you to say you're listening to 105.3 The Fan. Good day, mate. In your best hold on, start over again. I want you to do it in your best Australian accent, mate. Can you do that for me?
Yeah. Really.
You're listening to 105.3. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate. You're listening to 104.3.
No, 105.3.
Good day, mate. You're listening to 105.3. And this Boston accent is the best Australian accent I could muster up. Go, Tommy!
Hey, all right. That was great stuff from Roy right there. Great Australian accent, man. He can pull that off with real Aussies, actually, and they don't know. You have a Pro Football Talk commenter. He wants to keep Sean McVay to his word, and that's our final nominee.
His name is PFT Commenter. He's like a sports internet troll.
He's one of the bar stool guys, which I know a lot of people like. I just find them incredibly annoying.
Okay, see what he's got.
I got some. Oh, hey, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I actually got some questions from a 1st grade class. I'd like to ask you one of them, if that's okay.
You teach 1st grade?
No, but I know people that do.
Oh, okay.
I know a lot of kids. So this is from Allison, and this is in Mrs. Thompson.
Hi, Allison.
In Mrs. Thompson's 1st grade class. She says, "Rob, you're my favorite football player in the world. Why do you think the number 69 is so funny all the time?"
It just is.
Yeah.
And you just got to play it off right. You got to play it off right. And if you don't, it's not funny. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
What class does she have? What class is she teaching?
No, she's a 1st grader.
All right. Well, there's some numbers out there. A little math problem. What's 6 times 9 plus 6 plus 9?
Boy, here we put that memory of yours to test real quick. You remember about 7 months ago, you were in the back of a van with 2 podcasters, and you promised them that you would get them sweet tickets to the Super Bowl if you made it. I was just wondering where I could pick those up.
Exactly. How did the dialogue go?
It was, Coach, so when you get the Super Bowl, you're going to give us a suite. We can call it the first play. And you said not the first play, but yeah, we'll do the suite. So, I mean, you're the one of the memory,
how many
right?
tickets do we need?
How many you got?
Well, we'll talk
3.
afterwards.
I'll get 3. I'll take 3.
Good to see you.
I'm not trying to be greedy. Just 2.
I do remember that conversation. I got to follow up on my work.
It's 69.
Yes, you got it. Wow.
That's good.
Figured it out. Wow.
Took me a while.
Good thing Mrs. Thompson's a teacher.
Okay, couple things.
Okay.
Last night
What's happening?
on the thing that Belichick is out there on the and Dan McVay together, and Belichick's wearing a tie and everything, and McVay's wearing jeans and a pullover. I can't believe he just answered that question.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The Rams are not going to be prepared for this game. I know all I need to know. I like Sean McVay, but I know all I need to know now.
Man, that was Sean McVay. I thought it was Gronk the whole time.
Was it Gronk?
Gronk was the
it's
first
McVay.
one. It had to be a
Okay.
mashup, right?
Yeah.
Because the Gronk thing was the 69 thing.
Yeah.
And then McVay was the tickets thing.
And then the McVay thing happened afterwards. Okay, on the Gronk thing, there's
I can't
no
see him
way.
answering
There's
it,
no
yeah.
way you can pull off the 69 joke without it being sophomoric.
Yeah.
You know, but in Gronk's, like, I suppose 19-year-old, 29-year-old brain, it's still still a perfect way to execute that joke. Okay, it is time to vote, though. Is it RJ singing karaoke? Is it Benny freestyling during Sean and RJ? Clinton Portis getting after it with the pregame Hennessy? Kangaroo or pro football talk commenter? Mike.
Kangaroo.
All right. How about you, Lucius? I couldn't hear you. I think we got a low return volume.
Oh, yeah. PFT commenter.
Okay.
PFT commenter.
We're tied at 1, Tizzle. What do you think?
I'm a pregame guy, so give me Clinton Portis.
Okay, it's a 3-way tie at 1 now, Jethro.
I'm a Roy guy. Going Kangaroo.
Okay, I'll go Roy as well for a final score of 3-1. He's done it. Back of the old onion bag. Roy White is your new G-Bag of the Day champion. We'll come back and mix with the Ben and Skin Show right here on The Fan. Before we get there, though, I got to tell you about my friends at D&M Leasing, dmautoleasing.com. That is the website. And the great thing about D&M Leasing right now is they decided they're not raising interest rates for 2019. The Feds raised them. And D&M said, well, we're going to have to move some things around, but we can lower them here for 2019. So at D&M Leasing, best interest rates in the entire country right now. D&M Leasing, give them a call, any local area code, and 35 lease. That's 35 LEASE. Or you can check them out all the time at dmautoleasing.com. Now, the great thing about the easy lease is you don't even have to leave your home or office. You just give them a call, and they'll bring it to you. They'll drive away with the old one. You're getting an amazing interest rate. You'll get payments up to 50% lower than when you purchase. So if it's taking you longer than 48 months to pay off the car you're driving, you are doing it wrong. Just come on over to D&M Leasing right now. And to get those low interest rates, all you have to do is ask them for the G-Bag Nation Special. D&M Leasing, any local area code 35 lease, ask them for the G-Bag Nation Special, or hit up dmautoleasing.com.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we're live from Super Bowl 53 on Radio Row. And I couldn't be more excited that legendary musician James Brown is going to join us.
I feel good. Oh, not that one, Ben. He's dead.
A different James Brown will join us. The NFL James Brown. That's on the Ben and Skin Show. Right home with us, live from Atlanta on Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
Ben and Skin here, and the Low T Center now treats more than low T, including low thyroid and cholesterol. Get your levels checked. Schedule your quick and easy health assessment at lowtcenter.com. It's covered by most health insurance. The Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
So I'm having a football watching party. Butcher board. And I really need some great food to make sure my buddies show up. If you serve it, they will come. I got it. I'm ordering Butcher Board, where they hack it and stack it.
Butcher Board. Ranch to table, farm to table. Dine in, take out, order online, and catering. 2 cool locations, Frisco and McKinney. Butcherboard.com. Check them out. Butcherboard.com.
My life is like a browser with 25 open tabs. I have kind of a constantly plugged in thing. Any interruption could jeopardize the whole operation. So I got my internet service from AT&T because their customers rated their service #1 in reliability over cable. For $40 a month, I can get up to 100 megabits per second internet, so I can stay up to date on the latest stuff going on in my world. It's soothing to know AT&T internet is rated #1 in reliability over cable. It helps me maintain my low stress thing.
AT&T internet customers rank their service #1 in reliability over cable. Switch and get up to 100 megabits per second for $40 a month. Limited availability. May not be available in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/internet. AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing. New approved customers only. Includes internet plans 10 to 100 megabits per second. Early termination fee and other charges and restrictions apply. Speeds not guaranteed and may vary. Claim based on 2018 ACSI survey of customers rating their own internet provider's performance and reliability of speed and service consistency.
It's time to join the millions of people using Zoom video conferencing. Turn any size conference room, huddle room, or executive office into a Zoom room with flawless HD video, crystal clear audio, and instant wireless sharing. It'll even work with your existing hardware. Start your meetings with a single touch or use Zoom's new voice command feature. Hey Zoom, start meeting. Huddle happy. Visit zoom.us to set up your free Zoom room trial today. That's zoom.us. Zoom video conferencing.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
What if everyone watching the big game worked together to tackle hunger by joining Super Bowl of Caring? Change the game for Texans in need at tacklehunger.org.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us on our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
Can I talk to you about Mark Rubin and 1-800-Lawyers? Because this guy is great. He is a miracle worker. It is why he is amongst the official lawyers of the Tolo. Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. And what it comes down to is getting you to enjoy life again. Financial stress, it may have become overwhelming in 2018. Go pick up a phone and call Mark Rubin right here. 1-800-Lawyers. Mark's a Tolo.
He's been with us since the very beginning of the Fan. 10 years running. Maybe you overspend over the holidays. Maybe 2019 is the year you want to get your credit back in order. Call Mark Rubin. Yeah, if you left 2018, you feel that weight of crushing debt. Make sure you don't carry that with you into 2019. It's bad for your health. So life is already too short to be stressed out about money. Call Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. He's going to allow you to relax and focus on the good things. And 2019 is going to be a life-changing year for you. 1-800-Lawyers, the official lawyers of the Tolo. Mark's helped thousands of us over the years get on their feet financially. He can help you too at 1-800-Lawyers, DallasTexasLegal.com.
Super Bowl 53, Rams, Patriots. Hear it Sunday on DFW's home of the NFL, 105.3, The Fan.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. It is time to cross-talk with the Ben and Skin Show, find out what's coming up with them. We're live on Radio Row all week long, brought to you by Twin Peaks and brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch the Fan Cam at 105thethefan.com. It's brought to you by the Low T Center. And good afternoon, gentlemen. It's nice to see you again.
Hello, boys. Good to see you as well. Jamal Lewis today joins us at 3:20. Brian Broadus calls in at 3:40.
What?
Mike Smith, the former Falcons head coach and Bucs defensive coordinator last year, who is no longer their defensive coordinator, will join us at 4 o'clock. So we got kind of a fun show today.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Looking forward to it. And then tonight, of course, it's the media party at the Atlanta Aquarium. Oh. And you've been getting me hyped up about this thing, man. You going to spend some time today talking about it?
So the aquarium, yes, we're going to do a aquarium talk. What time are we doing that? 5:40. And when I found out that the Super Bowl was here, that's the only thing I wanted to see tourism-wise. That's all I cared about. I mean, I've been there before many, many years ago, and the aquarium was so large, they've got a whale shark, the largest fish in the world. And so if you think about how large the habitat has to be for a whale shark to just swim around and be healthy, it's insane.
About a football field worth of water,
It's
you think, at 30 feet deep, something like that?
It's like a jerry yacht.
Yeah. I would say it's, I would say it's 50 feet deep.
Wow.
And but it's a huge cube.
Could Jerry put his yacht at the World Aquarium?
No.
Okay.
No.
And it doesn't have one of those curled over dorsal fins like the orcas or anything, do they? Because that kind of stuff kind of depresses me.
It does. It's like you need to go visit the Low T Aquarium.
Yeah. Come on, buddy. Get a little pep in your step.
Yeah. That always depresses me, too. I'm like, oh, man.
Well,
oh, good. Sorry.
No, I love listening to Ben talk about aquariums because he went deep into the aquarium game, and I did too for a couple of years, but I was just freshwater.
Okay.
But at one point in my basement, I had 12 aquariums.
Whoa.
Yeah. 12 aquariums. Yeah.
Hell yes.
A couple of 55s, 100, an 80 plexiglass, and then a bunch of like 10s and 20s to try to get like breeder tanks going and everything. I was really into it. Ended up burning out, after, but then 15 years later, I was like, you know what? I really do like aquariums, and maybe I could do it more responsibly this time. So now I have one with a plecostomus and 3 turtles, and I think it's very rewarding.
Now, you had that set up before Abby, right?
No, we got that because we were at Walmart and there was somebody selling turtles in the parking lot.
No, before.
Oh yes, this
the
was
setup, the 11.
Yeah,
so
long ago.
Before I had kids, when I had disposable income,
yeah,
it was like having a fireplace, a watery fireplace to burn money. It's the word. It was the saltwater thing. Like if you do anything wrong to upset that ecosystem, everything in that tank dies.
Oh wow, restart.
And so you're buying $15 fish, $35 fish, $55 fish. A little rock with some coral reef on it.
So expensive, yeah.
And it's like if you screw up at all, the whole thing is gone. And so you got to like have a quote unquote pool guy,
right?
An aquarium guy come
aquarium guy
every week. He's got to come out there.
What was that dinosaur you said you had in your tank? A Ploctomacarius?
A plecostomus. That's your standard algae eater.
Okay.
He gets up there on the glass.
It's like a sucker fish?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Is it in Finding Nemo?
I don't think so.
The sucker fish, I've had one of those. Do you know how to spell that?
Yeah.
Would you see if anybody here can spell it? Because I know I can't. Does anyone want to take a shot?
Can you say the word one more time?
Plecostomus.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to spell sucker. It's like,
I was ready for sucker as well. I was prepared for that.
Placatomus.
He nailed it. Also known as the sucker mouth catfish.
I can spell that.
I'm known as that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You are now.
Only behind your back, though.
Jeff and I, after the show yesterday, we did the tourism we went to the College Football Hall of Fame right next door to where we're doing the show at in our hotel. And I was disappointed, just to tell you. I've been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, And I just felt like this one was very much for your person who's in college and just wants to touch computer screens and be interactive with a computer screen. And I thought, well, they had a whole bunch of stuff like that. But I like looking at, this is Walter Payton's jersey from the game that he ran for 278 yards. And here's the helmet of the 1976 Dallas Cowboys with the red, white, and blue stripe. This is Roger Staubach's helmet. Like, that's kind of Pro Football Hall of Fame. They have these historic pieces from historic games. And this was more, hey, touch the screen, and we'll show you all the 5 things that Texas Tech has done in college football. And it's kind of like, all right. I mean, can I do that on YouTube? Like, can I hit a button to find Zach Thomas intercept the ball from Texas A&M on YouTube or something? So it wasn't. I'm not trying to say it's horrible. I just thought it was really high tech and not a lot of history.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
I think you're more into memorabilia than anybody I know. Like, in just my circle of folks I know, I think you appreciate that stuff the most.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Anything else to timestamp, promote before we let you go? Get ready here for the Ben and Skin show.
Well, we're going to turn Skin loose on some of these Mavs rumors, these trade rumors, and of course the what's going on with the Pelicans.
Before I asked this to Skin right before we went on.
Yep.
Skin, percentage with 9 or 8 days to go before the trade deadline that the Mavericks make a trade.
If you're just going to stop the question right there, I'll say 75%.
Okay. I just want to stop it there because there can be
like a coward.
You can be so
Might be a smaller
big
move,
trade, small trade. But I was just wondering if we're going to get excited. Or
I think that even if they go on this tear here and win games, they'll fortify. And I think if things go bad, people will want to come pluck. And I think that they're probably going, you know what? Let's make some moves, baby.
All right, gentlemen. Well, have a good show. We'll be listening back in our rooms, and we'll see you tonight at the media party.
Dude, let's get our aquarium on.
That sounds badass, dude.
Aquarium.
Ben and Skin show next till tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You're going over the nation. Salute.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is Jim Rome with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Rams DP Nickeil Roby-Coleman is having himself a postseason, isn't he? There was that no-call PI in the NFC Championship game, and that was followed by him doing one hell of an interview with Tyler Dunn of Bleacher Report. And then the quote that everybody was freaking out over about Tom Brady. Quote, age has definitely taken a toll. For him still to be doing it, that's a great compliment for him, but I think that he's definitely not the same quarterback he was. End quote. The way some people are reacting, you'd think that NRC just cost the Rams the Super Bowl. To quote NRC himself, newsflash, he didn't. Besides, Brady was just going to make up someone saying something anyway. So if anything, he just saved TB12 the extra time. I'm Jim Rome.
CBS Sports Radio.
Great news. There's a quick way that you could save money. Switch to Geico. All it takes is 15 minutes to find out if you could save 15% or more on car insurance. And Geico offers coverage for more than just car insurance. Got a motorcycle? Geico's got you covered. Got an RV? Covered. A boat? Covered. How about homeowners or renters insurance? You bet Geico's got you covered. And there's so much more Geico can help you with. Plus, don't forget the discounts. Go to geico.com today and see how much you could save. That's geico.com.
Cars that sound like this. Trust Pennzoil Synthetics to protect their engines in extreme conditions. Top racing teams know that Pennzoil Synthetics give them the performance to help them succeed. And your car's engine deserves the same. Because your daily commute is no less important. Get complete protection for top engine performance, just like the pros. Visit Pennzoil.com/rebate to save on Pennzoil Synthetics. Terms apply.
Nothing says I love you like a diamond. For centuries and across cultures, it's remained the universal symbol of love, romance, and commitment. And at Diamonds Direct this Valentine's, we're making it easier than ever to celebrate your love with diamond jewelry she'll cherish for a lifetime. Join us February 4th through the 14th for our best offer ever. 5 years, 0 interest financing with nothing down on any purchase. Choose from a special expanded selection of the most romantic gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and bands. Get the guaranteed best price price and spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest. And yes, all engagement rings are included. So come on, make it an unforgettable day for her with a special gift that symbolizes your love and commitment like nothing else. It's Diamonds Direct's spectacular Valentine's celebration with in-store appearances from top jewelry designers and expanded selection including gifts as low as $200 and 5 years 0 interest financing on approved credit. February 4th to the 14th only, and only at Diamonds Direct.
Preston Road and Cherry Lane.
Mike Bassick here for Soda Weight Loss. Sometimes our schedule changes. I'm in Atlanta right now, and I can't cook because I'm in a hotel for 6 days. The staff at Soda understands. We have talked about the challenges, and I'm ready. The Soda coaches have given